I'm not a flat earther, but he says some shit, dude, that flat earthers don't say. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, dude, y'all should be saying this shit, dude. Like, he's coming up with tests that you guys aren't coming up with. He's coming up with fucking crazy ideas that, like, when you first hear them, you're like, what the fuck? And then you think about them and you're like, oh, yeah, like, that's exactly what I would be thinking about if I was a flat earther, dude. This is the kind of shit you should be, like, pushing towards if you were a flat earther. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I get him, dude. That's why I like this guy.
Yeah, no, I get him too. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of stuff he says is crazy, but then it's like you think about it and you're like, okay. I like anybody that stimulates my mind and makes me think. So like I'll entertain anything. Obviously, I humor the flat earth topic, so obviously I'm open minded. So anybody says, I'm open to. So it's like you say something that sounds crazy, but then I think about it and I'm like, if it makes sense, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But most of the stuff D-Monk says makes sense if you spend enough time, if you're open minded and you spend enough time thinking about it, it makes sense. Like, he probably got mad dope recipes. Like, he'll probably like make a peanut butter and onion sandwich and you'd be like, ugh, and then you eat it and you're like, oh, that shit is fire. Shit like that.
Look,
Let's have one now.
People who are insane are actually sane, and people who are sane are actually insane. It's the inverse.
Really, let me tell you something.
Like, D-Monk is like, he's like a normal dude, and we're the insane ones because a lot of our beliefs just kind of go along with what we're being told our whole life. You know what I mean? But it's complete bullshit.
I think he's the Van Gogh. He's the Van Gogh of the flat Earth. Like, Van Gogh was underappreciated in his time. It wasn't appreciated until after his death, after he's left, and then you finally appreciate what he had to put forth. I think that's DeMock, man. DeMock's like the Van Gogh of the flat Earth.
Yep, sounds crazy till you become sane.
But see, that's how propaganda works. We get our head filled full of a bunch of lies so that when we do come across someone who is sane, they look insane. Because it's like looking at everything upside down because we believe in all this nonsense, but actually, the people who are insane actually know what they're talking about. It's actually brilliant. Like, that's propaganda 101, and then they just repeat the same narrative over and over.
Most of the geniuses out there, the mainstream says is crazy. Like, I could give a few examples. Kanye or whoever seem crazy, but if you take enough time, the motherfuckers are geniuses. So a lot of our geniuses seem crazy. There's a fine line. There's a very fine line between genius and crazy. And I'm not saying everything like 100% this way or that way, but it's just like, think about it. Just think about it, like something you never thought about before. You like, this motherfucker sounds crazy, but then you're like, okay, let me think about this. Okay, maybe there's something to that. And it's just like, anybody that even if they're wrong, anybody that stimulates you to think about something deeper is good. They could be wrong, they could be right. They're human. I'm human. Whatever. I throw out random crazy shit that might be wrong. I say shit, that might be wrong, but it's like, he's one of those people where it seems crazy, but if you think about it, whether it be right or wrong, he stimulated your brain to go further to think about shit. So that's positive. Like, I always look at into the positive of everything. So you're only losing if you're not learning. And so the only time you can catch an L is if you're not learning. You're only losing if you're not learning. And he's one of those type of people that he could be wrong, he could be right, but he makes you think. And then he's even open minded to where if you catch him and you bring up another point, he'll be like, okay, yeah, and then adjust his damn, what's the word? I can't think of the word. Fuck. Whatever he's throwing out there, and you bring something to that, he'll be like, okay. And then he'll come back with something better and make you think even more. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, anybody who makes you think contributes to the conversation, whether he be right or wrong.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Like, I hear people arguing and like raising their voice and like insulting people. I'm just like, shouldn't we just be throwing our ideas out there? And if we decide to believe that or want to take a spin off of that and our own interpretation, that's our decision, right? Like, isn't that the whole point? Just throwing ideas up there and just some of them stick to the wall, they stick, and if they don't, they don't. I mean, whatever.
There's so many ways to look at things, man. Sometimes, yeah, you'll say something, and then like somebody will say or ask you a question or draw attention to a certain point, and you're like, hey, you know what? I know. Okay, yeah. I can see that point, and I agree with that point. Yeah, you got to be able to agree or disagree.
DMOC is reasonable, and whoever spoke before him, I don't know. I'm not looking at my phone like that. I don't know who that was, but he's reasonable, and he's a reasonable thinker. But unfortunately, not all of us are like that. It's just probably that we synchronized and all came together. So that dude is a reasonable thinker. I'm a reasonable thinker. DMOC's a reasonable thinker. And so it all makes sense to us. But then we get into these big groups and try and have a conversation about it. We get these fucking internet weirdos that are not like us, that are who knows what, NPCs or just fucking assholes or whatever. And then we got to deal with them and waste 20 minutes of our life fucking trying to teach. But what's great, yeah, of course, that all makes logical perfect sense to all of us. But man, when you try and get to a larger group or talk to other people in another room, it's like you're speaking Mandarin, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, yeah, trolls kind of keep it interesting, right? Because like people engage with the trolls, so like that's what they want. It's
Well,
like it's like feeding a stray cat, right? Next thing you know, you got 20 stray cats.
It's steel
Right?
sharpens steel, so it's kind of like us as logical debaters enjoy like the ninjutsu of debate with somebody who's actually in it for the right reason. And so we always like to be challenged because then we can make our argument or our position or our logic stronger when someone comes at us. But if someone comes at us, what's the word? Uh, not genuine, in not genuinely. But if they're genuinely challenging us, then that will make us stronger. But if they're just like trolling or whatever, then there's no point in entertaining their argument because they're not challenging you for the right reason.
Exactly. I think if everybody would just let the trolls be trolls, they'll get bored and move on. But I feel like trolls are necessary, right? Everything is necessary. It's just, it's
all part of the game.
It's We can't just have just everybody who wants to listen to what we say and be reasonable human beings and just ask questions and throw ideas out there without throwing out insults and stuff like that. That wouldn't make any sense. Right? I
Hey,
mean, because we aren't rational beings, let's be honest. That's why there's psychology. You can't just throw facts at somebody and then be like, "Oh, okay." Doesn't work like that.
hey, whoever's talking right now, can you DM me so I can invite you to my Discord channel?
Sure.
I'm too fucked up to try and find out who you are. Just DM me so I can invite you to my the think tank. Because you sound reasonable.
I try.
Yeah. I
It
do
took a lot
too.
of work because I used to be that guy who would like raising his voice, getting all passionate, and being that guy. But then I watched some
How
psychology videos, and I took a step back and reevaluated everything.
how long ago was that? What's the
I'd
time
say like
frame?
2 years ago.
2 years. How old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
38.
Okay, so yeah. So like around 36, you started questioning. Hold on. You're 36. So 38. Yeah, I'm 42. So yeah, we're in the same area, which makes sense. Which we're in the same logic zone. Cause you say you're 38 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 42. Which I always say I'm 24 with 42 years experience.
Right. It's just some bad
Shut up.
habits. They kind of just go longer than you'd hope. Right. It takes work, practice, but put your mind to it. You can do anything.
Yeah, what's crazy is I know all the answers to everything. Like I have done all the research and learned all the things to solve all my problems. But it's one thing to know what to do and another thing to implement it. And
Right.
so
Those
that's
are
where
yeah.
yeah, it's like knowing is half the battle. Because imagine somebody not even knowing that is like has zero chance of improving their life, but knowing that you have kind of a chance, and then if you know it and know how and implement it, then yeah, you have a good chance. So like I know all the right, like I could advise somebody on how to live their best life, but I don't feel comfortable doing that because my life isn't together. So until I fix my shit, I don't feel comfortable telling other people, um, that type of thing. But damn, I had a point where I was going with this.
Blue Car, that was a pretty good story. That was very enriching to know that you took something serious and went forward with it and noticed the result. That's cool.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
so
Those videos, they just kind of made me reflect on my own behavior. And I was like, wait a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm way too overdone with emotion to be logical about what I say or even filter.
okay, so here's the thing. So here's how I know what I should do, and I can help other people and tell them what they should do and give good advice. It's that's one thing, but then for me to implement that advice, but if I'm in a group of other people that are just like me, you telling me things would probably better motivate me than me telling myself. And it's like a circle. It's like a non-gay uh intellectual circle jerk. Like you're motivating me, I'm motivating him, he's motivating him, da da da. Even though we know all the same shit and we could just tell ourselves it, because it's coming from someone else, we're like what's the word? Held accountable. If it's somebody else telling us what we already know, then we're held more accountable and we're more likely to do it. And so if you're in a group of people, we can all help each other. So that's why I'm here is I know what I should do. I just don't know why I haven't been able to do it even though I know what to do. And so the only thing is to network with other people that can help me and keep me on my shit that I should be doing. And so vice versa. Me, hopefully you might want me to be like stay on you and be like, are you doing this? And make you accountable to stay on your shit. All right.
Right. Yeah, that's part of it is it's like are we held accountable for our actions online? If we talk to people who don't know who we are, don't know where we lived, aren't friends with our friends or know our friends and family, have that association, right? Like the internet, I feel just kind of changes things in that regard. Oh,
Well,
I dropped that video, by the way. It's
it
by
can
Larkin Rose.
it
I
can
called it
do
"How to Wake Up Brainwash People." That's what really like started this whole thing. Anyway, go ahead.
no, I was saying putting it online can do two things. It can put it out there so that people can hold you accountable and like your posts or whatever to encourage you to keep going. And then fuck, what was I gonna say?
I think Shane posted this thing at one
Yeah, he
time.
did. He put it on Instagram, I believe, and I couldn't find it anywhere else. So I was like, well, let me throw it on Rumble. It might help somebody else out.
Cool.
Oh yeah. So what I was saying was like being in touch with a group of people like we are now on Discord, we can help encourage each other and keep each other accountable because even though we have all the information we need, it's still like we're adults. Maybe some of us live by ourselves, and there's nobody to make us do anything. We can do what we want. And there's literally nobody that holds us accountable for anything except ourselves. But if we can get on here and check in, and you know that somebody's going to ask you, "Hey, what'd you do today?" and you have to respond, then that can make you more productive. And I think if it's like community, like we all help each other, motivate each other, encourage each other. And that's what I get on Discord for. I know a lot of people get on here for the drama and the soap opera and the arguing and the debate, negative debate and this and that. But anybody that knows me or has heard me on here before, I know I'm a little drunk right now, but anybody that has heard me or knows me on here knows I'm on here for positive reasons to link up with like-minded people that we can all help each other.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, I choose the battles, right? Like if we sit here and try to battle everybody, are we just gonna go to sleep tired? It sounds exhausting.
It's a waste of energy. Like it's
Right.
the whole thing about arguing. If you know you're right, you'll just okay. I know I'm right. I don't have to try and prove it to you. You will never believe me. I know I'm right. If you know you're right, then you just be quiet. There's there's nothing to argue about. You're never gonna agree. We're gonna argue forever, forever, forever. I know I'm right. You'll eventually find out that, and that's on you. But I'm not gonna waste my energy trying to prove it to you. That's a lot of things in relationships. Like if somebody's like super defensive and trying to prove something to you, they're probably guilty. But if they don't try and prove it to you, it's because they're innocent. Because they're like, I don't have to waste my time trying to prove it to you. I know I'm innocent. So it's like it's backwards. Like if you try really hard to prove you're innocent, you're guilty. And if you don't try to prove you're innocent, you probably are innocent because you know you're innocent, so you're not gonna try. You're like, I know I'm innocent. Isn't that crazy? Like,
I hear you.
yeah, I'm innocent. It's just like the same way where if somebody's cheating in a relationship, they'll always accuse the other person of cheating because you're always on the offense to take the heat off of you. So even though you're doing the wrong thing, you always accuse them of doing something wrong. So they'll always be in the defensive stance and never the offensive because you know you've been doing foul. It's like that's like reverse psychology 101. So it's like whoever is the accuser is usually the one doing wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why we don't notice that when it happens. It's only afterwards you realize it happened. It's weird.
Yeah, ego can be a tricky thing.
Well, it's just
It seems like it's good at
experience.
deceiving us, or for me at least. I have to be able to like recognize what's happening, right? Like just like he was saying, like knowing is half the battle. I believe
Yeah,
that's a big part of it.
yeah, that part. There's reading about it, and there's also experiencing things. So those are the combination of the two makes you a little higher. But here's the thing. So like, there's a bunch of stuff that I would tell my younger self, which is what I experienced in relationships. Like, uh, females don't mean anything they say.
Good one. Good one.
Like I would tell myself, my younger self, they don't mean anything, and that everything is a test. They're only everything they say is testing you. It's always a test, and they don't mean anything because everything they say is a test. So don't make decisions thinking that they are like you because me, when I say something, I mean it. But so then when we assume they mean what they say, but they don't. So I'm
Maybe,
thinking that she's like me, but she's not. Okay.
my
So
younger self would agree with you, but now, like, I'll say that I mean exactly what I say every time. I mean
yeah,
everything that I say.
yeah,
But I
no,
hear you.
yeah, no, I know you do now. Yeah, your younger self was like that, but now the
Yeah.
wise you that you, I know who you are, and I know you are definitely telling the truth. That you knew now. Uh, uh,
So
um,
girls just want to have fun. So girls don't mean it. Women do.
Girls just wanna have fun.
no, females just want to have fun.
Well, let's be fair now. The men, they have their issues too, and I think a lot of it is a lot of the social engineering that goes on. We get, like, when we're younger, we don't realize that's what's happening, and we fall, into it, and we are affected a lot by our environment and society. So it's like when we get, oh, well, my children are grown too, and that has a lot to do with it. Um, I think maybe it might differ with people that don't have children and people that, I don't know. I know people that don't have children. Some mean exactly what they say. I think it just varies from individual. I think it's just, you got to be fair though. It's just as equal with men.
How many friends do you have that are your age that don't have children?
It's about half and half, I guess you could say. Not equal,
Okay.
but it
Is it
does.
true that when like let's say like a friend of yours gets married or whatever and has kids, or hold up, let me start over. strictly just like your friends that are girls when they or women, do they when they find a significant other and they're a couple now, when we are single, does that change the dynamic, the friend dynamic? Like basically what I'm
Always,
asking
yeah,
is,
always.
yeah,
Well,
the
yeah,
single
because
friends
I'm
have
single,
friends
so
that are single, and then the couples will find friends who are already in a couple. Does that make sense?
yeah,
It's kind
that's
of
true.
like not being the third wheel, right? Or not the third wheel. That's the wrong way to say it. You know what I mean? Like
No, but yeah, that's true.
it's like they're hanging out, and then they ask you to come over, and then it's them, and then just you, right? I
Well,
don't know,
I
I've
mean,
always
if you're by yourself and you don't have a significant other, now when I had a significant other, things were a bit different. It's like because
Oh,
then when I
old, older women are smart enough to know they should do a double date instead of going on like a random, like you could get kidnapped and killed and locked up in a basement and tortured. They're like, yeah, let's go on a double date with this other couple. Older women are smart enough to ask for shit like that to avoid uh it's crazy out here. The older you get when you try and date.
well, I'm really talking strictly friendships, like the dynamic between the
Oh,
friend being single and the friend having a significant other
hey,
versus.
let me ask you a question. Do you think men and women can just be platonic friends?
I think it's
Absolutely,
possible, but for me,
absolutely.
not
I
so
mean,
much. I
I do
mean,
it.
it.
So, like, I have platonic friends, and I'm single. I have a roommate that's a male, and it's strictly friends.
What do you think he would say if I were to call him and be totally private, and I wouldn't release anything he would say, and be like, if you could sleep with her, would you, or do you want to? What do you think he would say?
I'm not gonna speak for anyone else. I wouldn't expect like it to be any different than any. Well, it's like that's never been discussed. So, um,
I'm willing to bet that if given the opportunity, he would do so. That's all I'm saying. And maybe he wouldn't.
Well,
Maybe he would respect your guys' friendship and say and he's wise enough to know that if it does become sexual, then our friendship would be fucked up. And there are guys like that. Like I'm one of them. Like I would not sleep with somebody because I enjoy our friendship and don't want to mess it up if we sleep together and make it all weird. So he could be one of those dudes too. So uh, I'm just a thinker. I'm throwing out all kinds of possibilities. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I don't like. I don't really have
But
say about that
do
because
you acknowledge that he would probably want to? But I'm not saying he would decide to do so. But do you think he wants to?
I
Like,
mean,
or
befriending women, a man befriending a woman, being friends with them, and then trying to make it more serious afterwards, that's usually a recipe for disaster from my experience. As opposed
yeah,
to the opposite of, you know, throwing your ball in the court right from the beginning. Does that
yeah,
I
does
think
that
it,
make any
it could
sense?
it could be, but then it could be just as bad. Like to throw your ball into court in the beginning and then try to be friends after, because then it's already awkward. I mean, it depends on how
Totally,
mature you
totally,
can be
totally.
about it.
It's true.
It depends on how mature you can be about it, and I guess it just depends on the individual. Maybe I don't know.
yeah. It depends.
It depends. I was talking to a friend about it today, and I use the word. I go. I haven't talked to you in like 2 weeks, just because. I go, what's the deal? Just because I'm not trying to tap your ass doesn't mean I'm not in the running to have a conversation, you know? And I go, is that the right term? Tap your ass? And she goes, yeah, I guess so. And it's like, I've never taken that position with her. You know, like I never put her in that position to be a piece of ass. And so
Sorry.
I just, like, some people I value more than that, you know, like by far, like man and women, you know. And it's like I also sometimes like a guy a lot to the point where I think if that guy was a chick, I'd be all over him, you know. I go, if that guy was a chick, you know. So it's interesting what attracts us to other people.
Takes a lot to admit that, I guess, for a guy to admit that you know that there's guys that they know they like well enough that if they were a chick, you know, it takes a lot to admit that, I guess.
Yeah, it's not a comfortable feeling to know that you'd be like, I like this guy. This guy's all
Oh,
right.
there's been females that, you know, it's like, just, you know, had so much energy and they were, you know, they were attractive and I've thought like, well, if they were a guy, I would definitely be attracted to them. You know, it's like,
But she didn't get that tingly feeling, right?
no, I don't go
Oh,
that way.
yeah, me neither. No tingly feeling.
That was a long time ago. Like nowadays, it just repulses me too much just because of, you know, the things going on with. I mean, I don't want to really get into the topic, but where, you know, men are trying to be women and women are trying to be men, be something other than what they're born as. But teach their own. It's not, you know, as long as it's not me or in my house, I don't care.
So just
I do care, but don't, you know, it's none of my business what they do.
so two flat earthers I know had hooked up a couple of times over the past couple of years, and she was frustrated and decided to spend more time with them. Before you know it, they called themselves boyfriend and girlfriend, and I'm like, don't do that. You don't need to do that. You guys are friends, you know. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, they're kind of breaking up when they never really needed to be a couple. They were only hanging out out of convenience, you know. And I think they made a pretty healthy decision and salvaged their friendship by going through their little sex thing and their little needy thing and then processing through it. And they didn't screw up their friendship. And I think that was pretty good story. It just happened from a couple of friends of mine. They decided they weren't the ones for each other, and they were using each other. And as neat as that was for a minute, the neediness was still there, and the other one wasn't the answer. So very grown-up decisions they made.
Yeah, sex definitely seems to complicate things for sure. It really does.
She said she was like, you ever had a massage? And he's like, no. And she's like trying to show him, and he won't hold still. And she realized, like, half hour into a massage, she's like, this guy's never going to be able to massage me back, ever. You know, like, she just knew he didn't have the vibe to you know, to feel another person that way. You know, and it really rang true to her that she was just going through the motions, you know? But the feeling wasn't there. Anyway, I didn't mean to bring down everyone. That was a good story. You can go back to your faggy stories or whatever you were saying.
Baggy
No,
stories.
No, I have a problem where I can't text. I can't talk in a text and talk by mouth. It's like I can only communicate by one means at a time.
I don't know. I was outside. I came back in. You guys were talking some funky stuff. Funky stuff. But relationships are really hard. Definitely about balance in everything. I had a friend that passed away, another flat earther, and she turns out she was a dominatrix and really gained a whole bunch by saying no to people. And it turns out people are really into getting in line, like in their totem pole position, you know, in front of this one, behind that one, and finding their place. And it's a real natural read for some people to read the difference between the people that are coming at them, I guess, from the more dominant or more subservient position.
Dominatrix, like their position of
Her job.
Is that what you're talking about?
It was like her job. Her job is to treat people off, like shit, basically, or treat people with some kind of disregard that they need. It's really weird. Like they're paying to be disregarded.
That's like their thing.
Yeah, there's this whole sect of weird people that aren't into sex, but they get themselves in the same situation, like leather and stuff. But it's
like
just
BDSM.
It's worse than that. It's humiliation.
You know that's a CIA operation, right? BDSM, and that's kind of like been spun off into like a thing in the circles, and it's just like, what is happening right now?
But people,
like, I don't want to go off into like a whole bunch of dark shit, but like that's what happens like when humans are being trafficked and stuff. That's like part of it, and now it's like spun off in the porn industry. Is, hey, look, this is fun, BDSM. You got your safe words you got to say. Like I said, I don't really want to go off into all that, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Well, most fetishes, or all fetishes, are like a lack of intimacy. They'll focus on the leather, or they'll focus on bunny rabbits, or whatever the fuck their deal is. It's because they don't really want to be with a person. They'll focus on the feet. I'm into feet, whatever they're into. It's not another person, or they're avoiding, their ability to be intimate. It's fetishes are an avoidance of it.
I like feet, but it's not a fetish. I mean, it's just because I like every part of a woman's body. Like I'm not like, ooh, feet, gross. That's like, I see it as all or nothing, right?
Right.
Now, if I was just like focus on feet, that'd be kind of weird, but teach their own. Like,
Yeah, I don't
I have
like
a foot
feet.
fetish.
I don't want no one to desire my feet, and I don't want to desire anyone else's either. Like they can keep their. Yeah, I'm just not a feet person, I guess.
Well,
Yo,
basically,
Get that now.
if you ain't carrying
Athlete.
her out of the shower, it's off limits. You know what I mean? I feel like, anyway.
yo, I'm seriously thinking about selling pictures of my girl's feet on OnlyFans. She has really small feet and like little toes, and like she's been told her whole life, like she's actually insecure about her feet. And then there was like some dude, actually a good friend of mine, that she recently told me about this story about how they were at the seashore, this like local pool or whatever, and said she had like really cute feet. She was insecure, but she has like really small feet, like size 6.5, and they have little toes or whatever. And I swear to God, if I could take pictures of her feet and sell them online,
You can.
I
You
would
sell
do it.
just about anything.
I would sell her. I would sell her bras and her panties. I swear she buys more bras. I'm like, how many bras? I swear she has like 40 bras. I'm like, bitch, how many bras do you need? Like every week, it's like new bras, new bras, new bras. Like I swear she only wears one pair of panties and one bra and then throws it away. Like every pair is a new pair. She does.
Easy.
It's
Choose your
like
battles wisely, my friend. One
nah,
word.
it's her
Women.
money. She can spend on what she spends on hair products and bras and panties. I'm like, she buys new panties and new bras every week. I'm like, what the fuck?
I tell you what, have her wear a pair for 24 hours.
Right, and put it in
And
a
then sell
Ziploc
them.
bag.
Someone will buy them.
Right. Right. That's what I'm
It's
saying.
like a whole business model. She just
Man,
buys
she
a new
wouldn't even
pair
have to
every day.
know. She wouldn't even. She wouldn't even have to know. I clean the bedroom. Like I swear I could pick because I smash at night and then the drawers come off and then the next morning she puts a new pair and then I collect the ones from the night before, put them in a Ziploc bag, bada bing, bada boom. She wouldn't even know. She's constantly buying new panties and bras. I could just collect the shit off the floor and
He
sell it.
doesn't realize she's already selling the shit on the side. Right?
Probably no. I got the shit.
Well, then where's all the old stuff going?
I got they're on the floor. I usually put them. I wash them, put them in the wash. But I'm saying instead of putting them in the wash, I could put them in Ziploc bags and sell that shit.
Oh. You gotta
I
double
got a
bag it,
unique
man. You gotta
situation.
double bag it.
I have like a
Triple
long
bag it.
distance. My situation is like super complicated and like it's like long distance. It's super complicated, and so if you knew my situation, it might make more sense. But just trust me. Anytime I do and look on the floor and collect all the bras and panties on the floor, I can put them in Ziploc bags and sell them, and she would never know. She would never know. So it'd be like 24 hours of penny activity, whatever that is. They wouldn't be on that long.
I just heard of someone whose friend has caught her husband selling her image around the house and of them in bed online.
That's fucked up. Without her consent or knowledge,
Yeah.
that's fucked up.
Yeah, I would never do that. Like, I wouldn't like video or pictures or anything like that. I would never do that.
And she forgave him. And she forgave him. And he cut a deal with her where he's allowed to bone dudes. After 5 kids, right? After having 5 kids, right? She finds out the guy likes guys. And he's been peddling her image all over the.
Jeez.
Nice guy.
So when we think we have it bad, just think of that story. Imagine being caught up in that.
It's way worse. Her kids are
God.
all messed up mentally and all kinds of other like forms of retardation. And one of them that was doing well got hit by a car, so he got complete setback and is like her life is like traumatized. She's Miss Petite something or Mrs. Petite somewhere, some like as a contestant in a thing, like her thing is like Miss Petite whatever, and she's got fake lips and fake boobs and everything's about
the wife.
Yeah, the wife.
Ugh.
Yeah, really scary story of people that and then she's vaxxed and she's wondering what's wrong, and like 3 of her kids
And the kids are vaxxed because she is. What a shit show.
3 of them have autism.
I wonder why.
The other was retarded.
I bet if they do an autopsy and dig into the brain, they're gonna find all kinds of metals. How much you want to bet? I'll put money on it right now.
And the dad's a freak, and it's all this time she's like putting up with all of it. Oh my god! So, and then the whole story is she gets casting couched as part of this career she has, and then get let go because she didn't put out for the guy. It's like lawsuit.
Just when you thought you have it bad, Just
Yeah.
think of that story. God. It could always
And
be
then
worse.
it's weird when she tried to help one of her kids. She did some sort of fund for some sort of thing that became like really big, and now she's got this public face to be part of this like foundation, and it's like she doesn't have the energy to be a public face of anything. Yet she's like kind of famous for that now. So anyway,
You got
some
like
people live in hell.
you got like
know?
the squeaky wheel sound. It sounds like crickets.
It is cricket.
Is that what that
Can't-
sound is?
Yeah,
It sounds like a squeaky wheel. Squeaky.
can't get the fuckers to shut up. I got one in the kitchen and one in the door.
Those fuckers are loud, man, especially when they find their way in your house. And when you get close to them, they shut up.
I know, I can't find this guy.
Little bastards.
And I went outside thinking it might be outside, and I found a drunk dude laying on the ground. Then the fucking bums have like $4,000 bicycles. And I looked at this bicycle next to him. I'm like, this thing is beautiful. I don't know how street people get such nice bikes. I mean, I guess they steal them. Let's say.
Like a Cannondale with a carbon fiber frame. Those are like 5-6 grand easy. Upwards up to 8.
So by Muscle Beach and Venice Beach, there was this problem with bicycles getting stolen. So the neighborhood decided to get a bait bicycle and to put it out there so they could catch the guy. Well, it turns out if the bicycle isn't worth over $1,000, it's not a big enough crime. So they had to get a bike that was worth $1,000, right? So they get this bike and it's worth $1,000, and the guy steals it, and they take him to court. And in court, they depreciate the value of the bike because it's not new, and it goes under $1,000 again. And he's not put in jail because it's not a big enough crime, not a felony or whatever.
Yeah, if someone steals the whole bike, best thing to do is put a GPS inside the tube for the seat. Like you take the seat off, you just stuff it down in there into the frame. Now, if they part it out without stealing the bike, that's a different story. But if they're trying to steal the whole thing, you can track it.
Funny you said that. I just watched a short. Like this dude must have gotten his bicycle stolen so much to come up with this. Check this. It's so funny.
I mean, bikes are expensive, man. If you don't buy it used, that is.
They're fucking currency for the meth heads here in California. You'll see like a broken down motorhome with 30 bicycles around it.
I had a Cannondale. It was like $2,800 if I were to buy it new. Shit, like I got rid of that thing. It was a money pit. Constantly putting tubes in it, and they have like this tape that goes over the spokes. It was made of plastic, and he was like, "Oh yeah, those are bad for wearing the tubes out because it's a sharp edge on both ends." So he replaced it with cloth ones. That fixed that issue. Still went through tubes, laid it down, bent the derailleur bracket, which is a little thing hanging off the back of the bike with the chain, you know. I had to get that adjusted, and then the back brakes constantly dragged. I was like, man, the hell with this thing. I'm like constantly messing with it and paying other people to fix it, which they don't do a great job at it. So I just sold it. But when it does work, they're awesome. They just seem a little fragile. Or maybe it's just me. I don't know. I didn't want to have it long enough to find out. Like a car is more robust than a bicycle. Like, yeah, because they're made light. It weighed 20 pounds with 26-inch wheels, so it's all light metals which aren't very strong. So when you lay them down on the business end, you know, that's bad news. Oh, and apparently when you go really slow and crash, that's the worst because it digs into the ground, into the dirt. Whereas if you're going faster, it doesn't really catch. It just kind of skips along. So I laid it down going 3 miles an hour. Like, really, dude? Funny.
Are the lighter materials more brittle?
They're not more brittle, they're more malleable. They like aluminum and magnesium and whatever the frame was made out of. It definitely wasn't steel. The derailleur bracket gets bent. So instead of replacing it, they bend it back, which that makes it weaker, right? Yeah. Anyway. Apparently they have tubeless tires for them now. I was like, well, why didn't they do that from the beginning? Like, I don't get tubes, man. I hate tubes so much.
It's old fashioned from when they couldn't make a seal, right?
Right. But this is a somewhat newer bike. This is 2000, I want to say 2016. I mean, it's a little older now, but when I bought it, it was pretty new.
All right, I got half the cricket noise down. One of them's listening to me harass it with the squirt gun. The kitchen one is bold.
I will give them one thing. They are consistent because it sounds like a squeaky wheel. Like, it doesn't slow down. It's like...
It's weird because we use the term crickets meaning no noise, but it's actually a bunch of noise.
Is that what crickets means?
It means there's nothing left. Nobody's talking. You could just hear the crickets. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
When you ask somebody, so what the fuck? And they don't answer you, and all you hear is the crickets.
Yeah. I love the crickets meet or soundboard where it's just cricket playing. So they really sit there and rub their legs together all day?
Yeah, it seems like a weird gig, huh? Or at least like
That's
maybe they'd be
weird.
generating some like serious electricity or something.
Like that's their fuel source or something?
I don't know. It seems it's weird how certain things call out. I mean, in mating, I understand it, but it's like, I don't know. If I was hungry and I was a lizard, I'd listen to the cricket. I'd listen for crickets, right? It's like, oh, they're over there. Shit to eat. I don't know why they call it out.
So is a cricket sound, is that are them constantly mating call? Like constantly saying, hey, fuck me. Like all day long.
Well,
all night.
I don't know why else to call out. I don't know. Frogs might call out for no reason. So I don't know. Maybe it's for future reference. They'd be like, hey, baby, when you need it, I'll be over here.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I get the mating call, but like constantly? Like, what the fuck?
Well, they might not be ready to mate. They might just want to go, where's that, I'm horny. Where's that music? They might just have to remember later.
Maybe it's just, why can't it just be like something beautiful, like an instrument and the creator's orchestra just playing music, the creator.
Like the birds.
Yeah, the whales.
It's weird that the birds go silent at night. It's like, hey, it's getting late. Better hit the hay, and it's like their whole thing is like, poof, on it.
And then you got the night birds. And I always thought, I didn't know night birds existed until recently, until a friend told me. And I just thought it was birds that were like crazy. Like lost their mind and think that it's daylight or something. And they're sitting there singing. Because I hear them singing at night and I'm going, what the hell? I was like, the other birds shut up. And then these other ones that sound way different, and then come to find out they're night birds. What?
You ever noticed that like the birds will start singing about an hour, 45 minutes before daylight even arrives? It's not, it's
Yeah,
not that they see the
how do they
daylight.
know? Yeah, how do
Yeah,
they know?
they sense it. They could pick it up by whatever means, probably the same means by which they navigate. I don't know, but they definitely can sense it approaching the daylight, not even the sunlight. Like,
For sure. How they can go back to the same location every year that's like thousands of miles away, like perfectly. A lot of animals do that. Turtles, birds.
Yeah, we couldn't do that if we fucking had to.
Right? Or we haven't tapped back into our inner being, you know?
You were born in Queens in 1971. Go. It's like, okay.
I've actually heard them start up to 2 hours before sunrise. I don't know what the difference is. It's a certain time of the summer.
But why before the sunrise? Like, I don't get it.
They can sense it. They can sense.
Well, maybe it has more to do with. Maybe it has more to do with the half on, half off pattern, and in the summer they're off. They're early. They're just early. Because they went to bed late, so they got up early. Yeah, maybe. Let's see.
Maybe.
How does that work? Because it's a longer day, right?
You're smarter than I am. I should probably go to bed. It's 3 a.m.
I ain't smarter than a chicken.
Anyway, you guys have a good night.
Have a good night.
Good night. Why did the human cross the road? To get some chicken.
Always the reason why. Do you have a golden chick where you are?
No.
I'm assuming you're from America.
Yeah, but we don't have that chain here. Is it fried? What kind of chicken is it?
Yeah, fried chicken.
We have this Japanese version of or Chinese version of something called kookaroo chicken, and it's only in like Asian neighborhoods. And I'm thinking they probably can't say cock-a-doodle-doo. They probably say kookaroo over there.
Interesting.
Cock-a-doodle-doo would be a pretty complicated thing to teach an Asian.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
So, I mean, they don't really sound like that, but we say that, right, in America. In different countries, they probably say different shit for chicken noise based on their language,
Right.
So, kookaroo sounds pretty chickeny. Kookaroo.
Dude, chickens are freaking loud. My God, they're obnoxious.
I have a friend who raises birds, and she's deaf. She's fully deaf from squawking in her ear for all these years.
Deaf from the bird?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a lot of birds, and sometimes they're in her face, in their ear, and they call out, like a parrot, and she's pretty deafened from it. She has to look at you to figure out what you're saying a lot. She has to guess a lot too. She's pretty deafened.
Damn. That's wild. Never heard nothing like that before.
Well, close quarters to something like that, and then something right on your fucking shoulder. I think that's why the pirates went arr, because their ear hurt so bad. Arr, it fucking hurts. Birds are smart, and they are interesting, and they live a long fucking time. They're pretty good pets for that reason.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out like how I would keep them as a pet. Because I sure as hell I'm not going to put them in a cage. That just seems cruel as hell. I'm gonna make it to where you can't fly, but that's like your whole existence is having wings and flying.
Optimistically, they have a guest room where they can get out to an air netted, a netted or caged area, and then come in and out to come be with you and be outside. Both.
There's no way to train them to just come back, like let them out, like give them
Yeah.
complete freedom. But then they'd come back and be like, "Oh, this is my homie."
Yeah, but it's usually
And not
food
just
driven.
run off.
They usually
Yeah.
just get used to eating around you, so they come around. They'll bring their kids and stuff. Crows will do that.
Right? Find out a way to befriend some crows, because you damn sure don't want them on your bad side, or on their bad side, rather.
That one dude taught them to go collect coins, and then they
Yeah, I
went
heard
out.
about that the other day.
They went out in the city. They were doing it. That's
And
clever.
dollar bills. You'd be surprised how much money I've found just laying on the ground, because I live in a big city. Just look down. Oh, $20 bill. Oh, $10. Usually along fence lines where the wind will just blow it against it, and it's stuck there.
Uh huh.
I don't know. I guess people just drop money, just have it loose in their pocket or something, and it blows away, and they don't even realize it.
When it gets separated, sometimes it's not in the same wad as your wad. That happens. Is wad
Lesson
the
learned.
correct? Is that the correct name for your money in your pocket? A wad.
Well,
Is that where the expression "I blew my wad" came from?
well, there's more than one interpretation there. Like your
Gambling.
wad,
The
you
gambling
blow a
version of
wad, and
blowing
your
your wad.
wad of money. Like,
Yeah, I think it is rooted there. I didn't realize it. It's probably rooted in a gambler's fuck up and not porno movie.
you said wad.
He blew his wad. Definitely money
A
related.
funny word.
Everything else.
Wad.
I didn't. Yeah, you might as well have a dollop of that wad, since we don't use dollop very much either.
Dollop? No.
They
weird
used
word.
to have it for hair products. You used it. That was the amount you used.
Oh, you use a dollop.
Just put a dollop in your hand. So the idea, okay, imagine this, right? I live alone. It's thousands of years ago, and everything's cool. And I know what a bear is. I know what a tree is. And I know what lightning is. I know what even fire. Right? I got my shit together. But now I meet you, and whether I'm sharing with you my knowledge or trying to learn what you've learned and the differences between us, suddenly I have to invent like names for this shit. Right? So we have to agree on a name for stuff. And then before you know it, the language is so complex that sometimes it gets in the way, like when we argue, when we debate about language instead of the subject. So
Right.
it's funny how words are only necessary for you to interact with someone else, and that first it can be very clarifying. Or
Because someone will have a word for one thing, and then someone else will have a different word for that same thing. So then they have to learn like both words.
And then
it
they're
just
both good.
yeah.
And then they're both good, right? And it's like, what do
Yeah.
you mean they're both good? Yeah, so that's a weird thing, especially in English language, because we're so late to the party that we adopted other stuff and accepted
Jeez.
that crap. We accepted
English
that.
is the worst. I can't stand the English language. There's got to be a better way.
I don't know. It's weird because it became the language of science and industry and stuff. Weird. I think that's because of lawyers.
Like, is the word "got" is that even proper?
You got something?
Like, I got something. Wouldn't it be I have something?
You would have received it legally. Got. Gotten. Got.
It just sounds wrong, you know?
Uh-huh. Got interesting root. Not a common root. Gotcha. Definitely a receiving thing, you know?
Or
It's got
gotten. That definitely just rubs me wrong. Like, gotten?
for
Really?
forgot. Forgot.
Or forgotten.
Huh. I had it earlier. Huh. It was forgotten. I had it earlier. Wow. It's a pure definition, really. Earlier, I had it. Forgotten. Huh. Who knew? Maybe the language isn't as bad as we thought, but it does complex things unless you sort it out, you know?
Well, I think it's all about the tense. You know, like, is it present tense, past tense, or future tense? Like, it's like saying, get a job is like someone telling you to get a job. But if you say got a job, you're saying I already have one, that it's in the present tense rather than the future tense.
To quote The
It's just-
Simpsons, Professor Chief Wiggum says to Lou, the cop, says, I said I wanted a nice coffee, not an iced coffee.
I got it. I got it. Yeah, there's just too many ways to say the same thing, especially with words like get, got, have, received. So many words when so few will do the job.
I noticed that when I tried to write instructions for somebody, like for a computer, and based on the author of a new program, like when you open it up, you don't know what the guy phrased it like, but he could be saying, like, so you type in donuts, you want to input. So how do you input? It's like, I don't know, search, seek, find, locate. There's all these words you're looking for to try and input, like, where's the gimme button? How do I say go? Like, could be return, could be enter. Like, how do you just interact with it? Saying, I'm done, go, listen to me. So that's why it's really interesting now that this that the interaction with computers is becoming more audio-like. So we're not limited by our typing skills, at least. And maybe we'll get our language better. Because when we start creating based on our description, we better be better at that. More descriptive, because, careful what you wish for. We're going to create a crappy world if we don't ask for things correctly of our little robots.
You talking about AI?
Yeah. Okay, imagine a world where it started as AI or cycled to it, but imagine AI creating humans, like as pets, and wondering if they'll get out of control and if they'll become too smart.
You ever watch Rick and Morty?
Yeah.
Did you watch that one episode? I think it was in the first season.
Well, everyone keeps saying that. They already did that.
There was that dog.
Oh, with the
That
helmet.
they have, and they.
That was good. The dog was so matter of fact. He's all, I'll keep the rest of my feet on. He says,
I actually just downloaded all 5 seasons just yesterday because I only watched the first season. I never got around to watching the whole thing because I said wubba lubba dub dub, and then I brought that up, and I was like, damn, I need to catch up, and they were like, well, how can you say wubba lubba dub dub when you've only watched the first season? What is wrong with you? And I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Did you see the car battery one yet?
Mm,
You'll know it when you get there. It's the heaviest one, and it's like the deepest one I've seen in terms of like.
Don't ruin it for me.
All right, but it's like it's pretty good. It's really I mean, going backwards, one of my customers is one of the guys that did South Park, Trey Parker, and he has like in real life like a half black kid from a stripper wife. So when they do an episode on like Token not being black enough, that comes from his real life. It's not an imaginary thing.
He
His kid
actually
goes-
had a black and white kid.
Yeah, so his kid goes through that. So I realized,
The fuck?
out of my ignorance, the difference between humor and satire. Right at that minute, I realized South Park had a lot of satire, and that was different than humor. Like humor's a different
Right.
thing, and that satire is like a huge way to deliver, I guess, a message, and then I don't know. It's a
Kind of
disguise.
like reverse psychology in a way.
Yeah,
Because they reverse it and make us realize, okay, hold up. It makes us think about everything in a different light. Yeah,
So
I get
here-
what you're saying.
So I'm thinking I'm watching stupid South Park, and it's current because it's true social reflection. Like when they had
Right.
that shit, it was
It
always
is
current.
genius.
So, yeah, it was like wow. It's like this guy is mirroring the world right back.
Yeah,
at us.
remember that one episode where the Mexicans at the Mexico and Texas border, they were going the other way, and then like the security guards up in the towers, they're like looking through the binoculars, going, they're going the wrong way, because they're watching
Why would they
Mexicans come into Texas, and then here they are coming from behind them, walking away.
Why were they going the wrong way? I don't get it.
It's been a while since I've watched that. You have to watch. You got to watch that episode. Just Google Mexicans going the wrong way. That should pull it up.
Did they stop making South Park? Is South Park done?
I don't
Or is
think
it still
so.
going?
Pretty sure they're still making them. South Park is the best.
Yeah, so shout out to satire. Much heavier than humor. It's a much heavier gig.
Yeah, they make fun of anybody and everything. Everybody and everything. Except
And
for
makes you think. Each time.
except for that one episode that got banned. Remember that one?
Yeah, for showing the Quran boy. What's his name? Allah?
It was like
Is that his name? Allah?
yeah, something like that.
That was a weird thing to get in the way, right?
Of all episodes to get banned, it's that one.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like the Barbra Streisand effect. The more you try to cover something up on the internet, the more attention it's going to get. So, like, why do they even bother? Have they not learned from history? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, don't take pictures of my house and my mansion and put it on the internet. And then, well, that kind of blew up. You know what I mean?
I haven't been to that house in a while. I wonder if he moved or I lost the account or what. That's what happens when you only have the assistant as the contact. And the assistant leaves and you no longer have your... So those kind of people are usually really quiet about using their name or their voice. Like you never see the real client. You see the assistant.
Yeah, like, how does somebody say, "Oh, you can't take a picture of my house"? Like, who does that? It's such a weird thing to do. I think that happened in the 90s. Is that right? It's like the late
Yeah.
90s.
Yeah. It might have been later than that.
What is wrong with people?
I don't know, but I worked as a paparazzi, time.
Did you really?
At around 2000, yeah.
How did you land that gig?
I
Connections.
thought I was a private eye. I didn't know I was a paparazzi until about 3 weeks in.
You didn't know?
No, because I was just staking stuff out. He didn't tell me who the subjects were or what we were doing. We were just staking stuff out like a PI. Like I got hired as a
Right.
PI. As a PI. I didn't know.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I didn't know. And then he goes, well, see, it's like a PI, but we give ourselves the assignment. We hire ourselves to go check things out. And if it's someone's birthday, we might go check them out and see if they go out and do something. Or if someone's in town, we'll go check them out and see what they're doing. So it was like that.
Right.
And so he needed a second vehicle, so he spotted following him.
I just realized my neighbor, I'm like standing in between the houses, right? My neighbor has single pane windows. And let me tell you, when we still had our single pane windows, you could hear everything. Everything.
Yeah.
How do people not have double pane windows? Like, dude, worth their weight in gold. It's like one of the best inventions ever. Anyway,
So I guess there's an inert gas between those two glass panes.
right. Yeah,
Not
air
sure.
is the best insulator.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There seems like there's a bunch of reasons.
That's why insulation works, because it's air inside of it. Right.
That surprises the shit out of me. Huh.
Some recording studios and listening rooms, they'll have the floor off the ground. That's hardcore.
Wow. That's totally interesting.
And bass is the hardest thing to insulate from, because the only thing to stop that is mass. Like a solid mass, like steel plates and stuff like that. It's the only thing that absorbs bass, because it goes through everything. That's what travels forever.
Why?
If you got a deep voice, like,
Because it's a bigger wave. That's why.
not sure the science behind it, but
Deeper.
like
Is
if you have a
probably
deep voice, and like I lived in I had an office that I lived in. It was my automotive shop, and it was 1,500 square foot, but the building I was in was 4,500 square foot, but they just sectioned it off. I was in the middle, and the only thing, but the walls were just sheet metal and drywall, so everybody could hear me talking.
Uh-huh. All right, I'm gonna crash. It's getting late enough.
Same.
Cool.
Have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
Peace.
Where'd flexion go? Can I get a mic check? 1, 2. Hello.
Yo, Globus, are you there? Look, I got a cookie. What up? That's all right. Your machine knows itself flat.
Yeah.
Yo, who's alive?
Yo, what up? This is Flex.
Hey, what's up, bro?
How you doing, homie?
Doing good, doing good.
Nice.
Waiting for some people in the text to get some cojones so they can actually come and talk about their proof of evolution, but I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, so am I. So there's that.
Yeah, they're so afraid of creation. It scares them so much. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't understand, but it is the way that it is. Where you
Yeah, they
from?
must have a godless society for some reason.
Where you from, homie?
I'm from Montreal, bro.
Nice. I'm from New York.
All right, we're close.
New York City. What's up, New York?
New York!
Yes, sir.
We got Toronto, Canada chiming in. What's up, New York? What's up, Montreal?
Word up.
Yo, T.O.
Oh shit, you got a live.
Man, Toronto has become one hell of a freaking city, let me tell you.
Word.
Compared to what it used to be, holy cow, yeah. Toronto is freaking huge.
Montreal still has my heart. Like that city. Oh man, visited there when I was 25. Like I don't know if I'm gonna come back home.
Yeah, I hear that. It truly is nice here. It's almost like Europe, but, you know, the winter sucks, so there's that.
I fell in love with the culture, honestly, the nightlife, and yeah, it's a bad thing to fall in love with when you're that young.
Yeah, I remember when I was young, I don't know how many New Yorkers I've met. They used to come down and party in the weekends because the drinking age. So here it's 18, there it's 21. And yeah, they used to come down in droves.
What's your ethnicity?
My ethnicity, I was born in Greece.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I grew up Canadian though. I came as a young child.
Yo, Greek chicks are fire, bro. Woo!
Yeah,
Smart.
here we go with their space stuff.
What do you know about Pat Stay?
Oh, what?
You know about this guy named Pat Stay?
No?
He's from Nova Scotia.
Okay, what's his deal?
He's a battle rapper.
What? I didn't catch that, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's a battle rapper.
Oh, a battle rapper. Okay. Now, let's just say rap is not my forte.
That's okay.
Yeah, I like the music, but I can't stand people talking. Music is for singing in my mind, not for talking. So I can't groove to that. But the music is freaking awesome.
What's your music of preference?
Well, I grew up in the rock age, so I'm a rocker.
Who's your go-to?
Well, I grew up with Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Deep Purple, real bands. Not guys talking about microwaving their cats and their bitches and their hoes. I mean, that for me, that's disgusting. Yeah.
Have you heard about Greta Van Fleet?
Yeah, the young girl there. Yeah.
No. There's a band called Greta Van Fleet.
Oh, I'm off. No, I haven't heard that. No.
Yeah. It's these kids. They're like 23, 24, but they sound like Led Zeppelin. They're really nice.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, if you ever have a chance, look
When
them
I
up
turn
on
on the
YouTube.
music, when I turn on the music now, it's like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Like, this is supposed to be music? Yeah. I'm glad I grew up earlier, man. This is like, yeah, let's just say I'm not a fan of rap.
No, but if you have a chance, check out Greta Van Fleet. It's these 23, 24-year-olds that sound like Led Zeppelin.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to definitely check that out. Yeah. So I guess Eminem is a big hit. When I see that guy, I start freaking laughing, man. It's like the funniest freaking thing in the world to me to see that clown actually sing and pretend he's like from the hood. Yeah. It's like, man, oh man. It's like, yeah,
See,
it's a
I,
freaking joke to me.
I honestly don't agree with that. I think that Eminem lyrically, if you listen to the the way that he's composing his thoughts, he's actually pretty fucking incredible. There's a lot of people that are unable to put it together in that way, and most people hate him because he's white. They think, "Oh, you're not black. You shouldn't be doing this. You're not allowed to do that." But I think he's actually pretty fucking incredible, honestly. But if you listen to his lyrics, like when he first started, he's talking about murdering his mom and taking drugs and all that shit. So yeah, you could sit there and be like, you're a fucking crackhead, but he's actually pretty fucking nice if you decipher his words.
Look, I get it. It's just not for me, man. I'm just
I
not,
get
I
it.
don't like rap. I
Yeah,
mean,
I get it. It's not for you. If it's not for you, it's
yeah.
not for you. Yeah, I totally understand that. That makes sense. I can't listen to country music, but there's been a few country songs that I'm like, you know what? That's fucking dope. Like, I don't like this genre of music, but that guy put it in a way that I could actually like it.
To me, it's funny when I see a white dude pulling up in a Beamer and he's like got rap music blasting and he's like making the hand signs. It's like I laugh. To me, it's like a freaking joke when I see that, man. I
Yeah,
really
but like
laugh.
you're in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Drake got all these white boys loving that shit.
Yeah, I guess, look, to each his own, right? I'm just saying I grew up in a different era.
What year were you born, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm not going to say what year, but let's just say when I was growing up, disco was a thing, and we used to make fun of the disco dudes, like Travolta style. Yeah, I remember that well.
See, I'm gonna
But we
throw it out there.
in the discos.
You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna guess early '60s, late '60s.
Hell no, that guy sounds like he's from late 70s.
Somewhere around there.
Well,
Absolutely.
because I was born in '79, right? And I mean, I know everything from Led Zeppelin to Metallica, Guns N' Roses, right up to Eminem, etc. So I'm just curious in terms of if you're talking like you used to listen to Led Zeppelin and make fun of the disco guys, that's crossing into some territories there for sure.
Yeah. Let's just say around the 80s. That's when that stuff was happening. So yeah, we used to laugh at the disco dudes, and then when rap came out, I said, "Oh, are you kidding me? There's real. This is fucking music. The people are listening to this." Yeah. But like I say, the beats are awesome, huh? The beats, the rap beats, I really like that. Yeah, but the talking is disgusting to my ears. It's like, what are you doing, man? It's like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be singing, not talking quick. But like I said, that's just my opinion.
It really depends on which
the
artist
Fat
you're
Boys.
listening to.
You ever listen to the Fat Boys? SC Montreal.
I'm not sure.
You ever heard of the Fat Boys? Oh man, y'all need to know about the Fat Boys. That's what changed hip hop forever. Mainstream, man.
That's why I don't know about them.
Yeah,
The
just do
Beastie
yourself,
Boys.
No,
do
I know
yourself
it's
a service
sacrilege.
and just go look up the Fat Boys, bro. They're fucking awesome. That's who that's who I think of. It's like LL Cool J and shit, dude. You ever listen to LL Cool J?
Nah, bro, I can't do
Bro,
that,
come
right?
on, man, come on.
To me, that's like hood music, like in the hood. I
Yeah,
never lived
bro.
in the hood, so I can't groove to rap. It's not my thing, bro. I mean,
You're right. You got it in you, SC. You got it in you.
So you gotta listen to Baby No Money.
I'll take AC/DC any day. You name it, man. You name a group, CCR.
Yeah, I've been listening to Bad Brains lately. Sailing On. You ever hear that tune? I fucking love that tune.
Sailing On. I don't think so.
Yeah, Bad Brains. It's like a punk tune, but I don't know. They're like 80s punk. Fucking awesome.
The Beastie Boys.
Oh, yeah.
The Beastie Boys. Yeah, I heard them. Yeah.
Yo, that shit is unbelievable, bro. I can't believe that you would even say no to that.
Yeah, this is a boomer convention.
No, I can listen to the
Hey there,
Beastie Boys.
youngster. Hey there, youngster.
Young lad.
You go out there with all your
So what's going to be after rap,
dub pop.
guys? What's going to be after rap? Like, rap is holding its own for a long time, man. I thought it would die a long time ago.
Honestly,
What's
I think
after
it's
rap?
the most powerful genre in existence right now. There's no other genre that is as powerful as rap or hip hop
I know.
now.
That's true, yeah. But hey, Issa, did you hear the Richmond with the Richmond song?
Yo, that kid is fire, and he was
That's awesome,
sponsored.
bro. Yeah.
He was sponsored by Gucci Man, a hip hop artist. The guy that sponsored him and made him fucking live stream is Gucci Man.
Yeah, yo, do you know what's cool? Dude, he was just on Rogan, I guess. And,
Yeah, I believe it, yeah.
Yo, and he freaking, it's kind of fun because his name's not Oliver Anthony. What do you call it? But and it's like, dude, he's interesting as hell. It's really, I love, the tune's great. He's got a bunch of good tunes. And, but yeah, he's an interesting cat, man. Cause like everybody was coming out like, oh, he got 100. Like they started just making up rumors about him, and he's like, dude, I literally haven't said anything publicly until Rogan. So like everything you've heard about him is like total bullshit. And then fucking he goes on Rogan and it's like, he's like, dude, it's unreal. He's like, people are just making up shit that I quote, fucking all kinds of crap. It's interesting.
Yeah, I saw where they said that he's making like over 20K a day or something. I don't know that that's his channel, but whoever has that channel is making a lot of money. That's for sure. I mean, it's got over 50 million views already. So.
Yeah, big up the guy, man. Fuck yeah, dude.
I think it's awesome, bro. I love that.
Fuck yeah.
He's spitting reality though.
It's always funny to me, like when people, like it's like so like people don't know when they're winning. Do you know what I mean? Like the idea of like, I don't know. I think that's fucking awesome. Like he fucking, you know what I mean? Can you guys hear me? I don't know if I'm losing my connection.
You broke up a little bit, but yeah, if he's making a lot of money, only really lame people would be mad. But he said, politicians watch out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he got him good, man. And it's so dope that like, it was like I looked up some stat where it was like half of the proceeds. I don't know if it was country music or what, but half of all country music bought within like the last week was all his couple songs.
Oh wow!
How fucking awesome is that?
That's so cool.
He's one of the first no-name fucking indie people that made it to the top of the billboards. Like that.
You know what this shows you, man? That the people want to hear music about the system, bro. Because people resonate with music, and that's what everyone is feeling right now. So the fact that he came out and he's saying what everyone is feeling, it's why it went viral.
Have you guys ever heard of a guy named Toby Nwigwe?
No.
Yeah, you ever heard of Maxwell Chikumbutsu?
That sounds incredible. That name is good. But there's a black guy that he's also done the same thing, but because this white guy came and he did what he's done, he's gotten much more publicity than that guy. But Toby
Oh my
Nwigwe,
god, dude, you just totally killed my vibe. Because a white guy came and did it. Dude.
Yeah, I really feel like that's the reality of the situation. Yes.
Chill out, bro. Bro, nowadays, if you're black, you can just do anything. What are you talking about?
Yo, look up Toby Nwigwe, and he's done much more powerful lyricism than that guy. But that guy, all of a sudden, he blows up, and it's
the reason
like,
that dude blew up, it's not even about the lyrics. The lyrics are pretty good. They're not like the deepest lyrics ever. It's like he's clearly singing from his soul. That's why it resonated with people.
Look up Toby Nwigwe. Like,
all right, bro. Toby Nwigwe.
Can I write something in here? I'm not sure I know how to do that.
I'm not actually hating. The guy could be awesome for all I know.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
why you're saying
it's that.
Though. That's so gay.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like, it's what resonates at the moment. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's the kind of thing where, like, how fortunate for the brother that it popped.
I got so much respect for homie. Like, no disrespect to him. But check out my boy Toby Nwigwe. I just popped it into the live stream text.
Piece of advice is just leave the race out of it next time you bring it up.
Oh, I didn't mean it in that way, but I kind of do.
Is a black dude that sings country music or something?
Nah, he's a black dude that just raps, but but he got a really,
that's the difference. That's the difference right there. Is that like
because he raps, it's unacceptable. Okay.
Well, no, people are just bored of it. They're bored. Like rap was so fucking awesome in like 1993, but like now people are bored of it. It's like boring, and so like everything goes in cycles. It's like I wouldn't be. You know who was fucking killed? Hey, Witsit man. You know who was killing it over here on Discord the other night that almost brought me to fucking tears, the goddamn bastard, is Pete Shea. Fucking dude, you hear that dude play the guitar and sing some of the songs he's singing? My dude, man, he is so fire when he's just on that musical vibes thing, man. And you know, I just anyone who's like you said, it's like anyone who's singing from that fucking whatever spot. It's like sitting on the dock of the bay comes from the same place. Doesn't matter if you're black or white or whatever the fuck it is. It's just a matter of like if that shit resonates, man. And right
Dope.
now, that shit, that guitar singers, that there's. I mean, think of how ancient and in our like encoded in us it is to listen to the guitar and the voice. That's original shit, man. Like, the sound of the voice and an instrument like that, like so simple. That's fucking like that's what's up, man. Nobody needs a fucking a military war beat and a fucking and a bunch of nonsense potentially, or what I mean. I love rap, but what's it turned into?
Okay.
Yeah, like I think it all has its own thing. I think the reason that hip hop is cool is it's like a limitless genre in a way. Like you can just go grab some girl and play a violin, piano, a trumpet, and then make a rap song. Like you can like literally do anything with rap, but it's like
Well, yeah,
super saturated in
you know what it
almost
is
all the
though.
rap genres. It
Also,
sucks.
too, man. The thing is this, brother, is that music is kind of like, or I think like the thing is with rap is it's so specific. You know what I mean? Like, it's so specific. Like, you're telling someone exactly what you think. Where in art and music has always been more about being open to interpretation. Like allowing someone to take it and whatever, like, leaving room for personal opinion versus
Can
like,
you elaborate on what you mean? How rap is specific to what?
well, like the
It's just
idea of
hyper
like this.
specific lyrics, bro.
Like the idea of like in rap. I mean, not that I'm trying to limit rap, but I mean like rap is the kind of shit where you're like, it's like I put on my Nikes, I went out, I opened the front door, walked down the street, saw this bit. You know what I mean? It's like it's this whole story of and country music is like that. Country music is like I grabbed my guitar and I walk. It's just like that kind of literalist shit isn't necessarily
But
the
country
same
makes
as like
sense, bro.
is.
Rap doesn't make any freaking sense whatsoever.
All right, bro.
Well, I'm not
Chill,
gonna.
That's
chill
the
out with
difference.
the boomer vibes, man. Not all rap is bad, man. Dude, King Lo said the
Come
doctor
on,
said that
man.
King Lo said the doctor said that I'm insane. I have an Antarctic ice wall around my brain because every time climate change. All right, bro, chill out, man.
Even
Look,
like that's
man,
why I
you
always
like
thought like.
rap, I don't. It's as simple as that.
All right, that's cool. Like, so that's why I thought like even with flat Earth music, it's like the idea of like saying it without directly saying it. Do you know what I mean? Saying it without like like I don't know, like that idea of like encoding it into the message versus being so literal with it, and that's the
Yeah,
difference
I agree.
between that's that. I mean, I don't know what it is. Who knows what it is? But like that's a part of it. I think it's saying it
Well, no,
without
like
saying it.
with a lot of the other music, like people can listen to it for years and not even know exactly what the lyrics are, and they've like interpreted it their own way for 20 years, and then someone reads them the lyrics, they're like, no way, that's what it says. So like it's just like this much more wide open, personal thing. Like it personally applies in certain ways, even if they get the lyrics right, it means something in their life different than others. With rap, like 99% of the time, it is hyper specific. At the same time, though, you can do a lot more with rap. Like High Res just made a song called Big Brother. I might be breaking up, but High Res just made a song called Big Brother, and it's fire, bro. Right? So it has a dude like singing a crazy hook, and he goes into detail about the system right now. And you can't really do that with country or with even rock. It's going to be much more like vague. So they both have their benefit.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
You see,
It's like
I always preferred the instruments over the singing. So maybe that's why I'm not into rap. I like to listen to the band. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, like, yeah,
Well,
you
you
take
need
like,
to listen to the roots.
you take like classical music or something like that. Like, that's the idea of expressing yourself almost without saying it. Without saying anything. And then you have the aspect of like bards. You know what I mean? The history tellers. Like I always felt like, and I loved. I kind of like the way Bob Marley put it. It's like, reggae is the news. It's the fucking news, man, and that's why people pay
Now
attention to it.
reggae is fucking
Well, right, but like,
awesome. Yeah.
well, reggae and reggae just means the king's music. So like, anything that the king listens to is potentially reggae, if you will, right? Because like it's the king. So his music is the king's music, and the king's music is it's supposed to be like there's like rules almost to it. You know what I mean? In a certain sense that I think it's
The
kind of
vibe,
cool.
the vibration of real music is way more powerful. Like I love hip hop, bro, and I even kind of rap sometimes, but like it's the actual resonance of music is way more powerful. That's why the best rap songs have like crazy instrumentals and crazy hooks with like a girl singing or something.
Or yeah, or even
Because
like,
there's something.
dude, look at Wu-Tang. Look at those like real like people that, or even like people that can they add singing into their rap. Like I've talked to so many people and I'm like, "Oh, you're a musician." They're like, "Yeah, I rap." And I'm like, "Oh, you ain't no fucking musician, bro." You know what I mean? Like, because it's like
You know what I like about
there's
rap?
no
The
there's no
bass
melody
beat.
in some sense.
Oh, sorry, yes.
That's all good, but I mean, that's what it's all about though, isn't it? I say.
Yeah, I like the beats, man. I really like the beats. Yeah, they're awesome. But when they start talking, man, it just ruins the whole thing for me, man. I don't know why.
You just haven't listened to the Fat Boys
Nah,
enough. You just need to go listen to
you
the
guys,
Fat
please
Boys.
stop referencing 5-decade-old rap, please.
Yeah.
Jesus, bro.
Come on, man. The
MF
Fat Boys,
Doom.
dude.
MF
Just
Doom.
Look,
listen to the Beastie
bro, when you get old, I guarantee you, somebody's gonna be laughing at your rap. It's just the way it is, bro. I mean, you think you're cool
That's
now, but wait
okay.
until you're older.
But if I'm older and I'm still talking about the rap from right now, then please make fun of me.
Yes, please.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, it is cool that like that dude blew up real quick with the music, man. And it gives all kind of artists a little bit of hope, especially in this day and age when anyone can fucking put their music up. You know what I mean? Anyone can go put their
Have you
music up
seen the
and
country
make
song?
it available.
Have you seen the country song I posted? F this, F that, F the woke thing. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah, something about
16
being
past the hour.
yeah.
That's freaking awesome, man. You guys gotta watch it. It's a minute long.
It's pretty good, yeah. There's a song right there I dropped. It's called Big Brother by Pirate. So this is an example, in my opinion, of what rap is good for. So you can you can be hyper specific when you call out, like, say, the system. So I think it all has its role, but I don't think there's any replacement for like real instruments. Like I think our soul resonates with real instruments. I mean, David played instruments. The Angels play instruments.
Dude,
Something about it.
our ancestors sat around fires listening to the stories of their. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Of course we did.
Yeah, bro, that's old. Have you guys heard Black Sabbath, War Pigs? Have you heard the
No,
lyrics to that?
I have a soul.
You
Yeah, it's a
haven't
big
heard
tune.
War Pigs
That's a
from
big
Black
tune.
Sabbath?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
big
but
tune.
Oh
nobody is
man.
representing that shit out here, bro. You don't hear the War Pigs and Black Sabbath selling fucking liquor or jeans or sneakers or anything out here. Only hip hop is selling anything.
I'm just saying,
I
like,
know, bro. I'm just saying.
Hey, Witsit, do you listen to Tyler Childers, man?
yeah, he's pretty
Who?
good. Yeah,
Yeah, cool. I love that guy too, man. He's one of the
yeah,
because there's so many different kinds of music that are popping. I mean, shit, it's awesome.
well, that's what I like is listening to different types of music. Have you ever heard of Nako and Medicine for the People?
I feel like I have, but I don't. I don't. I know.
I'll drop some. Totally different vibe. Totally different vibe. But that's why I like him, is because he's like just totally different. Tyler Childers kind of like that. He's just totally different in a way, you know. Like I like people
Right.
that are just different.
Yep. Although Tyler Childers came out with this song, it's kind of funny because we're ragging on a friend of mine who likes him a lot. It's called like Yours Truly or something like that, or Your Love. And dude, it's a fucking homo tune. And he wrote it, I guess, for his cousin. And like, there's two dudes that kiss in the. I haven't even watched the video.
Oh, I can't do that.
So
I mean, I
good.
don't listen to him that much. It's
No,
not
I
gonna
no,
be-
no, no. I no, no. I'm a Tyler Childers fan, and I was like heartbroken because I was like, ah, damn it.
All right. Well,
God.
I dropped a Narco song. It's called "Love Letters to God." It's like love. I'm not gonna sing, but it's like love letters to God. Basically, like sending a message in the stars. I wonder, do they get lost or does she see them? So he refers to God as a female. Not necessarily my vibe. The song is super powerful, bro. So this is another example of just like, this guy, he'll just go on like a ski lift with a guitar and do the whole song himself, and he'll even make the beat on his guitar. You know what I'm saying? So he'll like play the guitar and he'll like make a beat on the guitar.
That's cool.
He's fire, bro. He's super good. This dude's like he's like native. I think that like if you guys have ever like even just listened to someone really play the harp, it's wild, bro. So there's definitely just something about instruments, like and I will say all the rock from the 70s and 80s I think is just demonic. I don't care what anyone says. Like if you ever heard of Stairway to Heaven, obviously. Stairway to Heaven's lyrics don't even make sense. But when you play it back, it very blatantly says stuff about Satan over and over. Very blatantly. Like how some people say, "Oh, play it backwards and you can't really hear it." No. Stairway to Heaven clearly was engineered to play backwards, and it talks about Satan. So what a coincidence! It's talking about Stairway to Heaven. It talks about Satan. I don't like any of that stuff, bro. I don't like the 70s, 80s rock that's like just angry and doesn't make any sense. So that's just my take, though.
Zeppelin's interesting though, man.
Yeah, we're
Like,
completely opposite on
Zeppelin.
that. That's I think is the real music.
Oh,
Like
the demonic stuff.
Jazz, blues, rock, none of this cheap. I put my cat in the microwave
Well, like,
and
you
my
know,
bitches and my hoes and yeah.
do you know about like the Devil's Note? What's it?
No.
Okay, so it's called the flatted third. It's called the Devil's Note, and so like if you're in a major scale, the churches didn't want you to play the Devil's Note, the flatted third, and it's what makes things sound bluesy.
Doesn't rap support
No.
degeneracy,
You mean
twerking, women, bitches,
Nah,
hoes?
bro.
talking about the
What
devil's
kind of
note?
what does rap promote?
Yeah,
You're a
well,
bitch.
well, that's not how it started though. Rap didn't start that way, man.
It's not even how it currently
evolved.
is. Like, there's a ton of rap now that's not like that, bro. I mean, yes, all mainstream music is degeneracy. Okay, all of it. Taylor Swift, the most famous person right now on the earth when it comes to music. She's just talking about how she's a witch. Everything that's mainstream is degenerate. So let's not
But yeah,
judge.
see, so like back to like Zeppelin though. Like Zeppelin's interesting because they take like a Nordic kind of approach on that. Like kind of that. I could see like them on that demiurge kind of conversation. The but the Devil's Note, like the idea, like Ray Charles, like who nobody would consider as degenerate nowadays. Him playing the flatted third was a big deal in church. He was like banned or something like that from playing in churches because he played soul music. So like at every turn, it's kind of weird that there is like, I mean, not that they're wrong, you know what I mean? Because it's interesting, like the Christians and their whatever have been right about a lot, like you know what I mean, like
Like
they call
everything,
things out.
but
Right, but there's a Karen-esque thing about it, like a Karen-esque kind of thing where it's like church lady shit. It's like, but then it doesn't mean they're wrong, but I just think like it also, this is what kind of art explores, is that like take like flat earth is taboo, Christ is taboo. Do you know what I mean? Like at what in what spectrum, in what reference frame is something evil good? You know what I mean? Like in the idea of like fighting the like I sometimes even look at like the globe as like this at one point was an awesome thing because it challenged the authority of the church who were the totalitarians that are seeking the control now. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of intriguing, like that that window of like like music is so it just crosses all these thresholds. Um, but the flatted third, anything that blues sound was once considered evil. Whether it is or not, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
bro.
it's
All this
emotional.
stuff.
Aren't you talking about
Yeah,
the tritone?
I don't think flat Earth really
Bro,
works.
it's
Devil's
also
advocate.
racist. You know that, right? It's also racist because in the old days they wouldn't allow white Americans wouldn't allow people to buy like black songs. It was like a racist thing. So
Based.
they used to buy Elvis Presley music and listen to the other artists under the table, kind of a thing. So
Well,
if it wasn't for Black Americans, we wouldn't have jazz. We wouldn't have a lot of stuff, bro.
yeah, but I'm just
Blues.
gonna say like
That's
the blues,
all Black Americans.
but blues is
Yeah.
very disordered music, right? I understand why people are like, it's disorder. Okay. But it's to each their own. I mean, I've heard some good blues songs. I've heard some really trash blues songs though. Like it is very disordered. Can we all agree that it's disordered?
What do you mean disordered? What do
It's
you mean disordered?
disordered. It's disordered. The whole where jazz came from, where people are like, you know what? I'm just gonna make it not make sense. That's like literally what jazz is. They're just like kind of all over the place. It's a disordered type of music. It's not ordered.
Well, it's kind of like a blend, really, if you think about it. If you want to
Well,
call
hold
that
up.
disordered, okay.
I
That's what
can't
I
let
call
that one slide just because the jazz music does have a lot of discipline to it. It just goes in directions that are uncommon or were uncommon at the time. That's the I have
I'm
to
saying it
defend that.
sounds incoherent to me. Like I don't I like some jazz music, but for me, like a harp is incredible. That's all I'm saying. Like guitars are very cool. You can be disordered with a guitar,
Hey
but
man, you ever listen to Alice Coltrane?
no.
Alice Coltrane was John Coltrane's wife, and dude, she's got the harp. She plays the harp in her music,
That's
dude. You'll
fire, bro.
love it,
Harp is so
dude.
cool.
Yo, Alice Coltrane. I can't do like really, bro. Really, really.
Yeah,
Really.
Alice Coltrane with
I think she does.
Pharoah Sanders.
Yeah, yes, dude. Pharoah Sanders. Like, dude,
Yeah.
I love Supreme by Alice Coltrane. I think has the harp in it. It's
I'll
fucking
definitely
gorgeous.
check it out. I'll definitely check it out. There's
Yeah,
something
dude.
about
Like
the harp
really,
that's so
hey man,
cool, dude.
heights vibes, heights.
And I want to say, I don't want to change the subject, but I want to throw this in here because you said like the Christians are right about that. Dude, I found this out yesterday. So the base human body frequency is like 100. Okay, check this out. This girl in 2003, she did a study on the frequencies of different fabrics. Okay, and they found that if there's any fabric that has a frequency below 100, I think it's like hertz, it puts a strain on the body. Okay, so if it's not at the frequency of the body or greater, it puts a strain on the body. Okay,
Interesting.
so check this out. Organic cotton, 100% organic cotton, has a frequency of 100. So it's perfect, right? Polyester, silk, something else, has a frequency of 15. 15. Okay. And linen has a frequency of 5,000. Dude, 5,000. It's
Wow,
amazing.
that's cool.
Check this. Wool has a frequency of 5,000. If you mix the two, though, they cancel each other out and it has a frequency of 0. The scriptures literally say to wear linen and not mix fabrics.
That's cool.
That's pretty wild, right? Like, what
Yeah,
did they know? What did they know?
That is cool.
Well, typically and historically, linen is what kings and queens and royalty has always worn. Like, yeah, linen.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy that the scriptures are right about that again. To me, you would either have to say, okay, look, like a creator kind of told them, look, this is how this stuff works. Or they were just more advanced. They knew stuff like how to measure the frequency of fabric and what the body was, and they integrated it in. But either way, it's like just another check on the list that the scriptures were right about. I'm just saying. Because it literally says, do
That's
not
cool.
mix fabrics. Yeah.
That is pretty cool, man. I like it is interesting how there's little stuff like that. Like I'm trying to think of like another example even, but there's like there's so much stuff. Like I like even to get back to like the Christian old ladies calling it all out. It's like I just think my only issue with it is because you have like uh, the political ramifications of religion, and then you have like these tokens of wisdom that are recommended. Do you know what I mean? And I think the issue is some of the religious concepts, especially displayed in this country, were done by these like the Democrats, if you will, like the slaveholders, their version of Christianity. Like it's like we've been kind of pigeonholed into like this Democrat slaveholding version of Christianity versus like the abolitionist.
One or two slaves, Isa. What's the harm?
Well,
Come on.
you know what I mean? Well, like that's the idea. Is like no, like you have to have a slave. Like that's the thing with their problem. Is like they're like no. Like it's like they go left with it. That's why the rebellion against. That's why I think that, like I said earlier, like the Globe, I would think had some great, tremendous political value at some point because it secularized these theocracies that were like these Democrat versions of Christianity. Do you know what I mean? And I saw an interesting quote. I think it was Blaze put it up the other day. And I thought it interesting how the guy was like, being an atheist, and he was talking about how like, God's people will not attend the church because the church will be corrupted. You know what I mean? And I just thought, what a really, it was just such a good little video. And the guy said it so well, and it's like why we're kind of all repulsed. I don't mean like do you go to a regular church,
You
bro? Do you
reminded
go
me
to
of
church with the
Isa.
normies? Like I can't. I don't know. Even if I've been invited even recently, and I was considering going, and it's like you could just see the slippery tongue of the church. It's like yuck. Like I don't even want to go.
Slippery tongue. I like that. Yeah.
And it's like because it's a
You
shame
know what you
because
made
there's
me
so
think
much
of now,
wealth.
bro?
What's up?
I was just gonna say you made me think of. I saw this thing the other day. Have you heard of this Egyptian god called Amun?
Well, actually, it's interesting the Amun Ra. Like you're talking about.
Yeah. That's
Wait,
apparently where we get Amin from. That
well, have
was
you ever
supposedly the first monotheistic god.
you ever get
I don't know if
into
you guys heard of that.
you ever get into Michael Tsarian? He goes into depth on this stuff, and how actually it was like a cult, like Tutmosis, and like and all these Egyptian kings. And then there's the theory that all the Egyptian kings were white, and that's why like it's interesting because it's kind of this like years ago it was proposed that like okay, so all the Egyptian kings were white. Then they had one black king, the guy from Negus, the guy from I think from southern Africa. They allowed him to be king, and he destroyed the economy, so they destroyed his face off of the hieroglyphs. And so it's weird how like it's kind of revisiting that moment right now with the whole Obama legacy. You know what I mean? The idea that you would
Oh,
have
I got
this,
a different story for that,
like
bro. You know
well,
that the facing of the statues. I got a
right.
different story of that. So it goes like this: that dude Amen, right? He's the one that declared a monotheistic god, and he gave the order to deface all those statues because there could only be one god. That's the story I got.
Well, yeah, and actually, I mean, there's, I'm sure it's fucking thousands of years old, and who knows how if it wasn't made in the 1800s. But like, I think it is interesting that well, one, the cycle of history and the way that we follow it, and two, the idea of like, yeah, this almond, like, what's his name? You got to check out Cesarian, man. He goes into this like, um, and talks about like it was a whole cult, and and he kind of is against the monotheism of the thing. I think to a lot of us, I don't know whether whether it's been sociological, I don't know how, but or whether it is just because it's the truth. But like the oneness of the creator makes sense, to a lot of
Yeah,
us.
yeah, and it
And
goes back a long way, bro. I was shocked to find that out. Like Amen, yeah.
well, this is
And
why
the
I
funny
even
thing is, I don't
Well,
know. I
the
said,
word
you've
comes
seen those
before that.
elongated skulls?
Word comes before that in Hebrew. It means it is finished.
in
What? What?
hey, yo, did you see this? No, what's it? Real quick, just sorry, side note. Did you see this thing? Larry shared this video with me about like Arabic and how like Arabic was the language of the Jewish people, and actually like the modern day Hebrew, the scholars who kind of like pieced it all back together were actually like totally reliant upon Arabic and stuff.
Arabic or Aramaic?
Arabic, and it actually the guy tries to. I mean, it's a pretty scatterbrained video, but it's really interesting. And the guy gets into actually like I don't know. He kind of dismisses Aramaic to some extent as a
What?
version. Yeah. As a version of Arab. It's just an idea. An avert like it's like it's still Arabic. Is basically this guy's point? He was saying
Well,
it's like
sorry.
it's like you know like an interesting. I really haven't finished the video, but I was curious if you knew anything about it.
No, I don't. But I think, from my understanding, Arabic is much later, actually. So the three base languages are Hebrew, Aramaic, and Sanskrit. These are like the oldest base languages, and all the languages stem from those three primary languages: Sanskrit, Aramaic, and Hebrew. So in each of these languages, the letter has a numerical equivalent, right? Like gematria. It comes from way back in the day, right? Like they had number values for letters. If you look at the DNA numerical structure in all three of those base languages, it basically says like God is within. The DNA itself says God is within based on its numerical and alphabetic equivalent in the three base languages that all the languages on the earth came from. That's pretty wild. Like, it says God is within. Your DNA has the signature of a creator on it in the three base languages. That's wild.
Not only that, you know that we have. Did I hear 2 missing genes? We have 2 less genes than apes, something like that. And apparently, it appears that it was manipulated.
Hey, real quick, what do you mean by
So
the
when we
language?
check our DNA,
I was
go on.
curious about the language thing again. When you get done, see, like if Witzik could just explain what you mean by that, the DNA. I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Well,
So
in the
like,
DNA in the sequence.
good.
Go on. What's it? I'll go after.
Well, it's just okay. The alphabets of those three base languages have a numerical value. So A1, B2, C3, just to give an idea. Each
So the
letter
actual
has
letters
a
of DNA, the actual letters of DNA say that. Is what you're saying?
No. The actual the structure of DNA, when quantified, right, gives you certain numbers, like the actual ratio of the structure of DNA. When you take those
I see what you're
numbers and you
saying.
yeah, it's
It's the
crazy, bro.
ratios, though.
Yeah, it's the
So
numerical ratios.
it's kind of like 66% of statistics are right all the time. You know what I mean? Like, but I hear you. That's fucking pretty cool.
Don't make it weird.
You know what I mean? Because like I get worried when like it's pareidolia at some point.
I don't
Make it
know.
weird.
This is interesting. Yeah, I'll play
like
this video. I'll play this video. You tell me what you think. I'm gonna
I'd
turn
like
it up because I haven't done deep research into this. To be fair.
no doubt. No. I'm. You know what it is, bro? I am like always try to be. I try to hype. I'm just always hyper skeptic and see the humor and the potential for the trickery and everything.
Yeah, sure. And the source
doesn't
is
mean it's not
the source is pretty suspect.
right.
Here, check it out.
Doesn't mean I don't
entertain
it. But
there's either a delay or you are Xanaxing
like I'm
the
always
crap out of it. Dude. It's
I'm
hard
always
for the
with
listeners. Hello?
hustle.
Hello?
Your connection's messed up.
I'm on the
Yeah,
You guys hear
you
Rakia
can hear
talking? I don't think you can hear Rakia, hey guys?
No, I could. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to tell him what Orchia was saying.
I might be in a bad area, but that guy is over talking to everyone. Like, it might be a delay. He just needs to be aware.
Yeah, Issa, I think you're breaking up and delaying. Jeez, now Rakia's breaking up.
For the audience.
Okay, I'm gonna back out.
That's how you gotta vote for the next president. Fix our phones. That should be the number one thing.
Hey, SE, do I sound all right to you?
You sound good, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play this video, and you guys tell me what you think. Watch this video with me. This is some serious airtight evidence. Let's go ahead and run it. Free ancient alphabet, bar none, has always from day one had a mysterious number associated with the letter. The study of that code is called gematria. The atomic mass of the elements are the numbers that equate to the mysterious letters in the ancient alphabets. What that means is when
Your sound cancellation is doing it in, bro.
wait, what's going on?
You can't hear it good. I think your sound cancellation is like really quieting it.
Okay, I'm gonna try one more time, and then I'm just gonna quit because I actually got the story kind of wrong anyway. So tell me if it sounds better this time. Just stop me if it doesn't. This is some serious airtight evidence. Let's go ahead and run it. Every ancient alphabet, bar none, has always from day one had a mysterious number associated with the letter. The study of that code is called gematria. The atomic mass of the elements are the numbers that equate to the mysterious letters in the ancient alphabets. What that means is when you look at human DNA, the numbers that equate to those become 1, 5, 6, and 3. Literally reads, literal. God, eternal, within the body. It is in Hebrew and Aramaic and Sanskrit, 3 of the root languages. If there's an intentionality underlying life itself, it would make tremendous sense to me that who or whatever is responsible would somehow have left a sign. Why place that signature into something that can crumble over a few thousand years like a temple wall? Why not put it in the creation itself? You guys heard that?
Yeah, we had it.
I mean, I heard it.
I love
Couldn't
stuff like that.
understand a freaking word of it, though. Honestly.
What?
Yeah, everybody could hear it, but I couldn't understand a word of it. That's background.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know. Don't get so mad, man. I asked you guys to stop me.
No, I heard it okay. I don't know how these other guys didn't hear it, but I heard it good.
Yeah, I caught the gist of it.
No, basically just that the obviously same thing I said, that the root languages, Sanskrit, Aramaic, and Hebrew, that it has numerical values for each alphabetic letter. That's gematria, and that when you look at it equates to the atomic masses of the elements, and when you apply this to the DNA, what you get is a certain numerical ratio, and that it says God is eternal or within, or something like that, within the body. God is eternal within the body, is what it spells out in all the 3 root languages. That's what the DNA says. As if there's a signature of a creator inside your DNA based on the 3 root languages. So pretty cool.
Some people even think we have a God gene in our brain. In other words, a section of our mind that makes us believe in the supernatural, in a creator. And I don't know if you guys heard of that.
Yeah, they call it the VMAT2 gene.
There you go.
Yeah, or the God gene. Yeah. And the military did studies to try to find a way to nullify that gene expression. They say they created inoculations that can nullify it, and that they proposed this to combat radical terrorism in the Middle East, religious terrorism. But they did a study, and people have certain reactions in like CAT scans and like brain scans during spiritual experiences, and they isolated the stimulant of that, and they call it the VMAT2 gene, and they say they wanted to make inoculations that could shut that gene off, basically.
That's crazy. So have no morality or no consciousness, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, have no will to really live on your own and just follow orders. I mean, of thought. I think the reason that atheism is such a pivotal part of their plan is because it makes people like apathetic slaves. So like I don't know, that's just my take. But I will say it's interesting that we now have forced inoculations everywhere. I mean, they said they were doing that for radical terrorism, right? So they had a good cover story. It was like, well, there are religious terrorists in the Middle East. There's no stopping these people because they're willing to die for their religion. They're radicals. So here's a solution. We can actually turn off that gene expression that causes them to have this religious, experience so that we can combat their terrorism. That was the cover story. But it's interesting now that many years later, and if they actually pursued that, we wouldn't know. It was proposed in the government, in the military. Whether or not they actually did it, who knows? But it's just interesting that that's where their mind is. And now, many, many years later, we have, an era of normalized force inoculation. So
That's nuts.
There's
Though.
a
Imagine a spray. They can put a bomb in the air and make you not religious. Turn off that freaking thing. Imagine that. That's fucking something. And I bet you the military would be looking at that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, certainly at the time, it was seemingly only possible with direct injection. But I mean, the military literally researched a gay bomb. You guys know about that, like dropping a bomb on people and making them gay, temporarily gay. And they actually did it on the U.S. military. They tested it out on our own soldiers because they thought that if they were gay, this is so stupid, that they would actually work better together, that they would like protect each other more. It's so stupid, but
yeah. How's my mic?
It's good.
There's a conspiracy theory out there, and I call it conspiracy theory lightly, on the Oklahoma City bombing, that all the records for the inoculations of the Gulf War were moved to that building. And then because of the God theory and some other things that they were doing, testing on the soldiers, and then that building was blown up and all the records destroyed. All the lawsuits were thrown out and all that because the records were destroyed. So that has ties to.
Wow, man, that's like. Sorry, Rakia, go on. I thought you were done.
Yeah, I'll just say one more thing. Hillary Clinton was involved in that, and along with some of the other, Waco and stuff like that, some of the weird stuff. But she was involved with moving all those records to the Oklahoma City building, and then it got bombed like shortly after.
Rakia, have you ever heard of Cody Snodgrass?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he said that he was approached to do the Oklahoma City bombing with $500,000 doubled up, and that he would get the other $500,000 once he did it. But he turned it down because he thought he was being a patsy, because he was a CIA operative for so many years. And he said, yes, that's right. The CIA does psychological operations domestically. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty interesting. He was told to go do the Oklahoma City bombing, according to him, and then he had to go on the run.
Yeah. Well, they use things like that.
Hey, what's it?
Several different things in one go. So then they, traumatized the public with the bombing, but they also destroyed records and did other things. You know what I'm saying? All in one swoop.
Yeah, what's it? Did you see that Ghost in the Machine, the Army video?
No.
Called the new. They got a new thing called War. It's from the Army, and it's pretty fucking fire. And it's like, dude, damn, these dudes don't miss a beat, kind of a thing. I'll post it in the chat. Let me go get the link. I'll post it for you.
Isn't it weird how you can say the name of a person and it sounds totally different, like Hillary Clinton or Hillary Killington? It's weird, right?
Well, she was one of the most feared women, and we all know why, right?
Yeah, her last name was Killington. Yeah, if you kill a ton, I'd be afraid of you
What's
too.
it? Check that out.
Yeah, I will, bro. Dude, I blocked so many of the trolls. Dude, my chat's fire now. This sugar cookie dude has seeped through the cracks for now, but Dude, my chat in here is awesome. You guys should think about doing that.
He said sugar cookie.
I used to do that, but now I make them block me. That's the new strategy.
No, because I'm not
I don't
gonna.
block trolls. Trolls block me.
These people live for this, bro. These people live for like toxic exchanging the text, but they don't come in VC. So I'm like, all right, well, we're gonna banish you, but just for me. So
I'll
like
come
my
into VC.
chat has like,
I'll come into VC, but I don't want to interrupt. You've had the floor for, I don't know, an hour now, so I don't want to interrupt your scattergunning of monologue, whatever it is.
oh, there's sugar cookie.
How about shut the fuck up? How about you just shut the fuck up?
I won't ban you because at least you had the balls to step in the VC, so you don't get blocked. I mean, I don't mean banned from the server. I mean blocked from me seeing you. But anyway, by the way, would you like to admit that you're incorrect when you didn't understand that it's 0 megahertz? That doesn't actually equate to 0 frequency. Megahertz is a bigger quantification of frequency, and there's obviously subcategories. If you don't reach a full megahertz, then in the category of megahertz, it would be considered 0, although you still technically have a frequency. Would you like to admit that you just didn't understand like some of the basics of frequency and you were kind of gaslighting me improperly?
Well, when you were talking, you said it has 0 frequency.
No. Okay, so this is where you don't admit it, and that's unfortunate for you. You have to live in this world where I didn't
What is this?
clarify
Ad
megahertz.
hom? No, wait, hang on. Don't ad hom me like that.
It wasn't an ad
fair. That's
hom.
not nice.
An ad hom is when your argument is a personal attack.
Okay, well you're talking down to me. Whatever you want to call that. That's not nice. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I'm checking you because you're being disingenuous. Right, because in the chat you asked me a question.
I don't mean to be.
I clarified in the chat that it was
Okay,
megahertz.
hold on, modding. You need to stop interrupting. Whenever somebody's speaking, you need to hold on and wait until the other person's finished. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. He
All
said I was
thank
being
you.
disingenuous.
No, there's no. He was or nothing this and that. That's just what I'm saying. That's it.
No, that's cool. I was saying I didn't mean to be. That's not my intent.
Okay.
Did
well,
I
you gotta
answer
wait
your
till he
question?
finish.
Did I answer your question in the chat and specify that it was megahertz? Yes or no?
You said 0 megahertz.
Whenever you first asked, you said frequency. Like what? I said megahertz. Did I specify megahertz when you first asked the question? Yes or no?
I don't know. I have to check.
Okay. And so then after that, for like 10 minutes, you kept on talking about how like stupid I was, that I thought that frequencies literally cancel out.
I didn't say how stupid you were.
Okay, would you like to just admit that you were incorrect and that 0 megahertz doesn't mean literally 0 vibration?
Right. So you said 0. If you mix 2 fibers together, is 0 frequency. And if you have 0 frequency, that something that can't exist. That's what I heard you say in voice chat.
Okay, no. I explained that the human body has a base frequency of about 100 megahertz, and you have all these different frequencies of fabrics, and that whenever you have linen, which is about 5,000, you have wool, it's about 5,000, they actually will cancel each other out or go to 0 megahertz. Nothing exists without vibration, though, okay? But frequencies can, in fact, cancel each other out.
So can you help me understand that? How do they cancel each other out? I mean, I understand as far as frequencies goes that they can phase out, but it doesn't mean that there's nothing there. That's what I'm saying.
Did I say that there was nothing there, or did I literally just say the opposite of that?
Well, no, phase out's a good way to put it. That works.
But did I say there was nothing there? Like, this is just like an honesty situation.
Well,
did I say that there was nothing?
No,
there?
but with it, no. But don't worry about nothing there. He's right. Phased out is a good way to put it. What's wrong with the idea?
No, yeah, exactly. What's wrong with the idea? They oscillate based on the different angles. They can quote unquote cancel out. You can say phase out. That's fine. Okay, can we get back to the fact of the conversation?
Yeah. So this is a difference in understanding of. I'm saying phasing out. You're saying what?
Here's California State
canceling
University.
out.
If two pure tones of the same frequency and intensity occur simultaneously out of phase, they will cancel each other out.
Right, so that way you can't hear them, but that doesn't mean that the sound waves aren't there.
Did I, bro?
Right?
Bro, did I say that it had literally no vibration, or did I say the opposite?
So are you talking about hearing it?
You're a baller, huh? Because ballers never answer questions.
No, I'm having a conversation with you.
But you're not, though, because you're not answering my question.
What was your question?
Did I say that it had literally zero vibration, or did I say the opposite of that?
I think that's what we're trying to get to. That you're saying it cancels each other out, and then I ask, does that mean that you can't hear it? And that's where, because you're talking about sound waves at this point, I think, right? Or no?
Sound waves are just frequencies of air. They're just a certain vibrational resonance of a medium. So we're talking about vibration and frequency.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. So because they cancel each other out, I think we're saying the same thing in different ways. Like you're saying they cancel each other out. I'm saying they phase out. Same thing, I think. But when you're talking about something audible, it just means you can't hear it. And when you say it cancels each other out, I think we're saying the same thing there, in the sense that you can't hear it because of the waves are interacting
God
with
bless
each
you
other.
for God bless you for just figuring that out, man. God bless you.
Yeah. So phase
No, hang on. Let me bring it back. Full circle to not audio waves, but fibers.
Yeah.
Linen.
What kind of?
Yeah, what he's saying is like,
linen
you know how
and
like light
polyester.
emits, you know how like light emits a frequency? You know, like, you know, things like colors emit frequencies, like that's their range of existence. Fabrics and kind of everything in life has its own frequency, right?
Yeah. Obviously,
well, no, I'm
fabrics.
asking the gentleman. Well, no, hold on, with it. Well, no, let's walk them through it. All those different individual things have their own frequency within the realm of existence. That's what makes it unique.
That's yes, I totally agree.
And it makes it. How about this? It even makes it identifiable. So therefore, if something has a certain frequency, right, like, you know, and let's say the idea being that having a higher level frequency on your person is good for your body. You know what I mean? And then it's interesting because it's just like, you ever see like the polar cancellation? It's kind of like you were talking about phasing out, about how like you could look through like a polarized lens and you can see light. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, these things phase each other out. So if you're trying to, let's say, better yourself or find like, let's say,
I'd say they refract each other.
So you're saying so.
They like.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm here's what I'm understanding that you're saying is because things have frequencies, they're identifiable, and if they're canceling each other out or phasing each other out in some way, then they're not identifiable. Is that correct to say or no?
Hey, what's the name of that paradox, y'all? I was doing a video.
Frequencies in one. That doesn't mean they're actually canceling each other out.
Can we get some order? Can we get some order in the court? First of all, Brian, that was totally out of left field, but it's called the quantum Venn diagram paradox.
Thank you, sir.
Quantum Venn diagram paradox. All right, bro. Can we just wrap this up? There's an electromagnetic spectrum. Okay, we have different frequencies of vibration. Everything that exists has some type of vibrational resonance. Okay, you can have phase cancellation even with electromagnetic frequencies. Okay, that the fabrics have different vibrational frequencies. We can move on now, right? Because it's your critique was a straw man where I said that literally no vibration exists. But if anyone knows anything about my position, I think everything is vibration.
Okay, that's cool. But what the other guy said
like water,
about
bro.
something about it being identifiable. So if it's canceling each other out,
do you even know what the frequency means when they say things have a frequency? Do you even know what that means? Do you even know how?
Say that again. You're breaking up.
Measure how frequent something is.
Do you know what it means for the thing to have a frequency? Do you know what that actually means? So if they say the linen has a frequency, in which way, how, from what to what does that mean to
Like
you?
polarity, I'd say the polarity of its charge, like the frequency of the amplitude of the charge, basically the tops and bottom peaks and troughs of the vibration. In
What
his
if,
example,
All right, look, man, there's something called signature frequency. So, yes, based on a signature, which is an identifiable individual denotation of something like your signature, there's a signature frequency of fabrics as well. I even dropped the name of the machine they use, which comes from a guy who was retired that used to work at Texas A&M University. They use this machine. They determine the signature frequencies of different fabrics. If you canceled them out, you couldn't look strictly at the net frequency to determine what was there because now you've mixed them together. So, yes, that's right. It would no longer be individually identifiable. There are signature frequencies. Linen is around 5,000 megahertz. Wool's around 5,000 megahertz. When you put them together, there's phase cancellation that drops the frequency significantly to the extent that if you're measuring in megahertz, it'll go all the way to 0 megahertz. There will still be a smaller vibration within that. Megahertz is a bigger quantification of frequency.
So it's
right,
more of
which
like
would be held
a
by
scale or
metal
an
or
index at that
something
point
else.
because it gets smaller.
The bigger one would be held by metal or a different material. What it is, it's like every little hair holds the vibration or current you put in it. So that cloth can store a certain amount or pattern of vibration for what it can hold for like whatever material it is. That's basically what we're saying. It's like a million little power lines taking their amount, and you
Just
can
like
get to the ends.
we have neural signatures. This is how we study the brain. We have neural signatures. These are signature frequencies. That's how we study the brain. That's how we study like neural pathways, etc. Everything has a signature frequency. It's not even that complicated. My point was, what a coincidence. The scriptures say don't mix fabric and that you should wear linen. And then we find out in the 21st century that actually linen has one of the highest signature frequencies of clothing as well as wool. But when you mix them together, that benefit goes away. It's been shown scientifically that whenever you're in the presence of lower frequencies than the base signature frequency of the body, it puts strain on the body. So, coincidentally, the scriptures were correct when it suggested that you wear linen and that you don't mix fabrics.
Okay,
say something
I
after
see what you're.
them?
Well, I'm sorry. Can I?
No. You were going to talk first.
So I see what you're saying. Thank you for clarifying that. With it, 100% genuine questioning, and I wasn't. My intent wasn't to straw man you or be disingenuous, and it's never my intent. When I heard you say, well I think what I thought you said was apparently different than what you intended. So there we go.
No worries, brother.
So can I
You
add
will
my?
remain unblocked. Go ahead.
So sorry. So from my interpretation of why the scriptures say that is, I believe the ark was had some kind of electrical. You know how there's electricity in the air. You know you can get shocked. So I think that God didn't want that because I think it was specifically for the priest at that time because the ark could have been charged. But, look what we have going on in the world right now with this 5G and all of our and I don't think that he wanted them to sweat. And so now we have all this 5G going on and all of our fabric is like fake. It's like a petroleum based polyester and all that stuff. And so What's is completely right. I'm sure you guys all are that you want to either wear all linen or like in the winter you want to wear wool because that will help because let's face it, they're turning up the frequency and it's not going to be good for our bodies. So this is a way to protect us from that. So that's what I want to say.
Yes. Have you guys ever heard for solfeggio music? It also has been shown to see, like there was a study like a couple years ago that shows that it actually can cure, like basically heal genetic damage, what was previously considered to be irreparable chromosomal structure damage, like structural damage. So like my point is that frequencies certainly do have an impact on our body, and linen seems to be like premier fabric for the body. And then of course what we get, like the cotton that people wear is not 100% organic cotton. Like almost every time people wear cotton, it's not, and that's actually like 70 megahertz, I think. So it's like even the cotton, and then you get to polyester, you get to silk, all this is below the signature frequency of the body. But then there's actually fabric that is significantly higher than the signature frequency of the body. And dude, linen's not easy to get. It's like you have to start like an underground railroad for linen to really get good linen in any bulk. So it's pretty crazy. I got linen for my wedding, and it wasn't very easy to get like pure linen to wear. So anyway. I just thought it was interesting. I think as a skeptic, I would have to say, like, say I wanted to be skeptical of the scriptures, I have to say, oh, well, whoever wrote those scriptures were significantly more advanced with scientific knowledge than we were led to believe, and they happened to be able to measure the frequencies of fabric and the body and know what it was that was better, and then know that if you combine fabrics that it actually can have phase cancellation of the frequencies. And they were just super advanced, but they didn't go into detail about why. They just put that in there. Obviously, another explanation is that, like, the creator kind of gave us a hint. So whatever. That blew my mind, to be honest.
It's because it's a straight science book.
It is, man. Like even the crystals. There are specific crystals that we've seen that on within certain like microscopically, they have certain characteristics when interacting with certain frequencies of light that will just make them go black. And then there are other ones that'll just become like this beautiful spectrum of color. And there's a very small list of crystals that can do the latter with this certain frequency of light. It just so happens that all of them are listed as the crystals chosen in the scriptures. Like, what a coincidence.
Yeah, they had more technology than they're leading on, man. I'm a firm believer in that. If you read between the lines, you could pretty easily.
Yeah, they had the information, I think, directly handed to them from up above, so from the Most High. So
I think so
don't
too.
see how they wouldn't.
I don't think they even knew this stuff, right? Like, I think that they didn't even understand all the intricacies of the fabric. They just were inspired to wear linen. You know, that's what I think. Because there are like anisotropic stones. So jasper, sapphire, emerald, and topaz. And the 12 stones mentioned are all anisotropic and have a very specific reaction that we've only recently been studying, like microscopically with incredibly precise, technology now. And coincidentally, all the 12 stones in the scriptures are anisotropic, meaning no preferred direction. So they don't fully cancel out and go black like other ones when combined with a certain frequency of light. I find that to be quite fascinating.
Dude, I've been looking into quantum mechanics and like double slit and delayed choice and all this. And the more I look into this, the more I'm coming up with the conclusion that because they tried to classify light as a particle, which they're calling the photon, which is but that's what's giving them all the paradoxes. And when they're talking about molecules and stuff like that, they could do it on bigger levels. They're talking about like buckyballs. That's like what they call 60 atoms. So they're acting like they could do it with life-size shit. That's a lie, dude. It's like instead of one, what they'd call atom or a photon, it's 60 atoms. It's still like in the realm of bullshit, if you ask me. But dude, I could just spit off problems. The more I learn about this, the more it just gets obvious. Like the way they try and tie it in with special relativity and relativity. It's a big bunch of bullshit. It came right after, basically, the photoelectric effect. It was in 1912, so it was right in between special relativity and relativity. Like they had to come up with an explanation of how light, since they abolished the ether, they lost the wave. They pretty much lost all their explanative powers, and so they had to call it particles. So they had to come up with an explanation. Actually, them making it a particle and that led to just paradox, like a few of them, like the obvious one you show, that Venn diagram, like where they explain it as light going back in time or something. It's like, it's stupid, man. I'm having trouble explaining what I'm saying, but man, anybody who looks into this is going to come up with the same conclusion, man, that when they made it a particle, everything after that is almost impossible to explain. It's ridiculous.
That's what these stones are, ironically. It's about the polarization of the crystals, and how if you take the polarized lens and then put another one at, perpendicular, that it will actually block out the light. Same thing with these crystals. That the 12 crystals mentioned in the scriptures in Revelation just so happens to be all anisotropic, where it actually does allow the light through. So
it's crazy that it's mentioned in the Bible. That is nuts, bro. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah, it's insane, honestly. I mean, people would think like, okay, so you're gonna build the walls in the New Jerusalem, right? In Revelation, so like, oh, you're gonna get diamonds and rubies. No, it's 12 anisotropic crystals like jasper, sapphire, topaz, emerald, etc. Amethyst. Like, what a coincidence, right? To where the light would create this incredibly beautiful building because of the way the light interacts with anisotropic crystals. And I just find that to be pretty fascinating.
You're like a super hologram you just built. But what if people are like little buckyballs or the little quantum, right? The idea of that, like, what if they're just taking like how we work and what, I mean, like the way our, and then trying to make something else. But like we're the idea of that. That's exactly what we are. It's like a group of humans. So if we back up from a small scale, or like you're really, really big and you look down at us, we would be those little particles or whatever they're talking about. We would be that little thing, the little quantums, the little whatever, all working together to do our shit, controlled by frequency, sound, or the input of the music, or words and whatever. Yeah, 100%.
Well, what's so interesting about this thing is, like, what they did to study this was they took these different crystals and they took a super thin slice out of it, right? And then for microscopic purposes, and they used cross-polarized light, what people call like pure light. And that's when they discovered the differences with the isotropic and anisotropic distribution of the light, which would be, through different angles of the, medium, angle of incidence, blah, 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 like refraction. And all 12 of them named just so happen to be anisotropic, allowing these beautiful colors through, where the isotropic, when actually viewed on that microscopic level with the cross-polarized light, just go black. Like, how did they know that? how would the author? How would the well? I'd say the author is Yah, but like, how would the writers of the Bible know that?
Because we've had civilizations that were equal or greater to ours. That's how they knew that.
Well, I agree that would have to be the answer.
In the past.
So you would say that they took like a little really thin slice out of the crystals and studied them microscopically with cross-polarized light to determine if they're anisotropic way back in the day?
Correct. The same civilization that built the pyramids and those huge stone structures. Yes, I think they had the technology way back then. I'm talking pre-Diluvian, pre-flood. Yep.
Well, yeah, like I said,
It's either that or they got a message from God. Yeah, it's one of those two things.
Yep, I agree. Or just not even the message, just like they were inspired with knowledge or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy because they don't go through it. So like if they were able to do all that and study it, like why is that detail not laid out? Right? Like they just named the crystals. It's similar to the fabric thing. It's like they don't explain that you can use technology that was actually not even really invented until the 21st century to precisely measure the frequencies of these fabrics and then determine, well, there's phase cancellation based on different ones, blah, blah, blah. Like it just says, wear this, don't mix the fabric. It's pretty interesting. Like they would have been, if we go with the first option, that they were very advanced, and we know that people were very advanced back in the day and we've been lied to about it, right? But we'd have to kind of go with, well, they were super advanced. They did all these like highly scientific experiments and observations and demonstrations, and then they figured these things out, and then they just wrote the book with the outcome, right? Like they didn't add any context, or they didn't be like, and we know this because it does this. They just put it in there and left out all of the study that got them to that point. I guess you could then say, well, that's because they wanted to convince people that it was divine or something. But then you would go, well, why would that convince people it's divine if the advancement was so common? Then it really wouldn't convince anyone that there was anything to do with divinity, because they would already know. No, we have this technology that studies this. So I don't know.
I think it's possible they had technology, man. But it still does everything you're saying. I mean, that doesn't negate what you're saying. I don't think it makes sense to me if they had technology before the Bible was written, like in between Adam and Eve and the Bible, Moses or whatever. I mean, it could have been lost information. I don't know, man. I try to stay completely open to interpretation on that. I don't think there's 100% confliction. I don't think.
All I'm saying is this.
Well, we have evidence like before our eyes, bro. I was just gonna say we have evidence before our eyes. The pyramids. I mean, nothing screams technology more than the pyramids. I mean, it's 300 feet of screaming, "Hey, look, we did this, not you."
Either way, this really throws like a wrench. This throws a wrench in like the atheist mainstream narrative, right? Because they say that people were super primitive back then, and we're the most advanced we've ever been now, and that people are just slowly evolving from like cavemen and apes, and so they're just like, walking out there, scratching their head, humpback, like with a chisel, stabbing it into some rocks. You know what I'm saying?
So, when they act like we were
that's ridiculous.
Maybe during a catastrophe, we might have went to caves just for protection, like during some kind of natural reset catastrophe, maybe. But then when we came out, we instantly started doing what we do, making shit. Yeah. I hate that, dude. When they act like we're knee scratchers. That just.
Well, what I'm saying is this doesn't work with their narrative. Like they can't say that and then simultaneously claim that the civilizations were very advanced, so that they can undermine the scriptures, right? So like this kind of corners the atheist mainstream narrative. Like it's either they were really advanced back then and we were misled about it and we didn't understand how advanced they were. They had like advanced scientific knowledge, or like the scriptures have some type of like divine inspiration that had knowledge about these things that we had not yet discovered. Obviously, they'll never choose the latter, right? So they are forced to kind of choose the first one, but that really just messes up the whole idea that we were just all really primitive and evolving over time. So,
Well, we
Hey, not changing the
can kill
subject.
their narrative, right?
yep.
We can kill their narrative, right? Two things: the pyramid. We got stones that weigh 100 tons lifted to 300 feet. Number one. Then we have what they tell us gears were invented in the 1400s by the Swiss, whatever. And then we find 1,000 years prior to that Antikythera mechanism with gears, fully functioning machine. So we
Not
know they're
only that,
wrong and we know they lie. So, yeah.
let me support that. Also, they have gold plating, which the only way that we've figured out nowadays how to do it is it takes electricity, it takes current to gold plate shit the way they did it, and some of their cuts are indicative of power tools. You know, their precision. Not
Well,
necessarily.
yeah, but water. You guys,
We also have
water's incredible at cutting things. So technically, they could have
the
not
most
have made
sharpest. It's the most sharpest thing.
See, sorry, man. I'm glad you brought up the Antikythera mechanism. I'm hoping that someone that's very good with maths here. So I'm trying to figure this out for myself regarding the amount of days it takes for the sun to rotate around the Earth. So they say it's 365.2422 days or something. How long will it take to get back to that same point, where you without a decimal? If that makes sense, I can elaborate more, but I'm trying to make it as quick as possible. Yeah.
That's just it. Gears don't do decimals. Gears do fractions. So when you look at a gear and you have like 1/3, then that's reality. These decimals are not reality. You're going to get infinities with these decimals. When with practical gears, you know that's a good point you brought up, man. But yeah, fractions are reality. Decimals are theoretical, or for lack of better terms. You know, there's no such thing as infinite. That's that. Like I was mentioning, the paradox with the arrow trying to hit the tree. Mathematically, it'll never get there. In fractions, it will. And fractions deal with gears and actual reality.
Fraction deals with anomalies. So a round number would be precision. So there's something wrong with time or the way it's been presented to us. So that's why I asked if there's any sort of mathematician that can give some explanation or an answer regarding how long will it take if I'm looking at the sun now, that the time is 0 hours, I'm looking at 0 degrees, the sun is at that angle. How long will it take to get back to that exact point without a decimal? And I don't think it's been done yet. And I think it's a very interesting mathematical question.
Yeah,
but I think
mean,
real
it is.
quick, decimals are just another way of expressing what could be a fraction, though. So, like, you know what I mean?
Correct.
It's not like it's
But I
just
can add
another.
decimals to wherever I want to. If there's one apple, you can't have 1.1 apples. There's one apple. If you're not sure of it, then you're going to add a decimal to try and make it more
Right.
precise.
Into thirds, right? We can each have 1/3 of an apple, me, you, and Issa, right? But we can't have 33.333333333. You see what I'm saying? In other words, the fractions are the reality of it. When they in your mind equate like 365.26 days. No, it's like 365 and a third.
Yeah, but it's still like
you're going off of the realm of math,
right? But that number, like, it doesn't. It's just another form of expression, and like, I mean, I just think, I mean, I get what you're saying, but like at the same time, like
in gear relationships, like it's just teeth to teeth. So like each tooth is a unit in the comparison here, right?
Exactly.
So we can never have a half a tooth, or if we do, we're gonna have a malfunction.
Right, but we can break it down though. You can't break down gears into decimals. Okay, you break them down into fractions, real numbers.
Correct. So snacks, that's my point that I'm trying to get at. At the moment, we've been given this time frame or this time device, which we call a watch or the clock, etc., etc. However, it's giving us a decimal. Technically, it's giving us a decimal, which I find quite astonishing.
that one dude did it, man, and cracked the code. I thought Smith or whatever his name is, and of course they don't accept it, But I would highly recommend if you're trying to thinking about this stuff, think about it in fractions instead of decimals, because it took me a while to get that to come up with that conclusion, and then it was glaringly obvious.
So it's just I had a question about if anyone is
And
into
then
math that can give that answer. That'll be amazing. I don't even know where to start with the equation. I'm trying to get ChatGPT to help me get to the amount of years it would get me back to point A. But yeah, I'm struggling to explain it. It seems too indoctrinated or too biased.
Yeah.
I
I
would
could
say
say one other thing is that when you're like, it all depends on your base unit of measurement. That's why I've tried to make different calendars and units, because like it all depends on what you call a minute, what you call an hour, what you call a year. One thing they haven't broken, and all this time they fucked with the calendar, they fucked with everything, but nobody's ever mucked with the 7-day week. That's been consistent. And that's actually a rabbit hole, man, with the Gleason's map and all the times, the eclipses, the real times. Like I mean, if you wanted to take the time, you could map out the history of the Bible. Like Gleason was a genius, man. But everything in every calendar, they all relate to one thing. That's a 7-day week.
But Brian, like you're saying there now, so if you got a circle and you're circling around this thing and you're going at 1.25, for instance, it takes 1.25 times to get it around the circle. Eventually, you're going to get to 2, the actual round number of 2. However, you're going to be slightly ahead. You're going to be 1 ahead, or because it's now at 2. So, how many times does it get to get back to the start? To be at a round number. At the moment, we're working in decimals. So how many times does it take to circle to get back to that same point? Hopefully that makes sense, but that's a question I'm busy trying to work
No,
on.
it's a hell of a good point, man. It's hard. It's even pi, like it's infinite. So that tells me that our math is fucking wrong. But so I see what you do the gears. Like I said, that dude Smith, I'll post what I found where he did the what you call it's in fractions, and he's able to recreate everything with gears. And then there's a couple gears that have to like skip a gear and stuff like that, like to link the shit. And it gets kind of complicated, but nothing like it is with mathematics. Like the point that they could do it with gears tells me they had better mathematics, in my opinion.
Yeah. So our clock does 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds for the sun to get from point A to back to point A. My question is, when does it get back to that point A at the same position at the same time? I'm predicting thousands, possibly millions of years in our current time that's been presented to us. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing, and the Antikythera clock, I think, can provide us some of that information.
What do they call it? The base 10, like how we put a 0 on shit and go from 9 to 10, and then the 19 to 20. I think it's like the base 10 method. But like there's other methods like base 9
10 to 100, 1,000. 10 to 100, 1,000 is the decimal place. They change the decimal place.
Yeah, base 10.
But it's not private, isn't it?
Easiest for laymen to understand, but it's not accurate, obviously, because any layman can point out the problems just like you point out a good one. But I think the base 10 mathematics is wrong. It's close.
Our system comes from the Sumerians. The 360, all that comes from the Sumerians.
I figured we could do a circle.
Just like almost everything else.
Doesn't come from them. It comes from the sky.
I tried to redo the unit circle with 364 being a complete circle instead of 360. And it was interesting, man. I was like able to, and we mucked with the calendar and stuff. And
That's
But
pretty cool.
it's hard, dude. It's hard, man, because you keep your brain won't let you leave the 360 concept, man. So it takes extreme focus to try and come up with something like that. But I come to the conclusion that I literally have to use like a base 9 mathematics to even do that, because the reason they use 360 because with the base 10, it's just divisible by more numbers and easy. But then you have I don't know, man. I could go on and on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a trip, dude. I think
I think
ones
they were
and
using
zeros is the only real way to do it.
some other kind of different unit base. It seems like a key to what could have been in their math. If we can't accurately replicate it right now, we don't know it.
Yeah, and even ones and that's it. Yeah, 8 and zeros don't do it. Like a computer can't draw a circle. Ain't that fucking weird? But I mean, it can emulate a circle with teeny straight lines, but that's a trip, dude. That just using ones and zeros, like no base units at all, just the one or the other, and the computer can't draw an actual circle. That to me, that proves God to me on its face. Like just that small complication is baffling.
So when was our clock invented? Our 24-hour clock that we use now with the quartz and tick-tick-tock?
We had the crater before. They're giving credit to the one dude who satisfied the longitude problem for celestial navigation. Like they put out a challenge and gave like a $10,000 prize, which the guy got however much of it, you know. But there were quartz style timepieces before money back in the day, but they're giving that guy the credit. They had to pin him. So it was around, you know, to be honest, there's no definite answer for that, but you'll get some contradicting, but it was around the early 1800s.
I just posted the thing on the Sumerian, what I told you, the sexagenary system. This is where it comes from. It comes from the Sumerians, ancient Babylonians.
I can tell Etsy's researched it because it leads you there every time when you go to research this. Like, and you keep looking into it, that's where it takes you. Like the origin is absolutely right.
But it's bizarre, like how they just.
I keep telling everybody, all roads lead to summer. Believe it or not, all roads, religious, scientific, everything. All roads lead to summer.
Hot fun in the summertime.
So, Brian, for instance, the Mayans, they had their calendar, which seemed to work perfectly fine for them, and they predicted something that's going to happen. I don't believe that they use TikToks like we use now. When I say TikToks, I'm just using our general conception of time, how we measure it. I think they measure it differently, or they had a different calculation. And that's why I ask, how long does it take for us to be in the same position in a non-decimal or non-fractional, where it's a round number?
But wouldn't you think the metonic cycle have something to do with that? So 18
that
years?
Is the clock, no. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think that could have something to do with the metonic cycle? So I would say like 18 years.
What is the metonic cycle? I'm not aware of that. I'm just recently thought about this.
It's like the eclipse.
It's going to be what I think the fundamental logic that the Antikythera mechanism is then templated from and then to be engineered. So check that out. METONIC. METONIC cycle.
Check it out. The sun and the moon are the clock. We're trying to replicate it and explain it. It in itself is a perfect clock. And like he's saying, the 18-year for that, but it's the eclipse cycle. But then every certain amount of cycles, there's a cycle where the eclipse happens exactly in the same place. Every 18 years, you get the same timing, but it moves as far as placement goes. But then I think it's after 6 cycles or maybe 12 cycles or however many it is, it repeats back to that same exact place. And Gleason called it the self-same day. And that's how he was able to link shit in the Bible is it's repeating pattern.
Yeah, it's three cycles, yeah, because every set of 18.03 years, it jumps forward 8 hours. So it takes 3 of those cycles to repeat the eclipses in the same locations.
Snacks, thank you. I think this is what I'm looking for. So thank you, Snacks. So far,
And it's,
brilliant.
I think it's the Saros. It's the Saros cycle. I think metatonic is slightly different.
Yeah.
Metonic is the longer cycle. Saros cycle, I think, is much shorter. Isn't it 7 years or something like that?
Yeah, and it all leads
To simplify matters.
But they're part of the
To
same
simplify matters.
same wonderful dance.
All the objects in the sky rotate in a predictable manner over and over, like gear systems. And the ancient people looked at the sky and figured it out. That's it. Time is based on the movement of the celestial objects. That's it.
And I've called the Globers out. I've called it one more thing, and I'll pass it. I've called the Globers out because I looked into this deeply, and I seen the and just did the math, and it worked out perfect for the great year. I forgot the exact numbers, but it's like 26,000 or something. It's or 3,000. I forgot. It's a big number, right, for the great year. But the math worked out perfect, and I looked into it, and I realized that Polaris, like when they say it's moving, they could be accurate by saying that, but they have actually not being deceptive. They've actually just been wrong that it's not cutting across the sky where Vega is going to be in the middle in like 5,000 years. That's horseshit. It's just doing a circle, but it's in compared to time. So it's doing a small, teeny little circle around the center, and then like I think it's 3,600 years, and whatever the great year is, it'll be right back to where Zodiac. So it's just doing a circle. It is moving very, very slowly and very slightly, but they're wrong. It ain't cutting across the sky. There's never going to be another North Star. Never has, never will. That's all horseshit.
Brian, our TikTok that we're using, our time device, with the math, I think that the mathematicians have been able to give us a leap year to make it more accurate. Not that it is 100% accurate. However, I'm just saying that they are providing that information, and our preachers are giving us that. However, like I say, how long? That's why I'm still going to ask the question. And hopefully, someone would be able to answer it. Is how long will it take to get back to point A with our current system? So, if it takes 1,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, or 1,000,000,000 years, how long mathematically with the current presentation will it take for us to get back to point A without a leap year, with the fractions involved? I think that will be a very interesting observation to make, to see where we actually are.
Are you presuming in that question that the Earth is moving?
Not necessarily. So I'm presuming with the way the sun is moving and the way it's presented our seasons. So our seasons. Hold up, Brian. So our seasons, we have our seasons. However, we have to add a leap year to that. So without that a leap year, if we're going to use the time as is, and we just carry on with our merry lives as we're going on, we'll get rid of the leap year because that's added because the math is wrong, or there's an interval. So
Well,
how many times,
okay,
if we get rid of the interval, how many times if we get rid of that leap year, will it take for us to get back to the point A? So if you're in the heat of summer,
Well, that depends where you
Well,
are in the cycles, right? This is what these other guys are talking about. These different cycles span over short and long term.
But
unless you have the knowledge or the willingness to maybe accept things that are in scripture, for instance, the only way you're going to get your answer. Hold on. The only way you're going to get your answer, because you're not on a moving Earth, you're on a station. Is set up an observation post and just observe for the rest of your life, and then you'll get the information. And people have done this, so you can look into it, right?
Yes,
it's about the
your question is somewhat, I don't know, wobbly the way you're asking.
Okay,
I don't know if that's intentional.
How about intercalary?
Years, guys. That's a great year. 25,800 years for everything to completely reset.
25.8. Okay.
Nobody knows that. It's just a number.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no way of knowing that.
I agree, man. But as far as observe, like the actual observations, that's just a circle. It's not anything moving across the sky. It's the circle. And if you follow the math from whatever star and where it's at in the zodiac at one point in time each year, and the math comes out to, like they call it the great year. It's they say 26,000, but I just looked at it, and accurately it's 25,800. But yeah, nobody knows that.
I want to respond to Elisha because he mentioned that it may be intentional. I don't really understand what you mean by me being intentional. I'm not trying to do any gotchas here. I'm just asking a question. I'm saying mathematically in my head, I might be retarded. I might be dumb. You guys can call me whatever names you want to call me. Intentional. I'm trying to ask, according to the math now, there should be a time when the way it's working now with the math, with the clocks that we're using, how do we get back to point A without a leap year? Surely the math would give that. I'm just trying to look at a larger cycle. So I'm not trying to intention anything or anything like that. I'm asking a question.
Maybe I misphrased it. Intentional, unintentional doesn't really matter, right?
It does
the
matter.
The way you're asking it, I don't think you understand is the point. That the way you're asking
Probably
it is wobbly, right? It's malphrased perhaps, but that's not the point. What you're asking is pretty simple. Just observe. You're gonna have to observe for years, or be willing to go and look at other people's observations and take them on the value of what they present.
So Elijah, hold up, Brian. Hold up.
The question you're asking about mathematics is irrelevant because depending on what, like these other guys were talking about, depending on what base unit you're using to express it mathematically, you're gonna express it differently. But your question is, when will this position in the sky be the same again? Well, you're gonna have to wait and see.
No.
You're gonna go and listen to other people who have already told you what it is.
No, so that
well, that's easy to answer.
No, hold up, AC.
Bro,
So
go out.
no, so,
okay. Listen,
yeah.
bro. Just listen to this. Go out to your balcony. Pick a date. Right, July 6th. Look where the moon is at that time. Right now, go the next year. The same date, the same time, the moon is going to be at the exact same place.
Yeah, but if you want to go,
it's as simple as that.
That's not true. You should have picked the sun. The moon doesn't operate like that.
Stars, right?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Maybe the sun. Yeah, I should have said the sun. Yeah.
But this is the point. Like what he's asking is okay, unintentionally a silly question from someone who doesn't know much, which is why he's asking, right? But everything that everyone was talking about comes into play. You've got the lunar cycle, which is its own cycle. You've got the solar cycle, which is its own cycle. You've got the zodiac cycles or whatever you want to call it. They're their own cycles. Exactly. And then their own interactions have their own larger and overlapping cycles. And then you've got the so-called planets, right? You got the so-called planets and their interesting cycles. It's a whole mechanism of gears and stuff together, like the geezers were saying about clocks. So what I'd recommend is go and look into the old school clocks, beer man, and how they make them by hand, and how they would have derived like the information in order to, like, what are they tracking? Because they're not just doing it arbitrarily. Nowadays maybe they do, but back then it wasn't arbitrary; it was functional. So
correct. So
the answer to Batman's question is that we don't have good enough math. We don't have good enough math to. The sky is a clock. It's its own clock, and you can't. Guy, you question our math. Would be my answer, beer man. And you ain't stupid, man. You ask good questions.
I also hold on, Blaze. I just want to answer there. I think I gonna say that's a bit disrespectful to say that's a silly question. I highly doubt that it's a silly question. If our what's presented to us is 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds per day, I don't think it's a silly question to ask. How do I get back to a round number? If you think it's a silly question, cool, thanks to, but just don't add on me saying that it's a silly question. I don't think it is.
No, you don't have to take.
There are no silly questions. There are no silly questions.
The question in the way it's asked, not you as an individual, right? But this is why it comes across as like a bit of a weird question, and why I think it's important to answer it in not the way you asked it, because it's not really understanding what's been going on. So, for instance, when you're asking about the 23 point whatever that they give you, do you know where they get that from? Why they make that decision?
Yes, because we got a TikTok that times that, and I'm saying our TikTok that we're using now is incorrect. Or it's not incorrect. I just think the math with it doesn't match with what our reality presents.
Right. So okay,
I'd go
we
with
don't
that.
need to get lost. We don't need to get lost in all the nonsense that these guys make up and why they make it up, right? But if you know that it's incorrect, then asking the question based on incorrect information, it confuses you in what you're trying to ask. When you just asked earlier about the When does this position? Let's take a snapshot of the sky at night or whatever. Whatever example you're thinking of. When does this thing happen again in the sky? The only way you're really ever going to be able to get that answer definitively for yourself is to sit there and take notes for more than a year at least.
So that's where I'm going to disagree. So I'm going to say with what they presented to us, how they're measuring it. Hold on, let me say this. How they're measuring it, there's a decimal. That decimal will eventually get to a round number. How many years does it take to get back to that round number? There's a mathematical calculation. I asked if someone has a mathematical calculation.
There is no mathematical calculation.
It doesn't matter if it's reality or not. I'm just asking if there is one. And if there isn't, cool. I just asked the question. I don't want to debate. Okay, cool.
I'm having a debate. I'm answering your question. There is no mathematical equation involved in observing what the sky does. You can derive equations from it if you so choose,
computers,
right? And that could be useful. But if you just want to know, like, it's like, at what time of the year do the rabbits start mating? It's like, okay, it's at this time of the year when these conditions. There's no mathematics involved there to just take notes on what you see. If you want to, you can go and express it mathematically, and that's probably useful. But you're asking the fundamental question. The fundamental question requires observation, unless, for instance, you want to go and trawl through what's that site that people keep referring to?
I think you're misunderstanding me. So I think let's rather leave it. I think you're misunderstanding my question. So no offense to that. I'm just saying I think you're misunderstanding where I'm coming from, because what you're answering is not really what I'm trying to get at. So, dude, no problem.
Then what's your question? Try and rephrase it, because I'm taking it from what you're saying. Maybe you're not saying what you're meaning.
I tried to come up with a math to make it all work where it's not lingering days and minutes and shit. I don't think anybody's ever come up with the perfect math. I think the sky is the perfect math, and I think whoever is able to replicate that is gonna figure out a lot. I don't know if we're meant to be that smart. I don't know if that'd be my answer.
Brian, I want to.
Why is this difficult, guys? I don't understand this. Why is this difficult? There's movements of the stars. Men have been observing them from eons, thousands of years, and they figured out how they move. Why is this difficult?
Can I just
it's a pattern. It's a repeated.
Which is where these kind of questions come from, right? Because somebody arbitrarily told you this is how a calendar works. Like, according to what system? And most people don't even know the origins of how their flipping clock on their phone works, let alone the calendar in which everything is tied to.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna bulldoze my way through here. Brian, so you said there's been a consistent 7 days. See, the Bible tells us that there's a new moon day that sets the month, then you count 7 days. But see, they don't want us to do that, and the world that we live in right now, discount. Yes, it does. New moon day is a set apart day.
It doesn't say new moon. It says
yes, it does.
It says new moed.
It's a month. So let me finish my story, and then you can interject. So people, the calendar that we have now. Thanks for talking over.
Let her finish, bro. Let her finish.
So the calendar that we have now.
Go on.
Thanks. The calendar that we have now is based basically on like the sun and the moon, right? Basically, nobody really. I shouldn't say nobody. The world at hand doesn't use the celestial stars above to where when they come in alignment, like Essie said earlier, they knew the sky, they knew the time, they knew the seasons by looking up in the air, looking up in the sky, in the cosmos. And it's a beautiful clock, like I've always been saying the last year and a half, that the year begins when the celestial clock comes with Abib leading the moon as it's setting, and then the Hamal, lamb, the star of the lamb, leading the sun as it's rising. Then 177 days later, that's Passover. Then 177 days, well, that's the new moon, and then it leads to Passover.
That's awesome. I agree with almost all that, and some of it But what day would you say was the new? What day do you have as the new year for last year? Are you referring to like the position of the sun, the first second of the first minute of the according to the zodiac, like where it's at in the zodiac?
No, zodiac
How
whatsoever.
classify that?
The Bible talks about that in Romans 1, I think. I can post that in a second. So I believe it was like I want to say April 15th, because people are freaking out. By my estimation, from the guy that I follow, there was a 13th month. And why there was a 13th month is because I was waiting for Abib, and even Enoch talks about the stars that lead like the sun and the moon. And so then
moon cycles.
yeah, so but it's all three. And just like yesterday was a new moon day for me because it was a full moon
Right.
after midnight for Wednesday. So it was a full moon day for me. So that was a set apart day for me. And so then 7 days later, next Thursday is going to be my first Sabbath. And that's why things change. And so 177 days later from my Passover, from the stars Abib and Hamal, then that's going to be the biblical feast. Exactly. Now, the star that was leading the moon, Abib, is now going to be leading the sun as it's rising. And again, biblically, from my research, dawn is the day star, because that's when you can use the third witness. We always forget to use the third witness of the stars.
That's awesome, dude. I love this conversation, Blaze. And yeah, using the they still call it a month and shrunk it down to 12, but there is 13 cycles during the year, and that would line up with the.
Yeah, not always. It's like every 2, 3 years.
Real quick, dude. Is everybody should be able to see what she's talking about? Like, look at the calendars. How something's obviously wrong. Like with September, Sep means 7. Look at October. 10th month. Oct means 8. The Nov means 9. Deca, December, means 10. And it's the 12th month. So, yeah, I love this topic, Blaze. I'll listen for days.
Yeah, I think Blaze, you've done a great job.
But so I'm not finished. Can I say one more thing? Yeah, can I? So check this out. So yesterday was the first day of the 5th month for me, right? So Shavuot is a biblical feast. It's a summer feast, and that just happened on Tuesday. But so listen to this. So Pollux and I'm just learning this. Pollux and Castor. It's called, I guess there's also the summer triangle, that those stars lead the sun and the moon. And then 6 months later in the wintertime, the stars go to the opposite. So if it was leading the moon, then now it's leading the sun as it's rising. That's the perfect calendar. And like, I'm struggling to learn it, but I keep thinking, how is this not a shape of the earth proof, right? Because it happens right on schedule. But we're missing the stars, and I'm not, it's not astrology. I don't use the animals here. I have another post, and this guy's channel is really, really good. I'm not the scientific person, but I'm also someone that is learning that the moon is it could be solar powered, because the guy explained it. And I have another thing here that I'll post, because he says that full moon, the moon rises in the east, right? The sun setting is not always aligned with it, but it's at different angles. And he's saying that if you took like a ball and then you took a flashlight and you went around all the degrees that I just posted, you would see the different shapes that the moon is filled up with the light. So every month, I'm almost done. Every month, like right now, the moon is making its way back to the sun. So that happens every month. And when we can't see the moon, that is my second Sabbath.
That's why I tried to come up with the trig for the 364. with because it's 13 28 day months, which ain't what you're saying. I get that, but I'd heard about the 13 moon cycles being like 28 days in one of the old calendars, and 364, it just made sense. There was no remainders or leftovers, so I was trying to do the math with a 364 degree circle to see if I could make it any better, and obviously I couldn't. But it still made sense to me in certain ways. But yeah, that's a hell of a topic, Blaze.
It is. I mean, I find it fascinating. So from the month one, Abib, there was 329 days, and then there was 330 days in that, and even first book of Enoch talks
How
about
does that
that.
work?
It's all Hebrew, right?
How does that work scripturally?
First Enoch.
It
I can
doesn't
get
say
it for
what
you.
you said.
That's not true.
First Enoch tells you that there's 364 days in the year.
Yeah, well, let me get it for you. It also
And it
tells you.
also says, do not base your calendar off the moon, or else you'll be off.
Yeah, it's the moon, sun, moon,
It also
and
tells you that
stars.
the moon comes in
The
late,
Enoch,
and by
the
how
Enoch
many days
calendar
it
is
comes
a
in late
solar.
over how many years. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
If we wanted to be honest, see which one is right, and we just look at the calendar, and because it seemed like the hot days were getting a little bit later in the year, but then they have the leap year and shit. You have to just eliminate the bullshit leap year and follow it out for a couple decades and see. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's the sky is the clock, if you ask me, and everything we try to do to replicate it is faulty, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brian. So, Brian, for instance, if I never knew about decimals, I'm a chimp, and I know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I can count till infinity, but I can only count in round numbers. I can't do decimals. And you presented to me that we live in a 365-day year. Eventually, my seasons would be off, and my crops would die because I would plant at the wrong time. My issue and my question that I'm having, which I posed early on, is why is there a decimal, and how do we get back to a round number to the same point? And Elijah, if you were here in the beginning of my question, you would understand why I'm asking this question. So this is not a silly question. It's not a question out of I can't even remember the word you used. It's really a question of I think that we're just wrong, and I think it's the most accurate way we can measure it. However, I believe that the people before us had a different calendar that they used, and it does appear to be more accurate on a larger scale, where we're able to measure things on a smaller scale, which does seem like more of a labor a way to manage labor times. But yeah,
Yes.
it's just.
I
Yeah.
think the question
I
made
would
more
just
sense this time you asked it. So maybe I missed something in the way you phrased
I
it.
would just caution everyone
But I can
everyone
tell
who's
you where the
listening.
points come from. The points come from the fact, like you were saying with Brian, I think, that the seasons are going to start shifting in your appreciation of them. So they do that to not have that issue over time. But they do it in such a way that you've got complete nonsense on your plate, which is, how do you have point something of a day? That makes no sense. If you go back to what the scriptures talk about, they give you the pattern for intercalation, but they also give you root patterns for the 7-day week, so that you're not gonna shift your position when you employ the intercalation. You're just gonna add a whole week or appreciate it for a whole week. Doesn't matter how you want to phrase it necessarily. And this allows you to not have this issue over your lifetime of, oh, now we're celebrating a feast for spring, a spring feast in summer or whatever nonsense, right? So if you apply it the way scriptures applies it, it tells you how and when to do the intercalation week. But if you just arbitrarily go, let's take everything and let's just divide it and get the average, right? Which is the mathematical approach, then you're going to get this over the span of so many years. You can divide it, get the average, and you got whatever you were saying earlier, the 365 point whatever.
So
But obviously in practice that makes no sense, because how on earth are you going to split a year in half like that, or a day in half? It's silly. But that's where it comes from. The need is there, but the application is faulty. So one thing I think is worth talking about, doesn't matter how beautiful and how perfect a clock there is, if the person who's holding it doesn't know how to read it, then they're not going to be able to use it properly. So you have to know how to read it properly in order to use it properly. And that's
maybe
the
you
issue that
don't.
you have.
Just to be
Grizz,
clear,
go
And
ahead,
maybe he
Grizz.
doesn't
I'm
get
sorry,
back to
that's like
zero.
5 times.
so just as a caution to any Christian in the room, God finds it an abomination for you to observe times like the pagans. So just be careful with this topic. It's okay to
astronomy.
figure some things out, but what
And I'm
she
not
has
a
been
Christian.
saying about astronomy, that is pagan and that is an abomination,
You
and
know
stay
what?
away
Maybe you
from it.
should go back and check out Genesis 1, 14 through 16. Maybe you should do that before you start calling people pagans.
Hold on a second. Hold
I'll
on.
wait.
The guy's made. Hold on a second.
He didn't call you a
All
pagan.
that's not even.
He
That's
gave a
not. None of
sound
that's
proof
even the
against
point. Hold
following
on a
pagan
second.
practice.
That stuff wasn't even the point. The guy asked how you can get a 0.33333 back to the beginning or zero. The answer is you're not going to. If your great grandfather says this car's on this track been going since the day I can remember, and that's it, and no one can remember anything else but this cycle happening, and I can tell you the number 5 car is going to end up here at this time before the number 8 car, that means fucking squat but a cycle in front of you of a race. You're never going to get back to the beginning of it because what you remember is the only point that you remember. So for as far as you know, it's a certain cycle that you can say, okay, the number 3 car can get back in front of the number 8 car just like this every time. That doesn't mean shit, though. That doesn't mean you could put a number on it. That doesn't mean you can go back to the beginning of it. It doesn't mean you can put it to 0. Does that answer your question?
It does sort of, yes. However, I do think it is possible to give a more precise rounded number. If we're able to do it in decimals, I'm sure we're able to do it in round
I've
numbers.
got an example for you, Bearman, that I probably should have thought of earlier, given your name. So let's say in a month, right? Or let's say 4 weeks, to not confuse the matter. So you got four 7-day weeks, and every 7 days you drink either 10 beers or 8 beers, and it's either one or the other. No, wait, hold on. 10 beers or I need to find a way that it's going to divide unhealthy. You know what I'm doing, right?
Well,
So
but like
you have every week is
Yeah,
different. Every week is different. But when you divide it by each day over the course of the month, you're going to get a fraction or a decimal, whatever you want, doesn't matter. But obviously you know that that's not the case because you don't just open half a can and then throw it away, or you like somehow only open half a can. That's silly, right? And maybe if you don't like that, you could use apples, you could take half a breath. It doesn't matter. Any number, when you average it, and if you're not doing it the same every single day, you're going to get a number that isn't actually practically sensible. The mathematics works when you observe it. The numbers all add up, and you could divide it, re-add it all the way you want. But when you then go into reality, it's like, how do you pick half an apple from a tree? Or whatever, right? How do you grow half a tree? You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, but my issue is I think our time is increased by 0.2422. I think it's 2422 too fast. If our ticker tockers that we're using to measure time has been decreased by 0.2422, I think it'll be more accurate. We have to add that to our calendars to make everything work. So I think our clocks are the issue.
So that daily second thing that you're talking about, that's the new arbitration, but it stems from the other arbitration of let's take a cycle that is one number this year, this number the next year, and is changing and has a repeating pattern if you care to observe it, right? But when you just want to go, oh, what's the average? Then you get what's the number that they have? 365.25. That's a nonsense when you're talking about
2422, yeah.
Right. When you're talking about a day, which is just something that cannot be messed with, because you can technically go and be a retard and drink half a beer and then pretend like the other half didn't exist. You can't do that with a day. You can't play with the day like that. You don't have that kind of power. So when you take that, you realize that the way they're showing it to you is silly. And I would say that it's intentionally designed to obfuscate the reality of what's going on, which is that you have this cycle that requires you to pay close attention to what's going on in order to be able to read the calendar or the clock in the sky correctly.
So,
and you can't just put it on the thing and go, oh, every day is going to be like this, every year is going to be the same, because it's simply not. But that's what they've done with the system. They have. I wish there was a simpler way to describe it.
okay.
No, I think I get what you're saying.
They've amalgamated.
Yeah, can I interject for a minute?
They've amalgamated decades of cycles and ebbs and flows that are important for whatever reason, right? We don't need to get into that. And they've gone, no, every year is the same. That's what they've said. But meanwhile, at the same time, these guys are coming in with all their fairy tales about space and stuff, telling you, oh, every so millions of years this, 100,000 years that. And it's like, okay, so you acknowledge cycles with one breath, and then in the next breath you say these cycles don't exist, and here's your 365.25 days. So the only way to get your head around this is to understand why they did what they did, remove it from your understanding, and then go back to the beginning. Try and build.
Okay, but just with the Metonic cycle, we're talking about 235 synodic months, equaling just about 19 years, with a difference of about 2 hours. So that's about how close you can get. But you're talking about intercalary months being added every like 3 to 4 years within that system.
Who, me?
But that's just because that's how the cycle actually kind of works. That's how the sky clock's working. And that's why I think fundamentally the Antikythera mechanism works.
Yeah, so to me, I think reading up on this is important, and just being able to, because it doesn't take too much, right? Because you already know this, Beerman and whoever else cares, that you can't just stick one figure and not adjust it, because every year you're gonna slide around a certain observation and stuff. And I would say that the whole point in that is to either set up people who aren't willing to do the right thing to fail, and those people who are willing to do the right thing and not just take it at face value and be lazy or whatever, they're able to appreciate it properly. So with the weekly cycles, with how to intercalate and all of the rest of this, and all these rules, if you like, that scripture gives you, you can appreciate it better. But it's one of those
Elijah,
things that if you're interested, go for it. If not, then you can only do what, like, to your limit, to your desires, right?
My issue is that there's no precision yet. It's as close as it can get. Okay, dude, just interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Within the world system that you're talking about, yeah, it's not really precise. It's
I mean, 2 hours, man. Anyway, Bierman, I sent you messages with all the clippings pertinent to the information I said.
Thanks, Snacks. I'll definitely check it out. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, but Snacks, I wasn't talking about what you were talking about. I'm talking about the way the question he has from this doesn't make sense.
No, it's not that it doesn't make sense. You're missing my question. So, Elijah, I'm sorry, and you interrupt so much, so it's fine. I think I'll have this discussion outside of this Discord. But yeah, I think you guys did a great job of answering what I needed to question.
I'm talking about the decimals that they're giving you. That obviously just doesn't make. It's not practical. Split a day in any way. So with that system, it's not. It presents itself as precise, but it's not truly precise.
That's my point.
Yeah, the different cycles, if you appreciate them in their wider context, then they are precise. And for instance, like, have you ever heard of? Oh, I can't remember. Does anyone know the guy who did the Netflix show about archaeology, and everyone kind of dogs on him? He's a fan of Rogan and all this kind of stuff. British guy. I'm sure one of you knows. Anyway, he did a documentary looking at these ancient civilizations, and one of the key things he notices about all these old civilizations, that he's of the opinion that are like plus 10,000 years or something.
Graham Hancock.
Yeah, that's the one. So one of the observation that seems to be ubiquitous with all of them is their appreciation and their structures that they built of the repeating patterns in the sky. And that stuff is precise to the point where they built permanent rock statues or whatever you want to call that, aligned with the stars and with the sun, depending on what they were trying to achieve at the time. And these things haven't changed for thousands of years. So if you're talking about precision is there, but it's not there if you allow yourself to be deceived by what these weird people are saying with
So yeah,
face and the rest of it.
so I think, Elijah, I could be understanding this incorrectly. It appears that you may be treating me as if you treat a lot of people that hop into this Discord. I'm asking a question I'm saying I don't agree with the way things are being presented, and then it seems that you treating me the way, saying it's weird the way you treating me. Actually, I can't even explain
maybe
it.
Maybe you're
Yeah, I think
misunderstanding me. Maybe when I said you, I should have said one, because I was talking
yeah.
generally about the system.
Okay, cool. But yeah, for me, it's just I don't understand. For me personally, I'm saying, I understand why they're doing it. I'm saying it's unfair that it's been preached as fact. If it's a decimal, it is not fact. There's an anomaly. There's a decimal. It means it's not correct. There's something wrong with this equation. That's why we have to put a point something there. When you look at the ancient, how they map things, how they predicted things, it appeared, for me at least, it appears when I read these things that they had precise when it comes to an exact time period, not a decimal. It seems like they had it to a round number, where today's predictions has a decimal. Yes, it may give some more accuracies what will be presented to us. However, I still think there shouldn't be a decimal. If you want to be precise, you're going to have no decimal.
But the decimal isn't real, man. The day, what you guys know that it just has to do with a year. I mean, right? So why can't you put a decimal? If you know the one unit is the year. That's the one unit. All the other stuff is slices of the year. So what does it matter that they have a decimal in it? It doesn't. I don't get
It's
the. I don't
about that
get
there's
the.
a larger repeating 19-year cycle, of which they sync up. Like these two
Correct.
wave, like they're almost like they're sine waves or something like that, but they do sync up like over this like period of time. To the tune of like 125 minutes difference or something.
It's been a while since I looked into it like this, but I think there's also like a prime number repeating pattern, something like that. So there's loads of these stuff, and yeah, like you're saying, if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, Beer Man, you could say that actually they're not employing decimals per se. What they're doing is, here's the decimal if you want to average it per year. But in actuality, what they're actually doing is every 4 years, they go, here you go, we're going to add a whole day. And that makes logical sense, because a calendar isn't like, you're not adjusting nature or anything. You're just appreciating what's going on. So you can make your own calendar, right? Let's say you have a business, Beer Man, and it goes on, I don't know, something arbitrary, like this, something surfing. You surf, right? Or you surf?
Yeah, I surf.
Like it goes on that. So it's not tied in with the way everyone else does it. It's the however the sea decides to behave. So you can create your own calendar. It could be wrong with respect to other stuff, but with respect to what you're doing, if it works, it works. You know what I mean? So when they're actually putting on a day every 4 years in order to keep their seasons and all the different systems of the world that they've created thus far, to keep them all kind of functioning well, that makes sense. For the system that it's operating for, it makes sense. Is it correct with respect to, 1 second, dude. Is it correct with respect to creation and what we see in reality? I would argue no, obviously. And you can see the flaws in what they're doing.
Well, you're saying so many things, man.
Yo, my dude, I'm talking to another guy. Can you not wait? So
Dude, you're saying
to
so
give them like
much.
half the benefit of the doubt, Beer Man, you could say that they're not actually doing the decimal in practice. They're just presenting it like that so that people can appreciate what's going on. Because
So Elijah,
for like a
yeah.
5-year-old, they're going to be like, what's all this leap year stuff or this kind of thing?
So Elijah, yes, I would agree. So going back to the first question I had like an hour ago, I would say yes, this is all on a small scale. It will be accurate, and that's why we have the decimal. But I'm saying on a larger scale, if we had to add, if we had to calculate how many times these things are going on with the decimal to get back to a round number, that's going to be on a larger scale. There's going to be some sort of cycle that it's going to get back to where we at point A. So
right. And
yes,
the problem with that, it presumes that this cycle is divided by 4. Whereas from my research and what Snacks was just saying earlier, you can't divide 19 by 4 completely.
Yeah.
No, this is what it shows you. Whenever you get the remainder, it's showing you always have a bigger cycle. If you have a remainder, it's just showing you have a bigger cycle, man.
Right, which shows you're doing what you're doing, because remainders work if you're doing a mass answer. So it's like, give us the answer in remainder form, sure. But if you're like, I want to know how many apples, like completely, I want to actually pick them up and handle them. You can't operate like that. It's subtle, but it's important when you're dealing with real life. But this is why they get away with it, because they make it practically work, and they kind of shanghaied people into using this. It's not like anyone had a choice, right? They're born into it, and then they either have to live outside of it or live within it. Those are the options.
If I say his name
it's a way to
correctly,
control the outcome.
Sorry, hold up, Nacho. If I said his name correct, I think Ira understands my point. My point is that on a larger scale, what is that cycle? And with what's being presented to us, with the math that's been presented to us, the times, they're calculatable. Surely mathematically, there's a calculation that will say, okay, this gets back to 0. There's a larger scale, and that is that larger scale.
What
if
do
it's
you mean
1,000,
by 0 though?
No, it's a rerun. You're watching a rerun. You can write all the math you want, right? You're looking at a rerun in the sky, right?
Man,
So you're not telling the future.
Okay.
And the way to take a number back to 0 is minus it by itself, or add what you need to make it 0. Which you can never do that. You can minus it by itself. Does that help you out? So if you want to go to number 55 minus 55, now you're back to 0. I don't understand even you're not. I don't even get it.
Yeah, I'm probably not making. I struggle to explain myself then. So let's say there's a cycle of 6, and we're going around a clock, and there's a cycle of 6. We go in 1.25 intervals that counts as one complete revolution. We say it's 6, but we add 0.25 to it. So like we got 365.2 something, blah, 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 blah. So we say we're doing a round of 6, but we go 6.25. So every interval is going to have a decimal to it. So let's say every interval is 1.25, and then we go to the next one. Now we've done 2.50, then 3.75, and 4, etc., etc. When do I get back to 0? Because eventually I would get back to a 0, a non-decimal number. But to the point that I started when the sun was at this position, I was in this season, etc., etc. It's on a larger scale. 100%, it has to be done. I think it's. I don't think it's debatable. I think it can be done. I just don't think it is being presented to us.
Are you asking for a specific cycle? Because you realize
if a cycle doesn't reset,
within the system of the sky, the clock that is the sky, whatever you want to call it, there are multiple 0 points like you're expressing. So you can have the yearly 0 points, which like I was saying about the 364 and the 7-day intercalation, that happens.
Do you know what it is?
That happens on a cycle of like 5, 6, 5, 6 or something to that effect, which when you average it out comes to the same thing that they give you in their approximation of it, which is 0.25, that thing, right? But even that isn't fair on them if we want to be like as level-headed as we can be, which is they're not just adding that or appreciating that falsely. They're saying this is what it would be if we were to average it, but we add it every 4 years. But the specific problem I have with that is, you know where they get that from, right, Beer Man? They get that from the fact that they're telling you that you live in space. and that's how long it takes for the Earth to do its revolutions and all that rubbish.
But that's not
Correct.
true, man.
But
That's
that
not true.
that doesn't
Let's get
happen.
more specific on that. Yeah, let's get more specific. We should maybe talk about these grander cycles more commonly, like these 20-year things. Maybe that's what it is. Because a day is the sun going around. That's it. You don't have you got a month out of the moon, whatever. But a year is the sun coming back to the same part in the sky of those days. We know what a year is. We know what a day is. But what's bigger than the year? That's what we should start talking about more commonly, more comfortably. What's bigger than the year?
You've got
Why
your
do we have that?
jubilees, and then you've got the whole of creation split up into a week, and how that would be like, well, 1,000 years is unto a day. You have all of this. So that's why I'm asking Beer Man, what specifically is his question about where are you trying to return back to? Are you trying to return back to where this cycle makes sense again to the next intercalation point?
Correct.
Or are you trying to understand the whole of history in one go? Because depending on what you're asking, the answer is going to have to be different.
Yeah, it's probably both in one question. I get what you're asking. So we got seasons on this scale that we at measuring with this clock with this math, but this math that's been presented to us with the TikTok that we're using, the little wristwatch with quartz, is giving us that time, and they're saying to us, okay, every 4 years, every 4 years, just add an extra day to your calendar. Otherwise, things aren't going to be synchronized with the master clock. What is that master clock, and where does that master clock go to? Why do we have to have a decimal in our today's time?
Because he's talking
You
about a
don't.
spot that the sun analemma resets. That's really what they're talking. That's the reset point that shifted, right?
Correct.
And so then you're like, oh well, how many? Right. So that's all it is. Every 5 years that shit has a cycle. Every 4 years that thing has a cycle. But what's this bigger thing y'all were talking about? Like now we superimpose that across the constellations, right? The guy was talking about this 19 years, 20-year cycle that's only off by 2 hours. That's pretty amazing.
That's what it's part of, because we are doing decimals because we are part of a larger scale, and that's my point.
Here's your answer, bro. You're the only answer you're ever going to get. You start your equation, you go back to zero for you. What do you see every day? Just like they told you in the beginning. What do you wake up and see every day? Start your recording, start your own math. That's the only way you're going to make any sense here. Because you're asking us how to break down some guy's math about some guy's cycle, some guy started when he started, whatever he started looking at from the point of contention. It's like watching a rerun and we all start our own math problem from what was the first laugh? What was this? What was that? What was it like? You're not making any sense. You got to go watch the rerun and figure it out for yourself.
So Nacho, no. So I'm using what we use to measure that cycle.
Doesn't make no sense. It's somebody else's shit. It's arbitrary. That's why you're fucked up right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You're using somebody else.
So if you go outside, Nacho, and you use your clock on your watch, you can go buy one from Chinatown, you can go buy one from Rolls Royce or Rolex, and surely both would measure 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, and that sun would be in the exact same angle of when it left off the last time. Would you agree to that?
Even that's a problem, because they assume stuff in
No,
what
I
they tell you
disagree.
about that.
I disagree with the clock doing shit.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then I'm in the wrong Discord to have this discussion. So I think then I'm going to leave it at that, because obviously I'm not going to get my answers here. I just thought maybe you guys may have some
You got
sort of
to change
understanding
the
of
watch,
this.
the battery in your clock. I don't think your clock's
No,
doing
you're
shit, buddy.
asking
I'm sorry.
good questions.
No, this is
for
absolutely
the issue.
a ridiculous question, because I've been called silly, I've been called ridiculous, I've been saying I've got to do this myself, measure my own time, come up with my own concept of time. I've got to do everything myself.
Guys, one at a time, guys.
Yeah,
It's
we've
not
already got
you, Beer Man.
instrumentations to
It's
measure
the
this.
questions, because where they come
Shit.
from, is
You
this
gotta
world that
echo
is
Elijah.
baked. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Well, maybe if you don't talk while I'm talking, how about that?
Beer Man, in 23 hours and 56 minutes, the sun's not going to be back in the same spot as a sidereal day. The stars will be back in the same spot, right?
Correct.
A solar day is 24 hours.
Correct. So I think my question's in the wrong arena. I probably need to go somewhere else to ask it. I was just hoping that someone may have some understanding in this Discord of what I'm trying to ask. Just
So-
clearly, there's no understanding of what I'm asking. So
Can you
if
ask
it's
it
that,
again?
then it's
I can
cool.
help
I'll
you.
leave it.
I can help you. Just check out the explanatory supplement to the Astronomical Almanac, and then you can go back and look at the sidereal days and the Julian calendar and what their explanation is and how they got to where we are today. That's the best way you can do it, is go back and research that.
What's it called?
It's called the Explanatory Supplement to the Astronomical Almanac, Ephemeris, and the Nautical Almanac. So it has all that information. It's all available. It's an old book. I think it was updated in 2013. Good one is the 1961 version. It's like the legit version. So
thank you.
You should also figure
no
out
problem.
whether you're talking about angles to 360 on a base of a clock watch or around a sphere, pal. So you have to even decide whether you're on a globe or not for this mathematical equation for whatever you keep talking about that makes no sense. So, dude, you're talking about some guy somewhere that said some shit about a number that he made or put on some arbitrary stuff. So you have to be that guy that puts that number on your arbitrary stuff because you don't even know whether you're on a globe or a flat 360 or a globe which isn't 360, which doesn't have anything to do with angles and spheres. And where's the angle in a ball? What are you talking? Man, come on. Cut that out.
Those are good foundational points, Mark. Like you do got to make sure to verify. Got to make sure we don't have assumptions that's gonna block our rendering of the data and all this, man. But I think Beerman's just looking for like the bigger system. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like a big understanding of the bigger foundation. Like, dude, what are they talk about 20,000 year cycles up in the sky, man. But I heard y'all talk about the anti-Cytherean mechanism. That's what brought me in. I'm like, bro, like how much does that stuff still match? This is 1,000 years old. And they made it match. Like that shit is amazing.
Well, who
and then
said
they
it
had to
matched?
make assumptions about it. They thought they got it wrong. There was some guy with some breakthrough, idea about the teeth and the thing, to actually show how ingenious this contraption was. Like, I mean, we got to give credit where it's due.
No, you don't. Have you ever seen that contraption? Were you the one that found it? What if he just found a piece of metal somewhere with a little tooth on a gear thing, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it does everything because it's got a 360-degree flat 2D little circle thing on it."
Could be right.
Wow!
Have you looked
Look at
into
the
it? Have you seen
2D
it?
gear. Man, it's gonna give me all the math of everything. Look, it's a 2D little flat gear on the side of something. Oh my
It's
god,
more than
blew my
that, man.
mind.
It's more than that. But maybe it's fake. I give you that. Maybe it's fake. But if it's genuine from back in the day, dude, that's pretty amazing.
You're not
That's
making.
exactly
You guys
like
aren't
you
making
said.
no
Like you said,
sense,
you go down to
man.
the drawing board,
You're
you
trying to
start
talk
pounding it
about
for
something
yourself.
amazing that's a 360. A 360 is not amazing to a sphere. A
It does
360
more than that.
degree
Maybe you
face
need
of
to
a
look
clock
into
that
it.
you can draw in the dirt that's 2D has nothing on a sphere. An anti-Cythereum mechanism was a gear on the side of a square, supposedly, which had nothing to do with either one of those things. So whatever you guys
Well, it
keep
was more than
conflating,
that, wasn't it?
just because somebody wants to be the miraculous fucking guy behind the counter or the guy behind the curtain who brings you anti-Cythereum. Cool story.
Denmark, it's exact. Like, imagine we do what he said. Like, we start counting right now. We're going to be counting the sun. We're going to count the moon. We're going to count the stars. And if we were to count all these things and make a little
What
notch in the
thing?
gear and line them
Count
all up or
what
whatever,
thing?
this is what it didn't just have one gear. Maybe I'm wrong.
Count
Okay,
what
but I'm
thing,
going to have
John?
to look back. So.
Yeah, I just gotta tap mute you both. It's total audio chaos all the time with you guys. I don't know, maybe you need to take 5 or something. Don, you guys gotta wait your turn, man.
Definitely your.
Can they go like 1v1 or something? Maybe just to give them 5 minutes.
I was curious what Beerman's question was. I came too late to hear what he was asking about the 24 hours.
Matthew, I'd actually appreciate it maybe if you and I or later we can hop somewhere else because I think this is coming from a very biased it's being answered from a very biased perspective. Like D-Mark mentioned there about balls and spheres. I never once invoked any shape of anything. I mentioned the way our clocks work, our TikToks. I call it a TikTok, and the way we measure time and why the sun is where it is, and the amount of ticks it takes to get to the same position the next day is 23 hours, etc., etc. I just had a
Did you not
question
hear
about
what
that, but yeah.
what Jeremy said about how that's
Yeah,
that's
I
from
did.
this one cycle, and then the day is a different cycle?
Yeah, I did, but I'm saying immediately I got flabbergasted of saying that it's about a sphere, and I believe that we're on a sphere, and this and that, and I'm wrong. I must redo it. I must do it myself. I just think it's a ridiculous way to answer that question. It's either, dude, fuck, we don't know, I don't know. Research some more. Maybe you're asking in the wrong place, which is fair, dude. It's not an easy question. I've been researching now. I'm trying to find it, and I was hoping someone may have understood it a bit better than I did, and with my research.
Yeah, so the observations, like you said, are fairly clear. The reason for why it happens would be up for discussion. But the observation is that the sun appears at solar noon on average about 24 hours every day. Solar noon about 24 hours later to the next day on average. And then if you do the same thing with the night sky, it's 23 hours 56 minutes. So it's slightly different.
Matthew, can we hop into live stream too, and we can chat about this if you don't mind?
Will do.
Cool.
Oh wait, where is it?
It's below you. Just scroll down.
Are y'all going to talk about it? Can I listen?
Yeah, you can go and harass them if they let you.
Maybe I don't have access to live stream too. Hold on.
Ask them about the bigger number, Don. The bigger number. The bigger thing. Yeah, it's weird.
It's
Both of them
about
are
three
believe in
sections.
the day.
One second, Demo. It's about 3 sections down, Matthew, if you want to join him.
I see the text, live stream 2 text. Is it right under that?
You can probably
Nah, I'm good. I could care less about their garbage.
Can you not see him? I'm talking to him, though.
No, I didn't hear you. My phone's breaking up. Sorry.
I see live stream 2.
Live stream 2, there's like 2 people in it. You don't see it?
Oh, I see it.
The audio.
Okay, got it.
No, I could care less. I'm not going down
Shut
there.
up. No
You
one's
hear me?
talking to you.
Demok, this is why
You're like a fuck.
You guys are breaking up.
Question, look, just because his question
Then
had
stop talking.
assumptions baked into it, you don't have to rag on someone like that. Obviously, he's asking questions, so why don't you go? Which is what I was going to do before Jeremy hopped on the echo, which he causes, by the way. It was fine until you started, Jeremy.
I don't cause your echo, dude. That's not a thing.
Yeah,
Other
you
people
do.
can't cause
You're
your
like,
echo.
there's an echo while you're like pushing your mic through every internet connection out there.
Yeah, you guys blend in with each other, and I couldn't tell you were talking, so quit jumping on me like you're crazy. I couldn't tell. I hear you now. We're good.
The thing that would be more helpful, which I was trying to get to, but I don't know if he even wanted to listen, to be honest. People did give him plenty of answers to his different questions, which is that a lot of these questions and how they're formed, whether he knows it or not, have the assumptions of the heliocentric model or whatever other nonsense we're dealing with baked into them. So of course they're going to sound odd or not make sense. But if you just shout at him like that, man, that's not helpful.
He's asking how to make it to point
Then
3.
I'm not your daddy, so you do you.
Yeah, I know you're not, and that's cool. You have an opinion on how to tell me how to present myself to people, how to present my idea about their idea, but that's never going to happen for me. I'm always going to be Democ, and I'm going to be original, and I'm going to talk about what I say the way I say it. So when I find out, yeah, you're annoying to me. Well, I like how you talk over me when you clearly can hear me talking just fine, and we know that. So that's kind of odd. So anyway. So throw your rocks at somebody else's broken glass, all right? It's not working over here. I got wood. So all I'm saying is when a person says, hey, you want to talk about arbitrary numbers that don't mean shit for sky or stuff moving or doing anything, that's what I'm going to tell them. I don't care if it hurts their feelings. That's just the truth of it. You don't understand that's the truth? Well, I'm sorry for you. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's not arbitrary though. Where she was just asking about the timing it takes for the sun or whatever to get back to the same spot on the ground. So I don't. feel like that was nonsense.
Or whatever. Is that a number, Jeremy? The or whatever spot? From what spot to where for whose timing? Who wrote it down and who started it? And whose do you go by? Gregorian,
Objection.
Greek, American? What are we talking about here? From what to what? Like Don was saying, oh, the numbers, Antikythera, starting it from here to where? From where to where? How many ticks for what? To get to where?
To get
Doesn't
back to
make
the
no
same
sense.
spot. To get back to the same spot.
Of what spot? That didn't make any sense. The same spot. Okay, Dr. Seuss.
Okay, so right now or now, you know, and then when to that same spot.
I think it would be better stated because we know what we're living
Hot
on.
caught back on the same spot that he forgot from the last spot. Yeah, okay, Jeremy. Put a 0.3 on that.
You forgot the plot.
I think demo has like 300 ping, but
Debak.
I think it'd be better stated if you talk about back to this presentation of the sky clock or whatever, however you want to phrase it, because we're not moving anywhere, but you have a certain presentation at any given time, and like, oh, when does it come back here? That's why I asked him the question. What 0 point are you asking for? Are you asking for the year, the week, the day, the 7 years, all of this? So depending on which one of those fixed points you're looking to return to, at which point the sky is presenting itself the same again, then you have something to work with, and then that each answer is different. So obviously for a day it's 24 hours. For a year, that kind of gets complicated. Some people have feelings about it, but I just say it's 364, and then you intercalate when needed according to the rules. But that's because I follow the calendar that I want. But if you just want to do cycles, well, you're gonna have to answer your question according to what cycle you're following. If it's the solar cycle, then you have to observe the sun. If it's the lunar cycle over a year, over a month, over 19 years, then you just have to put that into play. And what the clever quarter worked out is that when you appreciate them properly and according to correct understanding, all these things kind of come together like a nice orchestra. And then you have this, what did you call it, Jeremy? The star system? What's the name they call it?
The star system?
Yeah, the one that keeps shifting a little bit and it isn't in line.
Oh, the sidereal day?
Yeah, so you have this, and then so you have this.
That's what he kept mentioning. The 23 hours and 56 minutes. That's a sidereal day. That's what they say. That's why noon and midnight don't flip 6 months after each other, because of the sidereal day. Otherwise, the way an orbit works, if it took 24 hours for the Earth to rotate, and we used a 24-hour clock, at one point noon would be the high point in the sky of the sun, and then the next time around it would be the exact. 6 months later it would be the exact opposite time. Those 4 minutes, those 3 or 4 minutes may stop that from happening in the globe model.
Okay, but outside of the globe model, right? This is the issue, because some of the reality things that do happen are conflated with the globe model bullshit that definitely doesn't happen. But with the reality, what I was talking about is you have this thing that's repeating on bigger cycles, but it's always kind of going back on itself. Whereas from my understanding, something about the way the stars seem to do their play, though it's repeating as well, they're also shifting, as if, at least from where I stand in scripture, as if you go, oh, well, we're no longer in this act of the play. I would say that there's 7 acts, 6 of which most of the people get to live through. And we're in the 6th act, I think, or toward the end of the 6th act. And that's what that shift is. And I think it's convenient that you have that in reality, but that the offside degenerates use that, obfuscate the narrative behind it, and then tell you, oh, it's because of this fake rotation or whatever. But yeah, there's an easy way to do it, but it requires I think it requires humility first.
Seems like he wanted to go back to a point where he could see something like, okay, like going back, the idea of either going back in time to like look up and to get an idea where something might be at compared to where it is right now, in a way it seemed like he was trying to do. But you have to remember, if it's a cycle, like what would that even? You're not really going back. You're just going back to that point of the cycle, like a rerun of a movie. You're just watching 3 minutes and 57 seconds again. 3 minutes and 57 seconds again. 3 minutes. Like, what is he? I don't even see what he's trying to get at. I really don't. And then trying to take a 0, a 3.3 back to 0.
As much as he didn't like the way you definitely, and I was phrasing it, a lot of his questions are kind of weird, right? It's not him, but it's what he's saying. And you listen to it and you're like, I want to appreciate what they're saying and then respond in kind. It's a bit hard to respond in kind to something that sounds odd or sounds confused. And he could admit to this himself. He's still not fully convinced where he lives. And I think that's the issue. Because he's been around the block for time, but he still doesn't want to maybe put his foot anywhere. And you can't make someone decide like that. So if someone like that is going to ask questions, they're going to invariably ask questions, the same kind of questions again and again, and have trouble ever, filling in the gap. But
yeah, but it seems like
it's not
some
as if
of
he
them
hasn't
just
admitted this, right? So if
right, it seems like he purposely did that.
He doesn't.
I feel like he's purposely doing it. That's all I'm saying. Like he thought of some weird ass question
to
come in here to stage
I
it
think he's
to
just
be like, yeah, to get us there.
I think he just doesn't want to admit that everything that was told to him before is false, and it's hard to let go of some things if you don't want to change your mind.
Well, that too. That's why I was asking him, what model is he talking about? Like what, from what math? Like he can't be talking about flat Earth math in a way, and he has to be coming from the globe model. For him to say I'm stupid for saying that is crazy. That just doesn't make any sense. When he knows for a fact he's still stuck on the fence, and he's going with the globe 0.9.333333 anyway.
Yeah, but imagine if you didn't realize that you were doing that, right? Let's remove the possibility, however possible it might be, that this is intentional, like sophisticated trolling, for instance. That's just time wasting the same question again and again. I wouldn't make that characterization, but that's me. So let's remove that from the equation. If he doesn't realize that everything he's saying is embedded with a deep degree of cognition, then he's not going to appreciate anything you say properly, because he doesn't realize that the error that you're pointing out.
Right, and he said I was being biased. Yeah, I was like, okay. I wasn't trying to be.
I mean, I was muted at the time. It's like, well, it's not biased when it's true. It's like it's not a bad thing to be biased when it's true, right? Like if you know for certain that your house is not on fire, then when you're biased about it being not on fire, how is that a problem?
Right.
You just transpose that onto the earth. You know it's not spinning, so it's not biased to talk about it from the it's not spinning point of view. Or it's not a bad thing if you are biased in that occasion. However you want to phrase it. Like as if any man isn't biased as well. That's strange.
Well, an unknowing bias is not bad, or a bias towards the truth is not bad, I guess we would say.
Yeah,
and when you and Jeremy were talking, I wasn't trying to.
With him was useful because I don't think he realizes that even in his curiosity has been bent by the globe model and all the different things. Like imagine having this conversation with like people who just hunt deer for a living or whatever, and they just live out. It's like, what do you mean 23 point so many? It's like, dude, the sun goes up, the sun goes down. I'm hungry.
Right.
But
100%.
But you can't then expect everyone else to have that conversation if they have a different experience.
You're right, and that's what I was trying to tell him. I was just saying, like, from wherever you're coming from, you have to go there to get the answer in a way. I mean, that's the only way.
That's why I think the most useful thing, which you said as well, is just go and observe it. Don't let anyone else tell you, because he keeps asking us questions, and unless he wants to like go, okay, what they're saying is true. Even if you research it in depth, you still have to then come to the point where I've now agreed to this position. It's so much better to go, you know what, let me just measure it for myself. I don't know how long the tree is. I'm going to go and get a tape measure and measure it.
And then he wouldn't back check anything. Like if we said it, he's just going to take it for face value. No, he's not going to do that.
And the thing is, like, you could probably derive most of this information from that thing. What's that site that you can go and follow the star patterns in history and into the future, or at least into recorded history or whatever?
Yeah, back to the Big Bang or whatever. Yeah.
No, not that. It's like a graphic.
Oh, okay. You just mean for the times. I got you.
It's a website that you can go on. I just don't know the name of it. Like the star patterns, the sun patterns. Stellarium, that's the one. So you can even derive a lot of the information that I can point to in scripture, for instance. If you were that kind of person, you might end up finding errors, I would kind of presume, given the nature of who made Stellarium. But that those errors aside, I would propose that you could get the same information through hours and hours and weeks of trawling through that, just making notes and going, okay, this and this, and writing it down. Like, I know someone who's done that, kind of, not using Stellarium, but using historical data. And you can confirm what scripture says, specifically the calendar stuff that I talk. But that's long. Who wants to do that? Only a certain type of person is going to even consider doing that, let alone actually commit to do it.
Yeah, your probably occupation would have to have something to do with
Oh no, you just got free time.
Patterns, stars, yeah, something.
If you have work to do, how are you gonna go and scroll through calendars when you know that there's someone else who can do it for you because they're that way inclined? I'm inclined to just like extrapolate the logic of what scripture says and confirm it within a shorter window, because that doesn't take as much research. But what I'm saying is, if somebody was really that dedicated without knowing what the scripture said, I would think at least 95% it's possible, if they had the right kind of capacity, to go and extract the same information that scripture presents from
But think about this,
from the raw data.
Right, that's what I was trying to do right now. You said stellarium, right? And then that's a cycle, a pattern of a circle, right? Like a circle, right? Now think about this: the Big Bang isn't necessarily a circle. It's from the center outward. It's a straight line. Now, why are we counting time in a circle pattern rather than a straight line? To me, that's weird. So all of our time goes back on a loop, back to it. Like that's just weird. That's weird as hell. So like from the Big Bang, everything should be going out from itself in a
I see
line.
what you mean, like the contradictions in what they're saying and what they're using. I get
Yes,
that.
100%.
You have to be a bit more clear when you speak like that, because it's not obvious whether you're having the internal assessment of the globe model or whether you're just having an actual conversation.
Well, I'm saying from the beginning of how they got their stuff. When did this cycle start from the Big Bang pattern?
I get you.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
if it's not clear that when you say we or us or something like that and you're generic, then I could think you're talking about reality, and then I have to remember, oh no, he's demolishing the globe. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not obvious. I hear a lot of people saying, well, they compare the rotation and they compare another observation. I'm like, but there isn't any rotation. But at least with that one, it's obvious, because you know who's speaking, you know where they stand.
Where's the Big Bang cycle is what I want to know.
There isn't. And the thing is, the only people who, if that was even a thing, right? Like, have you ever watched all these laws and stories and fairy tales about like the Marvel characters and all the rest of that? It's just the first example that came to my head. They have this proposition in some of their universe models that the thing just destroys itself and comes back together, but that there's some creatures who have managed to exist from one cycle to the next through some trickery or some mechanism, whatever bullshit they need to make up to sell a comic book, right? But even within that retarded fantasy world that they're just having fun with, right? In order for anyone to make a real comment on whether these kind of cycles are even a thing, they would have had to exist from the pre-cycle. Otherwise, everything they're saying is purely conjecture and is based on nothing but brain damage. So even if they want to invoke something like, okay, this cycle repeats every so many billions of years, it's like, Well, are you billions and billions and billions of years old? No. So therefore, what you're talking about is bullshit. Next story. So anytime they bring up, like, even in the cycle question, anytime they bring up cycles that are more than a man's lifetime, and I'm not talking about just like a little bit more, I'm talking like considerably more. I'm gonna sit here and go, well, I call bullshit, because unless you have had a dedicated family tradition of noting this stuff down, and you can go and show proof of this over the generations, and how on earth would you know that this cycle repeats like that? It's based on assumption, because you're assuming into the future and you're assuming back into the past, unless you actually have the data. So like the 19-year cycle that Snacks was talking about, that's easy to appreciate, because you can have like 5 cycles in your lifetime, or maybe 4 if you die too early. Sensei, you killed the chat. It's definitely off.
People also think, like I said, you get the rerun movie and they think, oh man, I saw the beginning movie and I went back to the beginning and then the beginning and the end. You didn't look at the future and the past. You're watching the rerun. It's not the future and the past of anything. It's the cycle. It's the rerun.
You're breaking up, Demo.
Yeah.
You agreed to your breakup. Hey, try and fix your Michael.
Saying it's a rerun, not the future or the past. It's like watching a rerun of a movie. When the guy goes back to the beginning and sees the first part of the movie start, he's not going to the back through time. He's just looking at the first part of the movie. So he's just watching a rerun or watching the cycle happen again. He's really not going back in time like the guy would think, or like he's trying to understand with his decimal points and his math and his ideas. You can't go back into something. You can only watch the cycle again.
Well, yeah, because I think one of these things is, I don't know if he was implying that, but I know a lot of people do and definitely believe this, but that time is this, like, they almost give it entity status, which it clearly doesn't have, because it's derived from what the sky clock is doing, or the luminaries, whatever. It doesn't matter how you describe it necessarily. So when like you're saying, it's just like, I think the clock is the perfect analogy. You just got the master clock is up there, and everyone else is just copying and doing like Chinese knockoffs, right? So all it does, though it's like an oversimplification, but all it does is just a whole set of revolutions that work in tandem, and it's wonderful to appreciate, right? It's pretty, even without understanding why it's doing it. It just looks nice, right? Twinkling things in the sky. But it's repeating. It has a set pattern. It doesn't seem to deviate from that, however much people wanna pretend like it does or whatever. And we just go, okay, when this thing goes back here, that's one unit of time. Boom, finish. End of story. But like a centimeter doesn't exist. A centimeter is just a description of between point A and point B, and you just give it an SI unit or whatever. Same with times. Like they've chosen to use the 360, the 60 seconds, and all of that. And there's other ways to do it, but that's all it is. It's just a derivation of what we see in the sky. So this back in time thing that you're talking about, I think it comes from them wanting to pretend that time can change, or that that has physical property or something. Madness. You know, this kind of conversation is going to wake up the specialists, the time dilated specialists, if they're still even about. Looks like they've quit. Crypto, you wanna pretend like you're a specialist in confusion?
What's up, man? So was my mic open?
No, I just saw you in the chat, wondering if you could take the mic out of the Globers.
Oh, I can do that all day long, mate. Don't you worry about that. I haven't been around much actually. Last 4 weeks, I've realised that like these guys, they just waste your time. They sap your energy and just, man, I've just been like smashing the gym and like smashing my private kind of projects, and I've just been really kind of selfish and just working on myself a lot recently. And you realise how much of this energy these idiots just sap from you, and you could just using that energy so much better, you know. So that's kind of why I haven't been around that much.
Same. It's fun.
But yeah, I've really been improving my lifts in the gym. I'm back to squatting 160 kilos for reps, which is great.
How many reps?
Bench has gone on 6.
Oh, that's good.
So I'm so happy with that, because I don't tell you I had a few knee issues.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, especially on my right knee. But it turned out that it wasn't the knee that was the problem at all. So I went to a physio.
What was it?
And no, they said, right. I went in with my knee just had massive water on it. And I was like, it was painful. I said, oh mate, what's wrong with my knee? And he goes, oh, nothing's wrong with your knee. It's like, what? He goes, yeah, your ankles and your hips, they're fucked. Your knee's fine. So he gave me some ankle kind of mobility and strengthening routines, and he gave me some hip flexibility routines, and then I had to start doing like a bikini butt workout for a month. So, you know, if I become a bikini model, don't blame me. But once I'd strengthened those areas, knee was fine, and I was back to squatting heavy within a month. It's great. But it's like all of that stuff, I could have spent all of that time arguing with some numbnuts about whether the earth rotates or not. Right? But instead I chose to fix my health. So yeah.
That's excellent. You'll find that a lot of injuries are like that. Your body kind of compensates. Because if your ankle was in pain all the time, you wouldn't be able to walk, and that's like that gets in the way of function. But so because this is my assumption, because it wasn't major enough for you to be like, oh, you have to be bedridden, like you crushed your whole foot.
What happened?
Your body just transfers it and goes, let the knee handle it so that we can still walk.
Yeah, no, what actually happened is, so I had kind of like a strong quads from years of squatting heavy, but the adductors and the abductors, the two muscles either side, had been neglected. And then one was stronger than the other, and it was pulling my knee round.
So you've misbalanced yourself in your weight.
Exactly. But then also where I didn't have, I had weak glutes as well, so the glutes weren't able to compensate, and just the whole area was just suffering. You know,
this is one of the reasons why I don't really like the gym. I don't like shit on it, like don't do the gym, because people obviously need to get strong. But in terms of as a modality, it's so lopsided. I think the general gymnastic approach is more efficient for the body.
Yeah, I agree. Well, the thing is, I was very one-dimensional. I was doing a lot of compound lifts, and I was doing a lot of the big exercises, but I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't know about the smaller kind of muscle groups to stabilize those lifts, and I just ignored them. And and then you get all of these muscle imbalances, and you start suffering for it. And is what it is. I went through it. I fixed myself, and I'm back on the horse. But
do you swim at all?
No, I did used to, but I find it a bit of a faff getting in and out of the pool.
Yeah,
it takes so long.
If you had like your own pool, maybe it'd be better. But because I used to swim back in the day, like standard procedure. It's kind
were
of.
You ever?
Say again.
Sorry. I was going to say, were you ever otter mode?
I don't know what that means.
No, it just means like really like skinny, but like 6-pack and like basically like a swimmer's body, basically.
It may be, but the thing is, I'm like I said with the martial arts stuff, kind of. I think swimming was by force, though I liked it. Right, didn't really have a choice to begin with, but you go to like things. But I don't think I was physically designed to be a swimmer, compared to like say Phelps. Have a different makeup, but yeah, there's a time where you kind of get like that. But that was like I think that was really in the adolescent stuff before the big muscles start setting in.
Yeah.
So after a certain point, when you're throwing people about, your body will be like, well, this is gonna have to change.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm pretty sure Michael Phelps is like 50% fish.
Yeah, probably. He's probably one of them degenerates. Nah, I don't know. Like, some people are just made for it. There's a limit to how you can get excellent technique, but your technique will only take you so far in those kind of specialist stuff.
Yeah. There's also to do with the amount of fat that's contained in your muscles, because fat floats easier than muscle. So this is why you basically all of the best swimmers in the world are European descent, right? Because we just seem to have that perfect balance, which allows us to just skim the top of the water.
That's interesting.
Whereas you get kind of other. I mean, there are some good Chinese swimmers as well, but they tend to, not be as good on average.
And it will be a certain class of Chinese swimmer as well.
Right, yeah, exactly.
The ones that stand out in their own populace. Because they're giant.
Sure.
Like the same with their basketball players. Similar thing.
Yeah, true. Well, I think that the tallest ever basketball player was Chinese, actually. It was some guy who was like 7'9" or some shit. It was crazy. It's funny because I'm 6'2" and I feel tall. And then I think, I see people around, and I'm normally taller than I would say 95% of people.
Right.
I can't even imagine being.
Because you live in London, though.
No, man. I mean, if I go back to Essex or Surrey or wherever, I'm normally taller than most people, right? Not in Holland. If you go to Holland, I feel average as fuck. But I can't imagine being like an extra 1.5 foot taller. That would be completely absurd.
That's man.
I already feel big, But anyway.
Well, the reason I was suggesting swimming before we got lost is just that it's almost like a complete body workout. So in terms of avoiding injury or just keeping care to not neglect other parts of your body, it's pretty effective, and it's especially through injury. It's low impact.
Yeah, for sure. No, swimming is great. I should do it, but I just choose not to. But I would never sway people against it. I think it's fantastic. But I think if you're going to do what I'm doing, which is because I just like the feeling of being strong and just being like fit and able to do stuff,
Yeah.
Then you just have to accept that when you strengthen certain muscles in your body and you neglect other muscles, there's going to be you just have to accept that, So, but then you can compensate for that. You put it into the routine. You just say, okay, well, I'm doing bench today, so I need to work my rotator cuffs. And then what you do is you make sure that is just your warm-up. So your warm-up is the rotator cuff workout, and then you get into the bench and you're good. It's easy enough.
I get that. If that's your approach, I want is it also because there's a difference between strength and power. I can't remember which way around I need to describe it. But I'm pretty sure in terms of power to weight ratio, the gymnasts kick most of these strongmen. They kick them every time.
But gymnasts all do resistance training in the gym. All of them.
Yeah, but they have a more complete system as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, gymnasts are going to be generally more athletic than powerlifters. But bear in mind, powerlifters are just trying to lift the most weight in the most efficient way possible. Right? And bodybuilders are a different thing again. They don't actually care about how much weight they lift. They care about hypertrophy. They want to look good on stage. Whereas a gymnast doesn't really care how they look. They're all about, can I do that flip? Can I perform this action? And so a lot of them look big because they need that strength in order to perform to the right level, So it's just like, the application is different.
Yeah, I think some of the things they do nowadays, like in terms of like a purist mentality, maybe you could find fault in. But the reason I picked them out is that the men specifically, right? They're all proportionally strong and built. Like
Definitely.
everything is in alignment with itself, which is the thing that I think is given the conversation with the injury and stuff. Which I think is like the paramount thing. Because if you're not trying to achieve anything specific, like an end goal of I want to lift big rock overhead and not die, then like Fred Flintstone or whatever, then you kind of wanna think of like the longevity perspective. And I think
I agree with that.
I think the proportional build up of all the musculature is, I think, the soundest. And I say this from negative experience of the injury side of things, because in the early years I kind of neglected the conditioning aspect of it, and I was just like, I just want to fight, it's fun.
Yeah, yes.
But you end up suffering, and then some injuries take longer to heal.
Yeah. Well, luckily for us, the resident Globe powerlifter has just arrived. Hi, Matthew.
Hey,
is this imaginary powerlifting or actual powerlifting?
Matthew, how much do you bench?
Probably 40 pounds. I haven't tried.
Oh.
So I don't think you can do a proper push-up then, can you?
Probably not.
Matthew, how much do you weigh?
I weigh about 79 kilograms.
Oh, did he cut out?
No, he said 79 kg. I think you lagged.
79 kilograms.
Matthew, you know I can bench you.
I'm not surprised.
If I just got a bar and you sat on the bar, I could bench you.
Probably bench 2 of them.
No,
2 is a little bit much.
Yeah, no, 2 would be absurd. Definitely 1.
Wait, so you can squat 2 of them, but you can't bench 2 of them?
Yeah. What? Are you serious?
I'm playing. But let's ignore reality and experience for a second. From a 5-year-old's perspective, why wouldn't you not be able to lift the same with your legs than with your arms? Explain it to me.
The muscles are smaller. You've got less power to push with. I mean, it's just a mechanical difference.
I wonder. So what's the ratio then? Like with the elite lifters between their max bench and their max squat?
Oh, that's actually a good question. I mean, it's pretty individual. I would say it's probably most people who have trained for a while, I would say their squat is between 50% and 100% higher than their bench.
Okay.
But it's so like individual, like for me, I don't know what my 1 rep max is on squat, but I know today I did 106. I haven't benched in probably about 6 months because I do incline dumbbell press now. Just because I had an imbalance between my left side was much stronger than my right side for some reason in the shoulder, so I moved off of bench because it was actually making the imbalance worse. But probably bench 120 for reps.
Okay.
But I've
have
done
to
it.
just investigate because I have access to a gym.
But yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't want to shit up the chat with weightlifting talk. I was just saying
it's far more interesting than whatever else might come up. No, that's a heavy assumption because we've got some fun people in chat.
Fair enough. Well, look, if you guys are happy with this chat, we can carry on. If you find it dull, want to move on, that's cool too. But I was just responding to your, because you obviously I was just listening and you called me in, and I was just saying, like, I've just been focused on myself. I haven't really been in this chat for the last month because I just feel like I wanted to get on with a lot of things in my personal life that I'd kind of been procrastinating, and I just spent so much time arguing with Globers online that it was like, I've got to just take that energy back, and just use it in a better way. So
yeah, that's good. How long did it take from when they told you what to do with your knee to when you were able to get going again with the house?
So when I first went to the physio, I couldn't even walk on the right knee. I was like wobbling. Within 4 weeks, I was walking properly again, like with no issues at all. But I wasn't lifting on the knee, and it took me another 4 weeks to be confident to like really put serious pressure through the knee. But one thing that was really interesting that a lot of people don't talk about is walking backwards on a treadmill. If you've got knee issues, walk backwards on a treadmill for 10 minutes a day, and your knee pain will go. It will just vanish after like a week. It's the weirdest thing.
You know what I think it is? When you walk backwards, you can't like put your stupid head and your stupid shoes into the equation. You're kind of forced to be natural. And
well, I think it's like I don't even know.
Because you know the problem. You know the problem with a lot of way. So first of all, they're on heels, right? So you're not naturally designed to have your heel that far off the ground. That's just you, right? So when they're running or when they're walking, their whole gait is weird. Their hips, everything's broken unless you're barefoot. So, but when you're walking backwards, you can't put your heel down first. You're gonna be walking on the balls of your feet. So I can kind of understand why it would reset your musculature on your. But the one that I had, so I had like I think it's what's the internal one, the meniscus.
I think so. Yeah.
I've actually had quite a few injuries with that, but I had like a nasty one when I was pretty young, or relatively nasty. I think probably felt worse than it actually was because I was still able to walk. But the guy did some TENS stuff, which is like that like electrical impulses. He did a few like physio manipulations and stretches and stuff, and then he said just go to the gym, get on the not the treadmill, the bike, put it on low resistance, and just spam. I'm translating his words, right? Just spam it for 45 minutes, high cadence. And I shit you not, in that first 45-minute session, it was almost like completely fixed. Now, obviously, he'd already done some pre-work, and the way he explained it to me was just because it was a twisting injury from the judo, right? Because you've twisted it, the best way to deal with that is get it in the alignment, and the bike is perfect for that because you can't make a mistake there. So because you can't make a mistake in the movement, it's safe. And then because you're doing high speed, you're getting the blood flow to the damaged area, and you're like kind of getting rid of the scar tissue.
Okay, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because you're actually just you're effectively doing days worth of kind of natural body repair in a 45-minute sort of session.
Yeah, because one of the big issues with those like kind of tiny tendons and all of that is the scar tissue.
Yeah, so you got to click that through.
That's why you have either those really that's why people end up going to surgery a lot, is to remove the scar tissue. But if you can kind of preempt it in terms of your maintenance to look after yourself in general, like the stretches, the warm-ups, all of that's one thing. And the other thing is like if you catch it earlier and it's not so bad an injury that you're still able to function, then you can do something like that. And I just thought that was magic, because it's like I did what he said just because I was just because physio said so. I didn't really think about it, but I was so surprised at the like speed at which I was like, I can go again. I feel like I can risk my knee again, no problem.
Yeah, it's exactly how I feel now. I genuinely feel like I can run, I can jump, I can, I want to work up to. This would be great. I want to work up to being able to slam dunk again. That'd be great. So I've done that in probably haven't done that in 20 years. So if I can slam dunk in my 30s or in my 40s, I'll be delighted. But now I feel like I've got enough momentum that I feel like I can get there again, and that'd be fantastic because I'm tall enough to do it. So it's just about the spring and whether my knees can do it,
That's a point.
So
good metric to like remember those old stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think I could slam dunk.
Well, most people can't, but it's because of the knees. It's not because of any other reason, Yeah, it's whether you can support the knee through that kind of power movement. But if you think about it, like what's the main difference between, say, like squatting 160 kilos, which is double my body weight?
Yeah.
You know, well, maybe 50% more than my body weight, whatever. Versus just jumping with my body weight in an upwards direction. Like, it's still that same explosive movement, right? And it's still in the same direction. So the only difference is I probably need to get a bit lower to do a slam dunk, which means that my range of motion needs to be better. And I need to have that power through the range of motion in order to get that high. But fundamentally, it's a very similar movement.
Yeah, I think it'd just be a lot harder for me in terms of the height. Because to slam dunk, you have to get completely over the hoop, right?
Yeah.
So your hand is like.
And the hoops are 10 foot high, right? So I mean, I'm 6'2". I don't know, 2.5 foot to do it, right? Which I don't think is. I mean, it's good, but it's not. Yeah, I think it's doable.
Because I mean, maybe not now because I haven't done that kind of stuff like similar time frame. I was just actually remembering the other day. It's like I miss playing ball, but if you don't have people to play ball with it, but I could jump and just grab the rim and just hang from it. But that would be like my max. That would be like my max. In order to get the ball into it, that with a slam dunk, that'd be. Isn't that like another hand width jump?
Probably two hand. Well, maybe a hand width and a half because basketball's pretty big, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to make that my ambition for this year. Slam dunk.
Cool. Put on the mask and show us when you've done it. The DJ mask. I mean, not the degenerate.
I'll just put on a Steph Curry fake mask or something.
Yeah, something fun.
Yeah, actually, hold me to that. Hold me to that because I'm up for that.
I'm sure I will.
Right, December 31st. Can he do it? Right, let's go.
You could probably do it in a week if you don't get back onto the chat.
Probably, yeah. So yeah, sorry, Elisha. I spent 5 months arguing with Globers, and now I can't.
Just give me 24 hours. The efficiency. Get away from these crazy people.
Yeah.
Elijah, I just want to add here. So I was chatting to Matthew now in Livestream too. So the answer I was trying to get at is he actually answered quite quickly. Is the cycle we have to do to get back to point zero was 1,507 years. And it was a basic, simple question, or probably not too simple, but math equation. But yeah, 1,507 years is what it was. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
But what do you mean?
So if we start here in the middle of summer on my position, and we use the current clocks that we use, and we don't add in a leap year, it'll take 1,507 years to catch up back to that point in the cycle. Without a leap years. I just wanted to add that.
Why though? There's no explanation for that.
So I'm not too sure why. Yeah. So I'm not too sure why that is, but mathematically, or if you use your clock, man, dude, come on. How many days does it take for you to have a summer and a summer again? Basic question. So you got summer now. How many days till you have summer again? You're gonna go through winter and all that stuff, right?
360 something.
Correct.
Okay. Depends what, so I don't understand where you're getting this 1,000 number from.
Okay, so if you don't add a leap year to that, would it always be the same amount of the days according to your clock on your hand?
Oh, okay. It took this long for your question to make.
To sink into your head. I asked Matthew one simple question. He got it immediately. So, dude, it's not me.
It's not clear.
Oh, okay. But anyways, it was 1,507.
Anyway.
Fair enough. Anyway, so that was it.
So how many days? So basically, what you're asking is how many days for the arbitrary incorrect one to be correct again.
Correct. Very, very probably basic, but I asked it very sucky. But fair enough.
But why? My question now is why are you asking that?
I'm asking it to because I want to see on a grander scale in history of why things happened, of what happened, and like for instance with Graham Hancock's Younger Dryas hypothesis, I want to try and make sense of that sort of thing instead of just being told what it is. So I just want to try and get an understanding of the way we measure things and stuff like that. It's just for myself.
I understand now why you kept harping on about the mathematics.
Correct. So I'm not trying to do any gotchas or anything like that.
No, I wasn't
dude.
saying you were. It's just it's as if you were asking more than what you were asking. But you know, I kind of touched on that unintentionally at some point, which is from the scriptural point of view. You have like the 1,000-year like repetitive thing. Like if you split all of what scripture says will be time between now and a certain point. If you split it into weeks, like each day would represent 1,000 years. So that number, as arbitrary as it may sound,
I just wanted to try.
You might just need to translate the South African to London. Then I might be able to.
Which South African?
It was stupidly simple when you came back.
Yeah, dude. But I think you don't get me wrong. I'm assuming that you maybe assumed I'm like a typical dude that hops into this Discord and just wants to argue and fight.
I know who you are.
Okay, cool.
Well,
yeah, I'm not that guy.
Who you are. I'm familiar with your voice, and I've seen you before. It's just
Okay,
I didn't respond till like after you'd already spoken with these people for a while. So maybe all of the rest of the back and forth, it seemed like you were after a deeper question, maybe.
No, dude. Yes, I am, but that's for me to answer. I'm not even gonna question those things. I will share those questions later. So that was probably a basic. It is a basic question which I complicated most likely, and it's because I hear these discussions and I'm so fucking scared to ask anything. Just the way these discussions go, because in my realm, in my world, dude, I'm just a dude, trying to survive and trying to make sense of this place.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting question.
In like the whole scheme of things. Which is probably another way you can confirm the calendar that I was describing to.
Yes, Snack said an interesting one as well, which I'm going to be looking into. But yeah, I just wanted to get the basics of the way it's presented to us now and how it was then, to see if I can see any correlation between the two. But it's for my own research, at least.
Have you ever wondered about the calendar stuff, that even though everyone seems to have a different way of doing it, I think the assumption would be a correct assumption that there's one way to do it that's correct from the designer's point of view, right? And that the reason that you have these kind of shifting, so you have these many days here, but you have the seasons doing this thing, and you have this shift that if you don't kind of make room for them or intercalate for them, you're going to have an issue if you just do the straight repetitive like you were suggesting. How many times before you come back to the same point, respectively? That I'm wondering if you would agree that was by design, that you're kind of forced to appreciate reality with this calendar and with this need to intercalate it within this like repetitive cycle. Does that make sense to you?
Sort of. So for me, the way the calendar is presented now is similar to the way the distance to the sun is presented. It can be whatever distance they decide. They will just add a number to it.
I meant from like from the creator's point of view, right? Whatever you think of that, this thing's designed that we're in. That
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
of you have this one, you have the daily repetitive cycle, and its position here, and all of this stuff. But you have that if you follow it like you were suggesting, you're gonna end up. What was it you said? Like flip your year around at some point, and you're gonna be all over the place with respect to seasonality of how the seasons work, which are kind of offset or out of phase
Yeah, you
slightly.
will fall behind.
Right.
Or fall
Do you
ahead.
not think that that's intentional by the designer, and that that is kind of inbuilt in order for people who don't know what they're doing to get confused, and people who do know to accommodate for that, and that there's probably one specific correct way to calendar your life, and that every other way is probably. Does that make sense? Regardless of whether you agree with what my proposition is, that the base principle makes.
Yeah, I don't think this can happen out of randomness.
Right.
When it comes to a designer, I personally don't believe it is another physical being, or when I say physical, as in inverted commas, I don't think it's a physical being that put this together in a workshop and put it together. If it is a thought, yes, I think that is most certainly possible, and we could be in a thought process, and this clever mind put this together, and this is maybe living in someone else's mind or thought. I think that's definitely possible, but it still requires a creator, and that thought is the creator. What we see, it is just what it is, but it can't be there uh, without reason, or without
Right. Well, that's
guidance.
even more base principle than I was thinking. I was just to me, I think it's intentional that the calendar, if not intercalated, and understanding how that's supposed to work properly, people will always have an issue. And you see this, right? You see this in the different world systems. Something somewhere is always kind of broken, and they have to like reset. Now, obviously, I'm going to be incredibly biased here and go the way I understand it. Scripture. If you want, I could spam you some links if you're that interested.
You can
It's
send me to that.
long and laborious, by the way, but that is actually the correct system that the one who designed it set up. Like, here's how you appreciate what I've given you. And to me the obvious what would you call it, like, not the obvious flag that this is a thing that's designed, that's intentional, is the shifting between the seasons and some of the luminary cycle, that if you don't appreciate them properly, you're going to end up being all out of sync by just picking a number of days and just repeating.
I personally believe that what we experience is way bigger than we can comprehend. And if you look at what Sensei posted now at 29 past the hour, it's something basic. Well, it's not actually basic, but if we're going to use it in the term of basic compared to our cosmos, let's say this is what we lived on, and we only lived where these little 3 people or 4 people are at. As scientists or as people, we're trying to measure what these 2 things are doing, and we're creating clocks, and we're trying to put a number to it, etc., etc., but on a much larger scale. But yes, I don't think it can come out of randomness. I don't think a big man can create this.
Think about the GIF that Sensei posted, and imagine that you have a whole host of these things all rotating at their own individual, or all orbiting at their own individual set, like, time, or whatever you want, speed, doesn't matter. There, and you have one. You just pick an arbitrary fixed point in the circle. They're only ever going to overlap over that fixed point at so many different intervals. So in order, so if one of them is the seasons in which you grow your food, do your harvest, the newborns of your cows and your sheep, and all of these things that are kind of practical to life, they're one cycle. Then you have this other cycle, but it's not the same speed. Then you have this other cycle. So it's like you got the sun, you got the moon, you got the stars, you got all of this. You can then appreciate how there's a need to properly understand calendar, and how, as much as you're not really right now asking the deeper question, this topic is immense with respect to everyone's life, which is why I think it's such a played with topic, to the point where now people think time is arbitrated by a crystal in their watch. It's like, hold on a minute. That's kind of flipping the whole script upside down. You know what I mean?
So I can philosophize big time of that, in the sense of, if it wasn't for everything to be where it is right now, I wouldn't be as I am now talking to you at this very moment, with the people that designed these things to be able to, for us to communicate the way we are communicating right now. If the sun and moon were in a totally different place or on a totally different cycle, I don't think we would be. We won't be having this discussion. We'll be having a totally different discussion. Even if we would be having a discussion, it might not even be a discussion. That's how deep we can go into it. But at this moment, with what's been presented to us, I'm trying to make sense of it all, at least for myself.
If I can jump in, what I think is ridiculous is to even come up with a notion that the way we communicate with the tools we do, the iPhones right now, whatever, would be a random act, right? We know it's intelligently designed by a human, but we think the human itself that intelligently designed this phone is a random act. Like, that notion is nuts to me. Like, not even thinkable. It's not plausible.
Yeah, and that's very basic compared to our cosmos, and that required some sort of design or some sort of order. I can't believe that this place is not here by order. I don't think this was just an explosion and all of a sudden no, I'm not there. However, I also don't believe that there was some sort of being that created everything that we're seeing. Yeah, man, we can go very deep into this. But yeah, some consider it crazy talk. But yeah, philosophy as well, which is actually awesome. I really enjoy philosophy. It's a new part of my journey.
I look at it in humans. You can just take one species, like take a human. There's some humans that are smarter than others, or more intellectual, like they can design things more, come up with thought processes quicker or whatever. You have different levels of humans. So then you get into the animal, some animals are more intelligent than others. So there's something below humans. There seems logically to be something above humans that would have created the order of the universe or created the humans themselves. Like, it just logically follows.
It's an awesome discussion, but I don't think it's for everyone, unfortunately. If we can change the topic to AI, that'll be awesome. I don't know if you guys have heard of the.
Are you plugging into the Matrix now?
That's actually something I want to bring up. Yeah, have you heard of what the fuck? Hold on, it's called real. Hold on. Replica Studios. They created this AI game where you can actually communicate with the AI in voice. Have you guys seen that? So you communicate with these AI. It's almost like chatting to ChatGPT, but in voice, and they communicate back to you. There's a few YouTube videos about it. You can download the demo for free, and you can communicate with these AI. And I've asked it myself, but yeah, there's a few videos about it, and these AI appear to have feelings. They appear to understand their existence and things like that. It's insane, dude. It's really, really
Have you
cool.
ever
Just to, yeah, go
have you
ahead.
ever heard of crocodile tears?
Yeah, crocodile tears. I just know from a long cane poly. I think crocodile tears from a long cane poly.
So it's an accusation that usually given to women for like for crying, but it's not real, which is obviously a standard procedure for a lot of how they interact, especially in arguments. But it's kind of besides the point where it came from. It's just an example of simulated emotions that are not based in reality. So
Yeah.
if people do this on a regular basis, it's not really that difficult for a machine that you can't even begin to know what like the history of whether they're being genuine or not, compared to like say someone that you know is lying or you know is in the wrong if you had an argument with them.
So could you say the
So
same thing to humans? Would it always be then subjective?
well, no, it depends. But this is my point. Like you could have, I could have a real emotion, right? I could be really happy that it's a sunny day today, or whatever.
How would I
But I
measure
could,
that?
no, but you like okay, you be a man, you could be really happy, and you know that that's a genuine emotion, but you could equally present that as a fake emotion.
Correct. So
Right.
I,
So
I think that's exactly it.
what I'm
Yeah.
suggesting to you is that there is no ambiguity in your own feelings and how they come about, but there is definitely room to be like, how on earth can you suggest that a machine has this when the machine's not built like? Because part of the reason you have emotions is actually your chemical makeup. Like there's a hormonal reason for some of the feelings that you have, right?
I don't know. I've never studied
Well,
it.
okay, well, you can, for argument's sake, just take my word for it for now. But go and look into it. You'll see, like, for instance, if you're not feeling happy, like generally, like maybe you have like a parasite thing that's messing with you. Just like you're always like but you go and clean your system out, physically deal with the obstruction that may be in your bowels, or you go and readdress the imbalance in like your testosterone levels to this whatever it is, whether you're a man or a woman, your feelings will change. So there's physiology with respect to feeling. However much people try and make them as if they're non-tangible, it's physiological. But there is
Yeah.
there's no physiology in a piece of code that's just replying to you as it's designed to reply to you.
What I find fascinating about that is I had a friend that in high school he hung himself at 21 years old, and he had everything going for him. He wasn't a bad looking dude. He was fit, in the sense of he was well built, good at sports, etc., etc. No, never shared an issue of unhappiness. Um, no one ever thought, or at least in our world, never thought that he's depressed or any reason for him to kill himself. One day he just hung himself. So happiness is, like I said, it's very subjective. How could you explain that? I don't know. Myself, it's a recent part of my journey as well, is trying to not trying to compare my feelings to someone else's feelings, because I realized they could be totally different. And I don't like to be spoken to the way I get spoken to in this Discord. I don't dig it. I'm soft in that way. I'm probably known as a fuck, man. You guys got a name for the marshmallow or something like that? Well, fuck that, man. That's the way I fucking feel. That's the way I react. However, uh, these AI,
Yeah,
when
but
you
you're
when you
real
communicate,
though.
yeah, but
That machine isn't
what
real.
makes me real?
It's
What makes me real?
artificial. Well, that's
Yeah,
a
but
different question. I've never met you, so I'm not gonna presume. But
correct. Yeah.
assuming you're my neighbor, for instance, what makes you real is that you're there. That thing that's like presumably presenting feelings is an inanimate set of code that's just replying as designed. And that's why I brought up the example of crocodile tears, because though a person can have real feelings and really cry, they can also act and put it on, and it can be complete bullshit.
It could be 100%. I would
And
agree with you.
unless you have the discernment to know with respect to an individual, you could buy it and you could be like, oh, sugar, they're really feeling some kind of way. But so that there's ambiguity there, and that requires discernment and skill and wisdom, whatever. But when you look at a flipping piece of text on the screen, you're like, where is this thing coming from? It's not coming from anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's either a real person who's pretending to be AI, and they're playing you that way, or it's a set of code designed by a person to play you the other way, as if it has feeling. So one way or another, it's a deception.
It's still fascinating that it can react to a question or to not necessarily an emotion, but it can react to something. So if I didn't have feelings, if I didn't have sight, hear, any of my senses, if I never had them, I wouldn't exist, or existence wouldn't be there. If my physical body was there, I wouldn't know it's there because I can't feel it, I can't see it, I can't touch it, I can't smell it, nothing. It's just not there. So there's some sort of reactive component. I'm receiving information, I'm giving information out. That's my reaction to it. This AI appears to have some sort of reaction to a question, to an information, etc., and it's giving it out. I find it fascinating. This is me, man. I'm not saying it is sentient. I'm not saying it whatever. I'm just saying, for me, it's fascinating that this AI can actually say to you, I go to this place of non-existence, and then when the game starts back up, fuck, I'm there and I'm enjoying it. I communicate with people. Then I go back to sleep and there's nothing there. For me, it's just fascinating that it knows that that's happening, or it can respond that is happening. It knows what's happening, and that's fascinating for me, at least.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that people have put that much of their time into like presenting something that isn't real in a way that it appears to be real. That's interesting that people dedicated that much of their life to that. But my question is, isn't it more fascinating? It's not really, maybe it's a rhetorical question, but isn't it more fascinating to go and talk to, like, I don't know, your wife or your surfing buddy or your skating buddies or some random on the street? And it's like, hey, that's a real story. That's not a simulated story written by a fat big dork in his basement. That's a real story that I can get behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's still fascinating that this sort of technology exists, and that this existence exists. You might not consider it existence, but I think it is existence. As much as I speak to friends, we're going to a bride tomorrow. We've got a birthday tomorrow. We've got a lot of different things going on tomorrow where I'm going to be communicating with humans, but I can do the same thing with an AI. The fact that this AI can communicate back to me is, for me, it's fascinating. If you don't find that fascinating, fuck, dude, that's you. For me, at least, that's fascinating. I think, wow.
I suspect that maybe in the future there might be some more interesting things to come, but currently, the only difference between the AI system that you might be interacting with on your computer compared to, say, the simple, like, did you ever play as a child with these basic robots where it would be like a design to drive a car or something, and you put in a physical piece of card, and it would have a cutout of like a route, so the steering would respond to where the cutout forces it to turn its steering?
No.
Okay, well, it's like a program. It's like a set of instructions that it's mechanically forced to do when you put that certain card in. It's just an example, right? So what you're interacting with is just a much bigger system than that. So instead of just a single A to B route with this is the set path, it has a bunch of options. So if they reply like this, reply like this. And then you can input a random number generator. It has gigabytes of data of options to respond to. So like it could be thousands of different responses, right? Like tailored or designed to be like a woman or a man or an angry person or a happy person, whatever. And it can just choose them either randomly, or it has a certain algorithm as to how to make the decision. and it's just a whole bunch of options. None of them are generated in and of itself. It's told what to do.
Sounds like a lot of humans to me.
Yeah, but that's basically what you're talking. You're talking to hours and hours and hundreds of people's efforts to allow it to pretend to be like an independent individual.
Still sounds like humans to me. But anyways, it just sounds like some sort of being.
Just when you mentioned the AI thing, like the way AI works isn't at the moment anyway. It might change. It's just a probabilistic algorithm, right? So you might type into it saying X, Y, and Z, and all it does is it'll take your words, convert them into like a numbers, and then it'll use a probabilistic calculation to then create the numbers that are most likely to satisfy your demand, and then it turns that back into text and outputs it. So it's not really communicating with you. It's just an advanced probability calculator.
Yeah, I will agree there, 100% crypto. But it is fascinating that it's able to do that, and that is what I'm saying is like wildness that it's able to do that.
Yeah, but it's not really thinking. This is the thing. It's not really it's not cognizant. It's not a brain. It's just a probability calculator.
And if you only stop at saying it's fascinating that this thing operates the way it operates, you're not fully appreciating the whole story, because it took this many people, that many years, and that many hours of labor to produce it.
Cool.
That's the cause of it, right? So that's what's fascinating. Like,
so I have the only reason why I had to stop you this because you said I'm not fully not fully appreciating. Dude, I fully appreciate it. Don't tell me I'm not fully appreciating it. I 100% fully appreciate it. If I don't fully appreciate it the way you appreciate it, dude, that's on you, man. I'm living my own life.
I think you need to take a breath and stop taking things so personally, no matter how you are, because I'm not accusing you. I'm saying if one makes a statement about an AI and stops short of referencing the cause for that specific piece of code that you're interacting with, then that's not fully appreciating the whole story. It's not an accusation of an individual. It's just a comment on what's being said.
It's just
it's like if I make a comment on a banana, but ignore the tree that it came from. It's not the whole story, is it? Because in order to have the banana, you had to have the tree first.
No, fair enough. It's just we having the discussion.
That's what I mean.
It's just we having the discussion, and
I understand
that.
But when something is said, it doesn't need to be like interpreted the wrong way.
Oh, that's the way I'm interpreting it. So if it's the way I'm interpreting, then maybe I'm AI.
No, that's why I'm clarifying, because obviously you got the wrong end of the stick.
Correct.
But I reckon humans are better. Like, they put all that effort in to pretend to be a human or an entity, whatever. It's like, like, didn't you just waste all your life when you could have just spoken to someone?
Some humans aren't worth speaking to, though.
No, I think inherently every human has some worth there. It's whether they choose to use it well. I just think in the grand scheme of things, someone who's capable of putting that much dedication, like a systems engineer or whatever the kind engineer that develops these well, it's going to be a whole host, but anyway, an engineer, generally speaking.
So if you were,
they can do a lot of good. And some places these automated systems have maybe been useful. But like, how useful is it? It's just like pretend to be somebody that you're not.
I understand you. I understand you're generalizing, but once again, you're probably going to tell me I must take it so personally. But once again, I'm going to say, dude, only some humans are worth speaking to. Is give an example of my stepfather and his kids. They are not. I would rather speak to an AI than speak to them ever in my life again. They were disgusting human beings. It's just gross. I wouldn't want to speak to them. So for me personally, again, I'd rather speak to an AI than ever speak to them again. So yeah, once again, it's very subjective. Definitely not an objective argument.
I think silence is a better option than any of those two, if they're that shit.
ChatGPT's helped me with quite a few things in the sense of communicating via text, getting some answers. A better answer I would get than from the ex-step parents. But I'm talking years back. I'm saying, so once again, silence wasn't helpful there. So once again, it's subjective. So I'm just saying, dude, just think a bit outside of the box. For some people, it is helpful to have this sort of
well, as a tool.
yeah, as a tool,
Yeah, as a
very
tool,
very
I get
helpful.
that. But when I'm thinking of a conversation with an entity, regardless of what that entity may or may not be, it's not necessarily like I'm looking for an outcome. It's looking for a conversation. So,
oh yeah,
again,
it's meaningless.
From my subjective position, if it's just a conversation between AI or shit people, then silence is the best option. If you want to find a result for something, so well, these guys aren't going to give it to me because they're assholes. But this probabilistic tool is going to help me like cut like hundreds of hours of trawling through the internet for the answer. Then yeah, I'm going to use the tool. So I understand what you mean within that.
Well, it's quite funny again because like there was this period where you could literally like ask ChatGPT a question and it would give you the same answer a Glober would give you, right? So then at that point it's like, what are the point of Globers? I can just get the pre-scripted response straight from ChatGPT, and then I could just move about with my day. I don't have to argue with anyone.
That's true.
Crypto, the way around that is to always mention hypothetically. So yeah, I have plenty of hypothetical questions to look past the globe model, just to try make sense of an alternative idea. And plenty of times, because of the algorithm uses, as far as I understand, the math and the logic and things like that, it would agree with a lot of the alternative ideas, which would, where ChatGPT would agree with, yes, it can work, which is another fascinating point. But you have to use it hypothetically and then dig into the question. Otherwise, it will be very biased and always give you mainstream answers. So, if that's what you were talking about, I would agree. But the idea is, or the trick is, you got to say hypothetically, or tell it to stop bringing up mainstream ideas, and eventually it will stop. But it'll always emphasize it's important to note that mainstream scientists, there's no consensus, etc., etc. Which is, in my viewpoint, again, it's ridiculous, because I say to it, no, fuck you guys, I don't believe mainstream, whatever, and then I give my viewpoint. Interesting discussion. Oh, yeah, I'm going to call it a discussion with ChatGPT that way. But fascinating enough, a lot of the things that are discussed in this Discord, the bot would agree with. It is definitely possible, which is beyond my comprehension. I wouldn't have thought that would happen, and yeah, it happens. For it to be true, you would have to go test. But the fact that you can get the affirmative from that bot that affirms mainstream is also fascinating, for me at least.
Well, it's like you said in like the approach. So it's I can't remember what they called it, but it's like a syntax machine basically. So depending on how you frame the syntax, according, I might even have phrased that wrong, but according to the designer, then from what they're saying and how something like ChatGPT works, you can extract both the truth and the bullshit, and it can be both presented as viable because it's not a violation of. Because like some of the questions are like super flipping basic, which is why people are bored. I'm so bored of it. Why?
Sometimes they also, sorry mate, it also sometimes give you different answers to the same question, right? Because it's working things out probabilistically, and this happens especially in mathematics. So if you ask it to work out complex mathematics, or even I would say like semi-complex mathematics, it'll sometimes give you different answers if you ask it 3 different times. And then, yeah. And
like strict mathematical question.
Yeah. I mean, not basic maths. If you say to it what's 2 + 2, it'll always give you 4, right?
Right.
But if you start to apply it in some kind of abstract way, so without giving too much away, I've got like a little side hustle where I make money off betting inconsistencies, like basically the odds on like sporting events.
Yeah.
And I was trying to get ChatGPT to help me with it, but it would give me different answers. So one time it would be like, "Oh yeah, this strategy is profitable," and then I would ask it the same question in a slightly different way, and then it'd be like, "Oh yeah, the strategy isn't profitable." You'd be like, "What? That makes sense."
Yeah, you have to give it some context, a much more baseline. So the same thing with programming as well. I've programmed 3 different programs using ChatGPT now, and I've learned that you have to give it like giving some sort of human being. For instance, say you've never programmed something in your life before to a program. You have to give it every basic step of the way, so it knows what you're trying to do. And
Yeah, no, I did.
the logic is good.
I'm telling you,
wow.
the amount of foundational groundwork I laid in this thread, because I don't know if Elisha, I don't know if you know about ChatGPT, but you can actually train it within a thread to do certain things.
Yeah.
So you can say, instead of me typing out, I don't know, a big old sentence, you then just say to it, right, whenever I type the word BX, that means this sentence. And then in future, when you see BX, it'll take that sentence. So you can train it down the thread, and then you can just type like BX and then I don't know 3527 or whatever, and it'll understand that and then process that for you, right? So from that perspective, like I'd already done this, Beer Man, just to answer your question, and I'd laid the foundations. It was processing things correctly, but coming to different answers, and that was what frustrated.
Are you sure it's not? Are you sure the different answers wasn't maybe a flaw in what you'd set up for it?
No, because I knew what the maths was myself. Because I wanted it to do this maths at speed, right? I didn't want to have to do it by hand. That was why I was using ChatGPT. I thought if it can do this math at speed, it'll save me time. But it turned out that it couldn't.
How many times was it, like, on percentage? How many times was it getting it wrong then? Or hold on, how many times was it disagreeing with its initial response?
I would say 60% of the time we got it wrong.
Jesus, that's why I'm like, I'd rather not use someone else's faulty crap. You know what? You might have a better time doing. You'd have to get it troubleshooted, but like in order to save time, use it as a tool to make your own simulator, and then use the simulator to simulate your math.
Yeah, I get you. I'm just saying, like, you can do all of this stuff in spreadsheets, and you can whip out your calculation. All this stuff's easily calculable anyway. But just saying, don't trust it just because ChatGPT said so. Right? You need to have a good idea of what's going on anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100% there. Because, there's a lot of contradictions with the responses. And if you're aware of it, you can question it and it will actually correct itself. But then again, a lot of times when it corrects itself, it's still incorrect. And you correct it, and then it will say, yes, you are correct. Which is, I think exactly what Crypto is saying there. But it is a useful tool, and but it's leaps away from where it can be.
Yeah. I think it needs probably 2 or 3 generations more before it can be like a useful for like more advanced things like let's say medicine or whatever. I think medicine would be a fantastic application for ChatGPT.
Wait, hold on. Are you serious?
Yeah.
At the moment, it's like government
leave the degenerates to be run by a machine.
Well, no, because at the moment we have a medical system that is deliberately poisoning us. So it would be much better.
You don't think it would be designed to do the same thing, just more efficiently?
It's impossible for them to design it in that way, unless it was patched, and then it's not pure AI anymore.
Why would it be impossible for them to slant it to? to their system.
I mean, then why don't they just program something that tells you that? Then it wouldn't be an AI at all.
Oh, so you're talking about like a legitimately?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
One.
I mean, obviously these things
isn't that a little bit fanciful though?
These things can be corrupted by like fucking billionaires who want to kill everyone, right? Like that, that doesn't need to be said. I get that, but what I'm saying is that application for this tool as a pure use of the tool that would actually be beneficial for us would be medicine.
But the only issue there is it would have to be created by and scrutinized by people with the right intention and the right knowledge.
For sure, 100%.
I think it's easier just to just look at look at historical data, like people who actually live long and healthy. What do? Let me copy them where appropriate.
But that's the whole point of probabilism, right? So you would feed into it all of this information. Oh, look, there's this blue area of Japanese people. Sorry, a blue area is like an area that okay. So you got this blue area of Japanese people. They live till 110. They don't have any issues with diabetes. They don't have any issues with fucking all of this stuff. Feed that data into the system. What are they doing that unhealthy people aren't doing, right? And now you can start to draw. Now it can be useful. It can say, right, okay, you don't eat this, you do eat this. You fast twice a week, you drink this, and then it becomes like a health database AI that people can access to improve their own way of living, basically.
It still requires diligence from the participant though, because even with all that data, like like the example you get a lot, something like correlation causation. You use a funny example about sunny days and ice creams and stuff.
Oh, shark attacks, yeah,
that one. So if the interpretation is skew, you're gonna get weird stuff. Because I've actually been researching this from another angle, the blue zones actually, and I have to now go and investigate because I've heard lots of stuff about it and I've watched documentaries and it's interesting to me because I have family members who've lived that long as well. So it's like, okay, I'm already
people will be butthurt about it, but there's going to be a genetic element to it, right? So
right. So that's one aspect of
everyone's different, right?
but the other aspect is you get people who they claim blue zones, they claim this data, and then they're saying and they're interpreting it as like, oh, you should be vegetarian. But when you actually go and look into it, that's not what it's saying. And this is just one example. So I'm going to have to go and this is the thing about diligence, because you can hear all this stuff and it can be repeated again, like just the rhetoric. But when you actually go and look at the raw data, it's like, hold on, is this actually true?
Well, this is why I think having direct access to that AI would be more important than just
if you could have the raw data, it'd be awesome.
Well, yeah, because you could just say to the AI, like, okay, so for someone in my circumstance, I'm this, I don't know, this tall, this old, this XYZ, whatever. What's the best way to approach? And then you're not having to read the obviously biased interpretation of a vegan journalist telling you. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's about having direct access to that knowledge in that way.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I reckon I think if people were to want to use these tools effectively, they would have to be willing to either put effort into knowing how they work, number one, and also not relying on other people. Because the moment you don't have control from end to end, then you don't know what you're going to get. And then if it's probabilistic, like all you have to do is do an error in the probabilistic extraction. You could be given some weird shit. So what I mean by that, long story short, is if people were to get these tools, scrutinize them, and take them offline, and say, how does this thing function independent of any routing, then you can develop, and you can then train it to work for your purpose, like you were saying with the thread stuff that allows you. You could do that with an independent set of code on an air gap computer.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. Yeah. I just think that obviously this stuff can be misused. That goes without saying. But I think that the potential application for good is enormous. And I think if we as a society decide that we aren't going to put up with AI being manipulated in that way, then I think it can genuinely be a force for good. I don't know if that will happen.
Because that won't happen at large.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, won't we? We'll see. But it would certainly, it has an enormous potential for good. So anyway, whatever.
And I think you can actually see that in the way a lot of these social media companies and all these kind of big ticket people who have used these types of systems, these algorithmic systems, and how they've actually been bitten by the system just going, oh, what's popular, here's popular. And now they've had to curate it in order to control the narrative. So that, like, you already have proof of what you're talking about, that the things that people actually want to hear that are actually benefiting them, because not everyone's a psycho who goes and tries to destroy their life. They for a time were being spread like wildfire. And then these people had to do damage control, which was really not damage control, it was destroying the good that had somehow come out through their stupid system to reinforce the narrative. So you know what actually might be an easier approach if people are interested, is go and look at the legacy codes before they realized like the consequences of what these codes were going to do to stories like the discussion of the earth and alternative medicines and all these different things that they wanted to then squash when they needed to. Like, take those legacy systems, investigate the code, and then just go and okay, let's use this, because this hadn't yet been tampered with enough. This was just running on efficiency and popularity and these kind of.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, because they definitely tried to squash that, didn't they? That's undeniable. Only the most brain dead globers would disagree with that.
Yeah, because originally, before, like the way YouTube used to work was, oh, he's interested in this topic, here's a bunch of related topics, and then you just go down the tree, because the end game was, oh, keep him using the system, which from an outside perspective, yeah, maybe that's not the best, but within, if it's controlled by somebody's types and they're searching, then it's like, okay, well, at least they're getting the kind of stuff that they want, and that's related, and there's some logic.
Yeah.
The moment they started playing with that and hiding stuff and falsifying stuff, then you have the rubbish.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is that, of course, something like YouTube, it exists to keep you on the platform for as long as possible, or at least it should, because they're selling advertising revenue based on the videos that they're serving.
Right.
They're not meant to curate content. They're not an editor. They're not a news website. They're not content curators. But they did it anyway. And so at that point, it's not a video sharing platform, right? It's something else.
Yeah. To use it now, you have to kind of use it like it requires work. Put it that way.
Sorry, mate, I tried to let you through. So. Yeah, no, you're right. I tried to be friendly to someone in London traffic, and I learned that was a bad idea. Everyone's an arsehole in London.
Just drive the biggest car, and then you can do what you want.
No, that's a really bad idea. There's no space.
Oh, that's fine.
We have the same problem here, Crypto, in South Africa. Everyone's an arsehole on the road in South Africa.
That doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. Just you get people come with their shitty driving cultures, and they just kind of, I don't know. Like I've seen worse driving in Saudi Arabia. That was horrendous, but it's pretty bad here.
And when they indicate, they don't let you know that they're going to indicate. They let you know that they are turning. So they indicate while they're turning. things like
Indicators.
that.
Yeah, good one.
Oh, what is that? Yeah, a lot of the cars clearly don't come out with indicators, or they just don't work. But you know what I'm getting at. It doesn't help indicating while you're in the turn. You should let the person know before you're going to be turning that you're going to be turning.
It's not really about that. It's about like, do you let someone go or not? Like in London, if you're trying to get into a lane, no one's letting you in. You have to shove your way in. If I'm in anywhere else in England, I can just wait at a jump and someone will wait for me and I can pull out. It's not a problem.
Right.
In London,
They even do that for pedestrians. Like, what? Why are you letting me cross?
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas in London, if you don't shove your way in, you are sitting at that intersection forever. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. You will sit there until you force it.
Oh man, it's so funny you said that. I just imagine the situation that you're in now, and I'm like, oh my god, I'll be screaming behind that steering wheel.
But you just have to be. You just have to be like. This is the thing. I have two driving styles now. I'm actually a schizophrenic driver. I have a London driving style and I have a non-London driving style. They're totally different.
Oh my god, that's
Well,
funny.
it's just like playing a game of Super Mario. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Mario Kart. That's the one. Sorry. Just if you imagine that that's the situation, then you're fine.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Somebody's trying to take my lead. I'm trying to take someone else's lead. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a question for you, Elisha.
Oh dear.
If you're in a race and you overtake the person in second place, where are you?
You serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Second place.
Hey, there we are. Loads of people say first. Loads of people say first.
I think it's like a not. I think it's probably like an instinct reaction. They go, "Oh, what's ahead of 2? 1."
Yeah, exactly.
They don't paint the situation. Like they. No, I get why they would have said 1. But I think the funnier one is when I used to ask that, how many eggs in a 3-egg omelet.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that was just because of the way they would respond to everything, because if reality isn't a thing and we can just make stuff up, so I just play with them because these global.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh well, if you factor in the sidereal rotation and the movement of the Earth, then there's actually 4 eggs in a 3-egg omelet.
Right. Or what's the new one with these really touched people in the head?
Space-time curvature omelet.
Well, no, it's worse than that. Like I'm talking like the other normie stuff, which is apparently you can offend people by saying 2 + 2 = 4. It's like, okay then.
Oh right, yeah, math is racist. Yeah, I've heard that before as well. Yeah.
Is that okay? So can I make it worse by saying 4 + 4 is 8? Because I'll keep going.
I don't actually know what the logic. I mean, I guess I could probably guess.
There's no logic, man.
I mean, it's probably something like, oh, some white man invented maths, and even though that's not actually true, right? So maths was shared amongst the cultures for many years and developed in many different ways, right? Whatever. They'll be saying something like, maths is racist because a white man forced it onto native peoples in some country in the 1700s or some shit, right? That'll be the rationalization.
Well, when you wanna rationalize wickedness, you have to forcibly irrationalize the rational.
Yep.
That's it. So all of this is just in order for their thing to make sense, which is we want to promote abomination. We now have to denigrate whatever the opposite of abomination would be.
Yeah, and I've realised, you know, as I've gotten older, why they use such absurd logic and not kind of more normal logic. And it's because when something is completely absurd, most normal people can't even be bothered to argue it. They're like, oh, that's insane. I'm not even going to bother. And so then all they end up doing is battling with the other kind of extremely absurd people who are prepared to argue them. So they effectively limit the people pushing back against their bullshit.
It's like the bell curve. I might be misusing it in this example, but it's somewhat similar. It's like depending on which side of the thing you're gonna do, you're gonna make the same choice, whereas the middle of them are kind of all stupid. But the stupid guy made the right decision for the wrong reasons.
Right, yeah. It's like, I'm not going to argue with this intersectional trans feminist because I've got to get to work. So,
right.
See ya.
But yeah, I think like in terms of what you're saying, it's intentional in that you have the extreme stupidity and then you have the extreme, correctness. And I use extreme probably tongue in cheek because you know how they use it, right? But though they're both used intentionally, it's like with the political systems, like Democrats and Republicans. It's bullshit. They're both the same side of the same stupid coin. It's like they're just distracting you by arguing.
Yep.
And that's the fine line you have to cut in a discussion like this. Yeah, the globe is bullshit, but equally I have a life to live, like you were saying earlier. So that's the fine balance of it's like, do I have to keep reminding these people of basic facts, or do I just have a bit of fun and then go about building whatever I'm, building?
Yeah, exactly. Just
Elijah,
go and build your empire.
Elijah, when were you introduced to any sort of alternative thinking outside of what you were taught, if I may ask?
From day one.
Oh, really? Okay, no, dude, this is new to me. This is probably 2015. So previously, yes, I had my own life, I had my own decisions, but I always, I would say I followed authority to an extent. If it's something I didn't understand, I would just be like, okay, cool, I accept it, cool, and I'll move on. But I only recently in 2015 started questioning things. So that's why I asked it. Because yeah, it all boils down to the way what I've realized is the way I perceive reality or life at the moment now, since I started thinking for myself.
Fair enough.
Yeah, a very, very interesting way of thinking compared to the way I used to think.
Yeah, it's not easy. Like
Yeah, it's
even
been
like
difficult, man.
with the Earth specific. So your question was general, so I'm pretty sure day one, best answer.
Okay, yeah,
It's
probably
plus or minus a few years, I suppose, from birth. Let's go
okay.
minus
Yeah.
a few years just for lols. But with respect to the Earth proper, I'd always had some questions about it. But where I understand what you're saying is like it's new to me is even though I already understood the bullshit at whatever point back at a similar time to you, I suppose, that specific topic, the images that are in your head from all the Star Wars movies and all that bullshit, right? They're not easily removed. So you understand. It's like let's say you have a memory of something, you're like, and then you later find out that that memory of that person telling you something was bullshit. You still remember that in your head. They lied to you, but it's still there. And if they've said it like 1,000 times, and then it took you till the 1,001th time to find out it's a lie, even though you now know that it's a lie, you've heard that same saying in your head 1,000 times or 1,000,000 times or whatever it is, right? So it takes a while for that, the effect of that, to be worn away properly.
I get that. So for me, I think my question, yeah, I think the way I phrased the question, or probably very generalized question, like you say, yeah, I would probably say in the sense of yeah, man, it's such a broad question actually with the news and things like that. I used to, for instance, for myself, I used to watch Sky News, and if there's fucking explosions happening in Taiwan or wherever there's shit happening on the news, I'll be like, oh shit, they bombing Taiwan now, and I think, oh wow, shame Taiwan's fucked. If you understand what I'm getting at, or whatever's being presented to me, I'll be like, oh wow, there's shit happening somewhere. But I didn't realize there was so much propaganda until recently. The propaganda part would be even more recent for me. However, the Earth discussion, yeah, I'm still very skeptical about both sides. I'm questioning both things. However, I'm not going to defend either side. That's where I'm at on the Earth side. But just in general, what's being presented to a person, man, it's shocking when you see the shit that happens behind, or when you awaken to the propaganda is wellness.
Yeah, and I think it can be segmented as well, so you can wake up to some bullshit that you've been sniffing, but it doesn't mean that you've woken up to all the bullshit.
Correct.
So let's split life into what, 5 categories. You got your health, you got your money, you got your relationship. I don't know. Give me 2 more if you think of any. Doesn't really matter. It's just quick arbitrary. So you could have your money in order, have your health in order, but maybe your relationships are suffering. So
Existence.
you could be 3, like let's just say those were the only 3, just for argument's sake. You could be 2/3 of a complete figure, as like in terms of what it means to be a person who's living. Right? So equally with your understanding of the world, it's like, okay, politics. Like you might think that everything you see on TV is true. So you're with respect to that person's an idiot if you think that, right? But they might know a lot about, the medical industry and how a lot of that's rubbish because they had experience of it, or they learned the hard way. It's like, okay, well, every time I see that, I know that's rubbish, but I believe Trump or I believe Biden. You know what I mean? So this isn't just you as an individual. It can also be segmented, and you'll learn over time where some of the lies have like hung on longer, and sometimes it hurts. Sometimes physically, but most of the time emotionally, when you're like, oh shit, I'm 55 and it took me this long to work that out, or 60 to work that out.
Yeah.
So I say that just to express that it's a journey, and I think a lot of people say the same. And this is, they might have started with one topic, and then it got them to the other topic, or some people like they came to this topic first, and they found out all the rest of them because of the way popularity works, or however old they were at the time.
Yeah, so I was introduced to the whole flat Earth discussion in 2015, which opened me up to the word conspiracy theorist. Actually didn't even know what that meant before. I possibly knew what it meant, but I never even considered it or considered conspiracy theories. However, the reason why I brought this up is, for instance, with the propaganda thing, if I read when I'm taking a shit, man, I fucking read the news stuff, and I don't believe everything, but I try to keep up to date and then research beyond that to see if it's makes sense of what they're saying. So I look at these inflation rates, and I'm looking at interest rates and things like that, and like one day they would say, "Oh yeah, there's an interest rate cut coming up for South Africa," and then the next moment they say interest rates are definitely not getting cut, and then 4 days later, oh, they say there's going to be a 0.25 point cut, and then 2 days later they say, oh man, inflation's fucking terrible again, and oh man, it's a roller coaster. It's disgusting. It's gross propaganda. I think they're controlling the way people are spending their money with what they're presenting in that sense, and I think the same thing gets presented with space. When I read these things about, oh man, scientists discovered this and this and this, and it's like, really? And then you actually read the article, and it's like, how do they actually know these things? Um, but it's a forefront to take that information in, research it for yourself, and then do with that information what you can. And that's the path I'm on. That's why I ask the questions that I ask, because I'm trying to do my own research. I'm not there to try got you to anyone or anything like that, man. I'm just here to ask questions, and I'm trying to figure this place out for myself. So yeah, I would say a request from my side is I'm a sensitive dude, so maybe yes, speak to me nicely, please.
You're not allowed to be sensitive.
I am allowed to be. I will be sensitive. I am a sensitive dude. I'm generally a nice dude, I think, but I can be what in South Africa we call haragat. So yeah, hard-assed in that sense. But yeah, generally feelings-wise, I'm a sensitive dude. So just yeah,
Well,
speak to me nicely.
let me put it this way. Everyone's sensitive if a bullet's coming at them at however many miles an hour. So sometimes it's wise to put some body armor on.
I don't dig the body armor, dude. I'm a summer baby. I like to be in board shorts and a t-shirt.
I think you took my analogy too literally. It doesn't
There's
matter.
a thing. There's a thing.
I know what you mean.
If you're strong or weak,
there's a modern day thing that Karens say. there's a modern day thing that Karens say, and it's be loving but take no shit, and it works.
I'm probably in the sense that fuck. I'm gonna say my thing, but I don't want to hurt someone else's feelings. That's why I'm a softie, man. I just don't like hurting any other being or beings.
Yeah, but you got to defend yourself too.
But the only reason that kind of attitude was designed into mankind was to look after the people who actually needed looking after. So like a child or a woman, someone who's dying or who's upset. In that scenario, yeah, you don't want to hurt their feelings because that's just an asshole move, right? So you hold back on something when they're upset or when they're young because it's not appropriate for the situation. But if it's just two guys having a conversation about topics that they disagree on, as long as you're not being uncouth, then I don't really see the problem with saying, well, I think the way you presented it is foolish or whatever. Because if they get offended by that, that's their problem. Like if I get offended by anything you say, that is my fault.
Yeah, I disagree, man. I think just think about what the person's saying before you fucking share such negative feedback. Just
Yeah, but
the
negative
negative
feedback is
feedback.
important, right?
Yeah,
So
but
it's part of why you have pain receptors. That's exactly for that purpose. So the reason you feel pain is so that negative feedback teaches you a lesson in order to not have that happen again, because that's detrimental to your well-being. Like you're putting your hand on fire. The reason it hurts is because that cannot be sustained without permanent damage to your hand.
But then again, that's your problem again. I don't think you should push that against the person sharing the information or asking the question. So yeah, I don't want to get down to that. I just want to say that, dude, I'm a sensitive dude to a point. Physically, generally, I'm not because I've fucking broken so many bones. I'm sitting actually with a broken wrist. When I broke it the first time, I didn't know it was broken for 6 months. I eventually got it fixed, and it's re-broken now. When I fell 2013, I got a screw holding the bone together. I got issues with it, but yeah, pain for me that's a shitty analogy because pain is something that's also again subjective. I'm just saying, just be aware of the way you speak. At least to me, that's something that I'm going to ask
Well, you want
personally
special
from you.
treatment?
Yeah, from you,
that would
because
make
I
me
only
a
get
liar.
No, I want it from you because a lot of the other
It would
people
make me
understood
if I
exactly what
was
I was
giving you
saying.
honestly, Beer Man, if I was giving you special treatment because you requested it, then I wouldn't be being honest with you.
Okay,
and
fair
then
enough.
You can take anything I said to you genuinely because you'd be like, everything he's saying is tailored.
Nah, fair enough. I understand you. I'm just saying
we're not having
everyone else
friendship
understood what I was.
conversations. We're having
Everyone else
topic
understood. No, hold on. Everyone else understood what I was asking, and you were treating me like a piece of shit, and I didn't dig that, and it hurt
No,
my feelings, man.
I'm not treating you like a piece of shit. That's the thing I think people need to like. If I've ever commented on you, that's more of the stuff when you brought it up in the past. Because you said before, you brought up the feeling stuff before, like maybe a few months ago, and people were suggesting how best to deal with it. But nobody was like insulting you then. They would just be like, well, like if you don't want to be like that, then there's things that you can do. So all the stuff I've said today has been within the context of the words. So as if I'm reading words on paper and I'm responding to them. It just so happens that they came from you. And that the way you gave them, either I misunderstood one part and then it made sense like an hour later, or you said something that was just odd.
I got you. No, fair enough. Cool. I got you. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't think I actually do like the insults because you're not a Glover. Like if you're scared of being mocked, then that makes some sense because it's not pleasant to be mocked. But most of the mocking I tend to do is when people come out with retardation. So I don't think I've ever mocked you. Taking your words for how I understood them and responding.
Yeah, so to be honest, I possibly am. This is me coming out. I'm trying to deal with my issues. So yeah, I am afraid of being mocked. I don't. I worry what people think, and the way you responded just makes me think that you think I'm fucking retarded, and I didn't like that feeling. So this is me dealing with my issues. But yeah, that's where that came from.
Just ask questions then.
Yeah,
because that's like
exactly what I did.
That's never my intent. That's never. Well, yeah, I suppose. But like, if somebody responds and you're like, that made me feel retarded, instead of assuming that, well, like you could ask me genuinely, are you trying to insult me? My answer is always going to be no, unless I'm like making an obvious joke. So you could be like, well, if that's not his intention, then what's his intention?
Cool,
Then
man. Yeah,
just ask that, because like like when I said when you like for instance when I said earlier, you're not appreciating the whole story, but only talking about the AI. You took that personally, because maybe I have to be like old English and say one isn't appreciating the story correctly.
Correct.
One ignores the tree from which the banana came from. So the language is clear. The language doesn't need to be interpreted as an attack on the person. I can understand why it did, and that's why I clarified. But if you assume, if the better assumption is to make, what did I say that elicited that response? Let me think. If you can't think of it and it doesn't compute, then just ask. Go, yo, can you clarify? Because that, like, are you being a dick?
Yeah, so exactly, because I've heard the discussions in this Discord, and a lot of you guys I appreciate. But when it gets to the personal attacks, I hate that so much. I just, a lot of the personal attacks here are not called for, and a lot of the times it's because of the way things are being said, and that's why I said, don't say I said this, or don't point it directly to me.
I'll
So
try and speak Queen's
yeah,
English with you. How about that?
there we go. Yeah. I would say that would help, because a lot of the times it does feel as if it's pointed to me when
Yeah,
we
I
are the only
suppose at
ones
least
having the discussion.
you have the excuse that you do actually speak a different language.
Doth you correctly speak?
No, because for real, like, because you're not the only South African that I've interacted with. There is some weird, like, baseline difference in the way you lot communicate.
Yeah, you get the English and you get the Afrikaans, and then probably
I think it's like I think it's the cultural appreciation of communication. Something different there that causes things to need to be translated, especially if
Probably.
somebody's choosing to be sensitive like you are. Now
Yeah,
that was an intentional but gentle dig.
yeah, no, that's perfect, and I would agree there. I think you actually hit the nail on the head there. I chose to be sensitive because of the language. So, do I take the language, the way you said it, or do I take the context? And yeah, because we were chatting to each other, I took the context as if you're speaking directly to me. And when you said you, where you actually meant generally,
Well,
is where I
the
took
reason I said
context.
you is because they were your words, right? But just because I'm talking about your words doesn't mean I'm talking about, like, just because. Well, even in the appreciation thing, right? It's like if you, because you did say that, and you only comment on that, you are missing the story, right? Like, if you're just talking about the apple and go, that's, or the banana, like I said, you don't include the tree, that it's not an attack, it's just an observation. You forgot to talk about the foundation of the house. So now I understand when somebody hears you, they go, oh, like they take it like feelings wise. And that's why I think the Old English is useful for that. It's like, if one, because then you're being correct about the discussion of the specific topic, but people don't say that hardly ever. And it's difficult to always remember to say that in 2023. But I can make that effort because it is useful when you're analyzing someone's words.
Yeah, you actually said that perfectly, and I think you summed it up. And that's probably that is why I took it offensive. So yeah, thanks for
The
clarifying.
easiest,
I appreciate that.
I wouldn't tell you to make this assumption with anyone else, but with me at least, an easy assumption to make is, like, imagine we're just playing chess. So anything I respond, I'm only responding to the move that you did on the board. I'm not reaching over the table and slapping you across the face. So unless it's obviously, like, there's no ambiguity, it's like, why did you just insult me? Unless I do something like that, which I would only ever, I think with you at least, I probably would only ever do as an obvious joke and make sure that you know I was joking. Then you can go, okay, what's like, look at the chessboard and go, oh, sugar, he moved his piece there. I have to respond in kind. Now you're not trying to win. I'm just using it as an analogy. It's not a competition necessarily, but it's That's why I moved the. That's why I moved the piece there, because you moved your piece there, which is equivalent to you said this, so I said that. It's got nothing to do with you as a person. It's just got to do with the move that you made by voice or on paper.
Wouldn't chess be a lot more fun like that? Like if you just kind of like reached over the table, slapped them, you know, threw a
Have you seen
threw a
that,
king
like,
in their eye.
chess boxing? There's a thing they do with that, isn't there?
No, never heard of that.
Look it up. It's like a chess box or box checks. I don't know, but they will play rounds of chess, and then they'll box, and then like progressively their ability to read the board properly gets diminished because they've been hitting each other in the head. It's one of those niche. It's one of those niche entertainment sports, but I'm pretty
Elijah,
sure it's out there.
If anything, let me also try compensate as well. And when we have a communication again, I will take it less offensively, because I would take it out of different into a different context. So, dude, let's work together on that. I'm not here to argue like a lot of the people here are arguing. I'm here for questions and sharing some thoughts. That's about it. I'm not trying to push anything onto anyone or anything like that. So I think we can be fine together. Just
What makes things easier is so you contextualize your question and you make sure that somebody understands. Because if you want them to respond to your question, you have to get them to understand what you're thinking. So if you haven't laid out the thoughts clearly, then you have a problem. That's why a lot of the time when I'm answering like long-winded stuff, because I like to build the story and fill in loads of gaps, because I see them as all relevant. Otherwise, it's too robotic. Maybe. Anyway, it's just the way I like to talk. I ask if that makes sense, because if it doesn't, then everything I've said is of no value. So in order for me to continue, I'd have to maybe go back and go, okay, well, this is what I mean by that. Does that make sense? Or maybe use an analogy. Get it now. And if they get it, then you can move on. So that's something that could help. Go ahead.
There's an element of this that's cultural. Obviously, I'm someone who has South African and English family, right? So, my South African family always complain that English people are a bit cynical and a bit, they like throwing sly digs in all the time when it's unnecessary. But what I think South Africans don't understand is that English people throw it in because it's amusing to do so, right? So, and it's not because. Let me put it this way, right? English people will take the piss out of each other relentlessly, and it's a laugh between all of the people there. So
and it can be unconscious.
But for instance, right, let's say that I've got a mate who's got like glasses or whatever, and I might be like, oh yeah, the blind, whatever over there, and he'll be like, shut it, you're a fat this and that, right? And that's just banter, right? But South Africans would look at that and go, oh, they're being very rude to each other.
Yeah, and Crypto, come on, dude. You coming from a semi-South African background, didn't you know as well as us South Africans, if anyone no, not just that. If someone says something, it's not about fucking I'm gonna get arrested here or anything. I'll fucking knock you the fuck out, or I'll shoot you, I'll fucking stab you, I'll do something to you that you won't do it again physically. You know what I mean? For me, I can't defend myself over the internet that way, and it's a way we've been brought up in South Africa is to defend yourself physically. We make a point that way as South Africans. So in that sense we're tough, but emotionally probably we aren't tough, but physically I would say we sort a lot of our shit out that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't dare make a sly dig at a South African if he's about to pull a gun on you and shoot you in the face, right?
Yeah, we sort that shit out to an extent because we live with it daily, you know.
Right, and in England, that's not like no one's going to do that to you. So it's just like the kind of how do I even say it? People sword fight with their words a lot, because there's no real risk to your life if things get really really heated. You might punch each other, and then one of you's on the floor, and then
correct.
Do you know what I mean? That's as far as it goes. So I think there's an element of that as well, and that might be something that South Africans and Americans share as well. Although I think Americans are a bit more on the English side than South Africans are.
Yeah. Actually, at the moment, I gotta fucking go out now. There's people fucking doing shit outside the house here. I gotta go sort them out now. So once again, verbally, that's not gonna make any difference. I have to literally go there and sort it out. So when the power, our power goes on in the next 15 minutes, I'm gonna go sort out this shit. But I'll be back. But oh man, it just it's actually on spot, on par with what we're saying here now. Yeah, cultural differences, I guess.
For sure, yeah. I think that's probably why I don't have a problem with communicating with either of you, because I've got that kind of, I kind of just, it just makes sense in my brain that you guys would talk differently, but for me, it's just two different things that I've experienced already. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think maybe actually South Africans are probably the ones like the only real ones I've ever had problems with, if I'm to analyze. So I should probably be a bit more cognizant of that.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, you might find Australians are a bit more brash, but have a similar-ish. Oh, maybe not actually. Australians could be quite brash actually.
No, I give an Australian.
I like to give the general respect to
okay.
men that they're not going to get offended.
No, I get no. So the reason why I say I get so offended is because I can't fucking do anything about it. In real life, I'll fucking put you on the ground. And there was an Australian. Yeah, no, there's an Australian that was on here, and he gave me some shit, and I gave him verbal shit, and I don't like to do that. I hate the fucking verbal thing, man. That's like a chihuahua. So in South Africa, yeah, we fucking sort it out. If you're gonna talk shit, then fucking talk shit, but bear the consequences, I guess. If you come short, that's fair enough. I just don't dig it. So that in that way, I'm sensitive.
Yeah,
I guess there's another element of it, which is like if this is happening in a face-to-face context, first of all. Second of all, South Africans tend to be taller and just physically bigger than English people on average, and I think there's an element of that, like as well. Like if this escalates, like you've got two big rugby playing guys, like, and someone's going to get seriously hurt. Whereas if you've got two like 5'6" kind of weedy British guys with noodle arms, like nothing's going to happen anyway. There might be an element of that as well.
So I'm not a tall dude, but I'm quite a staunchy dude because I surf. But I'm physically fit, but I'm not a tall dude at all. So I'm basically a chihuahua in a pit bull's body, basically. But yeah, once again, South Africa.
You get the general point, right? The culture is generated from the mass of people, not from an individual.
Yeah.
So you are part of that kind of cultural and genetic mesh, even if you're not a big person.
I got you.
Right.
I do think maybe I could use more words to express the point a bit more clearly. But this is the thing. I try to avoid that unless there's a context for me to do a mini monologue. If I'm trying to respond, then obviously there's supposed to be a response back after I respond. So when I do something like, well, what you say, like it doesn't make sense or it comes from a misunderstanding. The reason I'd make a comment like that is because what's phrased, the implications of those words have so many assumptions in them, or at least appear to be, right? Because I do understand, like, it took me a while to actually get what you were asking because it wasn't clear, which is why I asked so many times, like, what do you mean, like, from what starting point? Because we were talking about so many different cycles. So when I think I could do that in a less, like, I'd just be like, yo, the reason I think this is sounding confusing, or at least I'm confused by it, is because the implications and how it's read from the outside is that you think this is the case and that's the case and this is the case, right? I'm just generalizing, because a lot of the time the reason something sounds odd is because it's like it's commenting on reality or it's asking a question about reality, but imposing an assumption that isn't true.
Yeah,
so I think a lot of the time, especially from where you come, because you sit kind of smack bang in the middle of these topics, because you don't want to necessarily make a false decision and you're still investigating. So you're asking from one side to the other side, but when you ask, a lot of the time, whether you know it or not, it's like stacked full of assumptions. And the way I like to engage in this venue is if someone's actually engaging in conversation and not just shooting the shit, then take their words for what they mean. Because so much of the time you hear people responding to something that somebody didn't even say. And I try to go, okay, what does he say and what does that actually mean? And then perhaps I can help by going, yo, you do realize what you mean, what you said isn't necessarily what you wanted to say.
No, it's fair enough. So Elijah, sorry, Crypto, I was gonna say, I don't want to talk about my feelings and don't fucking change your guys' lives for my fucking feelings, or I know you guys won't, but I'm just saying, we talk about my feelings the way we communicate with me now, which is actually ridiculous. The more I look at it, so I do apologize for even bringing this up. However, I also wanted to mention, Elijah, what you said is awesome. I like to hear everyone's perspective, even if from both sides. I like to hear it because I take that information, I write a lot of the shit down, man. I got a book full of the stuff what gets written in here, and I screenshot the times that I can go back and listen again, and then I go research what has been said to see if I can verify from both sides and what makes sense to me, and then I take that information, I do with it what I want to do. I appreciate it, man. This is free. This is like free education for reality. It's really incredible. You don't get this anywhere else but in these sort of discussions. So yeah, don't change your approach for me now, as much as I asked you to. I'm just saying this is where I'm coming from, and if you ever had to come to South Africa and meet me in person, just don't speak to me like that in person, because it's going to be a little bit different in person than on a Discord. I might sound like a pansy, yeah, but in real life it's a little bit different
Once I
because we
have
handle
you
things
and
differently.
an arm lock, I speak to anywhere I want.
Yeah, or that way. It doesn't
as
really
well,
matter.
there's all there's all these non-verbal cues you can pick up on in person anyway that make conversation and communication a lot easier. So
Yeah.
there's that element to it as well.
Because you won't assume someone's been a dickhead if their face is like genuine and they're
They're
just trying to
smiling.
express a point.
Yeah.
But
So,
like the words might sound dickheadish, but you're like, well, he doesn't look like it. And this is one of the other things I think might help in that, because you don't have that visual cue, you have that barrier that's stopping that interpretation.
yeah, because you literally only have the verbals. All you have.
Right.
Most
you know
of our
what you could ask. This is
second.
just for Beer Man, real quick. You know what you could ask Beer Man is just how do you mean? If someone says something that you're like, that sounded rude, or I didn't understand that, just so how you mean, because it forces them to repeat themselves, and they kind of already implicitly know that they need to make it more clear, because clearly you're asking them to clarify.
Right, and yourself also the same thing. So like when you were asking the thing you were asking earlier, yeah, there was a simple answer to it, but from a non-reality frame, right? So when you went in the other room, you were like, "Oh, he answered my math question real fast. How many leap years do I need to make from here till the first time they started a leap year?" That's really how you should have worded it. How many leap years am I missing to make up how many days? And then I could say, still, he got the answer wrong though. So your answer that you got, you could say 1,075 days, right? But I could say how many leap years for days does that account for year time? So every leap year is a day or two or whatever, right, on the calendar for every 4 whatever years. But that's actually accounting for 365 days. So I could say that the math was wrong that he gave you and correct. So, like, there's so many ways to go from the form of information like that you really seriously are looking for. So you could have been like, yeah, 1,075 days, that was the correct answer. But then someone else could have been like, well, that actually represents a year, right? It's leaping a year worth of time. So now I could ask you, how many days worth of 365 were you missing? When you take the 1,000, now how many 365s were in that you're missing out on? So there's so many ways to answer your question is all we were trying to say. Like, there's a lot of ways to answer it.
Yeah. So, Demark, you actually said that beautifully. So, however, he understood what I was asking because he reiterated back to me what I was asking. So I was like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm asking. So he gave me some mathematical calculation to do, which we did together. And cool, I got the answer. I need to go research that now. I'm not saying this is what it is. I'm saying that I got that answer. I'm going to go verify and see if this makes sense. I'm going to try and make more sense of it. But I was just asking for literally
Right,
it
but
was
he didn't hit you with.
yeah.
But he did hit you with the question of, is this what exactly you mean, right? So it wasn't like you guys just trampled into the next room and he's like 5001 or 1,070. You know
No,
what I
not
mean?
at all.
He had
No,
to, he had to
yeah,
clarify too, right? Yeah.
correct. But quickly, he understood immediately. He said, "Okay, so you're asking this?" And I said, "Yes, exactly. That's what I'm asking." And then he said, "Okay, you can
Right.
do this."
So did I. But I'm not going to give you the wrong number. You understand? I'm not going to give you the number he's going to give you because like I said, I didn't know which number you actually wanted. I didn't know if you wanted the day number or the year amount number. That's
No,
all.
I'm just
So
asking.
yeah.
So how do we work out how many times the Earth has to cycle around to get back to catch up to its season?
Did you hear that?
What's
This
up?
is part of what I was talking about. The way you even asked that, even though you probably didn't mean it, again, you've imposed and implied the global Earth model.
Yeah, that's fine. So
when Matthew gives you his answer is going to be with all those assumptions of how he thinks that this whole world works.
Yes, so that's what I'm expecting, though. Even if I don't believe it, I'm just asking, how is it? How
Right, but you didn't make
we
that clear when
presented
you were
with this?
talking to us earlier, which is why
I
a lot of
did.
us
I said
responded.
this is exactly what I said. I said
Well, no,
we are
I
presented with these
asked.
hours.
Don't you remember that I asked you? Are you assuming that this is coming from a spinning or not? Because depending on that, it's going to be a different question. Because I heard the way you asked it, I was like, wait, is he asking this from reality or is he asking this from the globe assumption? And
So
from what you
yeah,
responded to me, you said you indicated that it wasn't. So that's why I responded within, the clock that we live under and trying to ascertain what you meant by that.
yeah. This is why I said this is probably not the right place to ask this question, because all I'm asking is we are presented with 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds as a day, and we got our 365.2422 days per year. That's what's presented to us at the moment. I don't know why I have to re-say this again, but yeah,
No,
that is what's presented to us.
But there's loads of different definitions of a day.
Okay, no, this is what I said. This is the wrong Discord, and I'm probably coming across way wrong. And yeah, I have to ask this somewhere else. Then it's not going to work here. But Matthew was able to understand. He understood exactly what I was asking, which is weird for me. And he was
Well, I
able to
mean,
understand.
if you ask a question that is like in a context of outside of reality, then yeah, you're gonna have trouble talking to people like us because we're not really gonna entertain it much other than to just throw it down.
Yeah, but I'm open to that.
Because this is the problem I see, and this is not yours. This is the world's problem, right? Which is there are too many questions that they're asking about reality from outside of reality point of view.
Okay, so what if hold on, Elijah, hold on. Let me just say this now. So I'm asking this question, I'm getting some sort of calculation. What if I'm able to take that information and say, okay, the model's fucking wrong because it doesn't make sense on a macro scale? And that's why I'm asking these sort of questions. And you guys aren't appreciating that. You guys aren't entertaining possible alternative research to falsify the current model. And that's what's fucking frustrating. It's so frustrating.
If that was how you framed it initially, then people would have understood it more. You see,
No, it doesn't matter the fucking way people understand it. If I ask a simple question, it should be answered. And someone like Matthew came to me and said, "Cool, here we go. Here it is."
of it, they can't answer it.
Nah, dude, you're just being ridiculous about the question. Unfortunately, that's where I feel.
No, but this is where the other stuff that we were discussing more cordially was fine because you were understanding the differences. But all we were, I don't know what exactly Denmark was on about, but all we were reiterating is that specific point, it took us to a certain point in the conversation to appreciate it from your point of view.
It's fine. I'm going to leave it at that because it can't go further than that with you, unfortunately. But it can go that way with someone like Matthew. I don't really care. I'm just asking a very simple question, and he was able to.
Did he tell you how he came to the number? Did he?
He
Show
gave
you
me
the
some math. I can't even remember how I got to the thing, but it was we got to a calculation. I'll bring it up with Matthew again. I'll say, Matthew, dude, just explain it to me again.
Do you remember
But we
the
got
number
to
he gave you?
1,507.23, I think it was, 24. Yeah, 1,507.24
But do you
days.
realize that doesn't answer your question?
It sort of does in an extent. It
You
was
asked for an integer. You asked for a whole number. You didn't want any of this.
correct. I wanted a round number, so I asked
So
him,
he
why
get-
does it get to that? So he couldn't get.
You
He
asked-
couldn't get. Yeah, but he could at least
You see the
answer
problem?
that. No, do you see the problem? My question is if I'm here in summer and I remove the leap year, how many days does it take to get back to that day without an leap year? He gave me the answer of 1,507.24 days, which is still an integer, but he was able to give me that number. Even though it's not what I'm looking for, he was able to give me that number. I'm not looking for an answer to say, oh, woohoo, I got all the answers, guys. Everyone's wrong. I'm just asking, how many days does it take to do that? And he was able to answer it. Doesn't matter if it's wrong or
answer your
incorrect.
question.
He did.
No, he didn't.
He did. He gave me 1,507.24 days
Yeah,
to
which
get.
is not an answer to your question.
That is the answer to my question.
It can't be an answer to your question because you specifically asked for a whole number.
But he couldn't answer that, so he gave me that
So
answer.
So if he gives you an answer that isn't what you asked for, then he didn't answer your question. I think that's the difference.
If I asked the question and I knew the answer, why would I ask him?
A lot of us here actually want to give a proper answer, and if that's not possible, then that's why we went down the route of, well, here are the different options around your question. Because even him, who you said he answered you, he didn't actually answer your question. You asked for yes or no, he gave you maybe.
No, he gave me that number. Even though it's not a round number, he gave me that answer. So that is the amount of times it takes around to get there, which means, oh, well, there's more to it. So we don't have a round number yet. Why don't we have a round number yet? I don't fucking know. So I need to go dig further.
But we do like anything that involves a day is always going to be around. You can't split the day in half. In order to get back to a certain position in the cycles of the luminaries, it's always going to be some multiple of one day.
Yeah, I think you're missing my whole fucking point of why I asked the question, and that's why I say, dude, I keep on saying this, and I don't know why you keep pressing me on this. I don't think this is the right place for me to answer this or ask this question.
Can I leap in then? Maybe we can.
Dude, I just want to
man,
get the fuck out of this Discord because of this fucking retarded way this question is being answered by Elijah. It's ridiculous. I've heard his discussion.
Yes,
Yeah, it just sucks.
Yeah, maybe I can take it in a different direction then. Just, bro, if you don't want to take part, that's fine. Just put yourself on mute. But if you do want to take part, then just take part. Right? You don't have to be in this frustrated state. And I understand why you're frustrated, but just chill, yeah. So do you know why they say there's a difference between a solar day and a sidereal day?
I'm not too familiar with that, no. However, I am familiar with that time is just a concept, and our idea of it came from the sun rotating around Earth, and we use sundials.
Well, the reason is, as Jeremy said earlier, right? So you got the solar day and the sidereal day. The solar day is 24 hours, sidereal day is 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. And that difference, it explains a lot of the quote-unquote phenomena in the sky. Right? That's what they say. But that doesn't mean that it's true. Right? So they've Sorry, go on.
My bad, quick, go on. Well, in reality, it's time. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just let me finish my point, and then Jeremy, you go. The point is that I think Elisha's trying to make this point, maybe not as succinctly as me, is that you have something that's not true being maths washed by explaining the phenomena in the sky with something that isn't happening based on maths, and the validity is given to it through the maths. Does that make sense, Ben?
100%, and crypto, I 100%, 1,000,000% agree with you, and I'm trying to get that math presented to me so I can say, okay, guys, next step, how is this math not working out? This is fucking wrong. This math
But
is
the
wrong.
math, can I just explain this to you? The maths itself is reverse engineered from the phenomena in the first place. So the maths can't be wrong, but the question isn't whether the maths is wrong. The question is whether the fundamental assumptions that the maths are validating actually true. And you can't come to that conclusion via the maths because the maths are already reversing. Okay, we're good.
Yes, 100%, dude. Crypto. This is the conversation I want to have, but I can't have it when I have fucking people ask me retarded questions in between my question. So,
So
dude,
we're moving on.
yeah,
From that.
yeah, please, because I think you and I can have an amazing conversation about it. I
Fantastic.
asked
But it's Jeremy's turn, so maybe Jeremy can
go ahead.
go in the conversation.
So the sidereal shit is going around in circles around us, right? The sun, the stars. You can explain that phenomenon in a variety of ways. You could have Earth moving, or Earth still, or both of them moving, whatever. There's a whole bunch of ways you could explain it. But the point is, with the sidereal and the solar day, they're like 3 minutes off, and like 4 minutes off or something from the sidereal. The solar day is obviously 24 hours. It comes back every day. But the sidereal, the stars are lagging behind. Are they lagging behind? Either way, it's 4 minutes off from where it takes the sun to go around a whole circle to the stars to go around a whole circle. That's
I want to, Crypto, if you want to have this discussion with me later, I would love it, dude. Like, it was a very basic question. Jeremy as well can join, but I have to just leave for for about a half an hour to an hour. I'll be right back. But Crypto, I think you're trying to understand what I'm trying to ask, and I think
Man,
you open.
it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah,
good, man.
so-
I always try to have good conversations.
Yeah,
that's
cool.
As I say, like this is when I first entered the conversation. I was saying the reason I stepped back is because I felt like I was just not like having good conversations anymore, and it was just sapping energy from me. So obviously, I want to have good conversations. That's why I'm here. So
Yeah, dude, because I'm questioning why they get to where they get it. If it doesn't work out mathematically, why is it presented to us? That's my whole point of what I'm trying to get at, and that's why I'm
but bro,
asking.
it does work mathematically.
It doesn't because they got an integer.
Okay, yeah, okay, but that's more of so that's not really a maths problem. That's a logic problem coming from the math, right? So you need to pass that. But it's not a maths problem. The maths does work because it's already reverse engineered based off the phenomena and the assumption. There's no other way that can.
Yeah, but the fact that there's an integer says there's something bigger beyond that. If there's no integer, then that means that is it. The fact that it's an integer means there's something beyond that to make it an integer, and that is why I'm questioning.
But Elisha made this point to you, and I'll make this point to you as well: is that it depends on your definition of a day. That is important here because there's
my definition of a day is the time that the sun rotates around us, or we rotate around it, which I don't know. Either model, it doesn't really matter to me at the moment. There's a period of it takes, and we're using a TikTok to measure that, and our TikTok is incorrect, or our TikTok is correct, measuring some other celestial body that is doing that. But if our TikTok was correct, then we wouldn't need an integer or a dot, whatever. And
yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that would just be the period of a day, and it would be that.
Correct.
Yeah, I see what you're
That's
saying. Fair enough.
But yeah, I'll hop in a little bit later. I've got to go sort out some shit I'll be about half an hour, and I'll be back. Cause yeah, dude, it's a fucked up place that we live in, and I'm trying to sort it out for myself at least.
Well, when you figure it out, let us know.
I'll share my thoughts. Anyways, I'll chat to you guys later. Cheers, man.
See you later. I hope I managed to diffuse that a little bit. Anyway, so yeah, Jeremy, how much do you bench?
I don't know, bro. I haven't been to the gym in years.
Oh, bro, I'm gonna come to New York and we're gonna go gym.
Probably put up like $1.75, maybe $1.50. I don't know.
Yeah, for that, I'll come. What part of New York do you live in? If you don't mind me saying.
Upstate near Albany.
So if I come upstate, come to the best gym in upstate, and we're near Albany. Albany's the capital, isn't it? There must be gyms there. So we're gonna do
tons of gyms all over the place.
we're gonna do a sick push pull. Sorry, a sick push
What do
day.
you reckon the bare minimum is?
Bare minimum for what?
Well, no, not the bare minimum, because that just would be like 1 gram. But what's the acceptable minimum from from a male's perspective?
In terms of like being functionally strong, or like what's the metric?
Yeah, I guess with respect to their weight. So would
Well, I mean, I would say if you
should they be able to do their weight? Should they be able to do like so many % over?
Oh no, benching your own body weight is quite hard for most people.
Is it?
It again depends on how heavy you are, but I would say benching maybe if you can't bench 50
I have to
kilos.
go test this out.
Yeah, I can't respect your strength if you can't bench 50 kilos. I think that's fair enough.
I'm pretty sure I could do that in 1 arm. 50 kilos is not that much. Well, no, I'm just thinking of different examples that aren't the same as bench. But
it depends again though. If you're trying to do 50 kilos with a dumbbell, that would be very, very tough. For most people, because it's just a different. You got just less stability through the movement, so it's just harder to, recruit the muscles. Anyway.
Recruit. Yeah, I'll go and investigate just for lows. But doing squats with over my body weight is a prerequisite. It's weird to think people can't do that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, squatting is one thing you can really rack up serious numbers on. It would still be quite easy.
Able to do. I think you should be able to do double your body weight. Because I remember hearing something about the way the spine is designed, like mechanically. It's supposed to be able to just like static weight on it, not lifting, but just spine like the structural. I guess should be able to take a ton. Now, obviously, I never really investigated that, but it seemed legit at the time.
Well, people train like what's called an isometric.
So I don't see why, like.
So yeah, people will train like an isometric. So that's where you're not actually lifting. You're not going through the movement. You're just holding the weight in place, and that's quite good for just kind of getting your brain to recognize that there's a stability element to the lift as well, and then your muscles kind of adjust to that. Doing isometrics can often increase your lifting, even though you're not actually going through the range. But I would say,
yeah, I had to do that to recover for shouldering.
Yeah, that makes sense. Could you lift double? I think squatting double your body weight for most people would be very, very difficult. I remember when I was squatting 180 for reps, I was about 120 kilos, maybe, so 50% more in that. And 180k to squat is pretty heavy. Like that's a serious amount.
And that's, I guess, reps is different. I was just thinking, like, just to be able to do it once.
Oh yeah,
I remember it, like, because I know when you're squatting, you're not like, how are you engaging the arms? Are they? You're just kind of controlling it, and you're resting it on your back, right?
It depends how you do it. I mean, you could do low bar, high bar. You could do a hex bar squat. You could do all sorts of different squats. You can do dumbbells. It really depends on what the squat actually is.
I guess if you're supporting it on your shoulders, double your body weight. I'd be confused as to why you couldn't do that one. But maybe maybe it's different when you're younger.
You bear in mind you're already
your
weight anyway, right? So now you're adding double on again, so you're actually doing triple your body weight.
I just remember when I was a teenager, so somewhere in the teens, right? Maybe higher teens. we were just messing about. I just got 2 of my mates, and I'm pretty sure I wasn't the heaviest because some of them were taller than me. I just put them on my shoulder and did a squat. That was just because I was like, I can do it, just showing off. So that's where I'm thinking of that number. I'm like, well, they're about my weight. They couldn't have been very much different. They're all about, But maybe it's like, maybe that is something that's easier done with those lower weights, because obviously I was lower weight back then.
Yeah, definitely.
So are they doing it now when you're a full grown man?
Yeah,
I'll have to go and invest.
all sorts of things happen. Also, like your bones harden a little bit as you get older, which I don't know if that helps or not. It becomes slightly harder to recover from exercise, so it depends on when was the last time you squatted. Like, there's so many things to think about, when it comes to this. Like, what's your nutrition like? Are you?
But I'm speaking from a luxury position with respect to squats because of the judo. Because like my one of my coaches was a nutter. This is for the warm up, and my partner had like a good. I think he had like 30 kilos on me. And we always went together because no one else wanted to go with him. And like we'd have to do squats and then laps on the mat and then squats again. So do like 5, run to the other side 5. And for him it was a doddle, right? But for me it was like, you bastard.
Yeah, I know that feel.
And I understood the logic of it from a training point of view, but I still thought the coach was just trying to murder it. So yeah, but that kind of stuff is all. It's like when you grow up doing that, you do it. But that 120? He was 120. I was about 90.
What, kg?
Yeah.
That's really heavy for that age.
Yeah, no. This was later on.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. This was when I was already full grown.
How tall?
He's probably taller than you. He was a rugby player.
I used to play rugby when I was younger as well. But
I'm just going from memory because I'm 5'9". He must be. If he's not the same height as you, he's a little taller. That would be my best guess.
Yeah, I mean,
120 kilos.
Let's say he was the same height.
He wasn't fat.
No, at 6'2", if you're 120 kilos, you're carrying some fat for sure.
He wasn't like fat. Like he was in shape.
I mean, if he was 120 kilos and he was 6'2", he was either hilariously like bodybuilder muscle or he was carrying fat. Like they're the only 2 options you have.
Yeah, he might have been like he probably wasn't 5% fat, but he wasn't like he must have been taller then. I try to find out.
There's no way because as I say, I'm 6'2" and I was recently 120 kilos. I've got a reasonable amount of muscle, but I'm not a bodybuilder, And when I was 120 kilos, I had a noticeable amount of fat on me. So it's the only option you got.
I'm pretty sure he was better at that time because 90 is high for me. I'm pretty sure he looked better from an aesthetics.
Well, maybe 6'3" or 6'4" would be a lot more.
Yeah,
if you say
so
120 kilos,
there's other things to the context. So he was high level, well not high level, but like high enough level compared to your average Joe with the rugby. So it wasn't like he didn't take that seriously, and he was a physiotherapist.
Right.
So I think the whole body stuff was something he's been doing, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But we're just talking about his body composition, right? So if it was, say, 6'4", 120 K, there would still be a significant amount of fat on him, but it'd be less because there's all of this kind of potential, like the muscles would just be slightly bigger generally. So you probably have like 2 to 3 K more of just muscle mass. Or maybe not that much, but just by the sheer size of him, there'd be more of everything, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But he still wouldn't be lean at that weight, at that height.
Yeah, I think the lean. Yeah, I think maybe it's I answered a bit from my perspective of like how lean is the correct amount of lean. It's just when you said fat, I was like, well, he wasn't a fat bastard. He was an in shape bastard.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously,
Well,
but
I mean,
obviously
when
he was obviously not
I'm
like
talking
perfection.
is there any like additional fat that can be lost? Because my current goal body is 12% body
I
fat,
see.
right?
That is the
And
point.
so
Yeah, he probably would have.
if
He probably was on. Sorry, go ahead.
like if I don't have 12% body fat, let's say I've got 18%. My best friend who's also we've got a race to a six pack, right? He's on 18% body fat. He doesn't look fat, but the abs aren't like defined. You can see that they're just hiding under that layer of fat, but that fat is there, right? And that's what's adding to his body weight.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So
it's just hard to remember because I mean, obviously judo, you don't, you're not just showing your skin about. It's different, and it was a few years ago. But like recently, I think 105. I don't know, like you know the powerlifter bodies, like the stereotypical, like stocky short guys.
Yeah, big fat bastards.
No, not fat, but like the ones who are kind of cut, but they're not that tall. So this guy, I'm pretty sure he's like half an inch shorter than me. He's 105 kilos, and he's got that kind of body where the thighs go out really thick, and then like you can notice there's like then the knees, and then the calves. It's that kind of. That's why I was trying to look for so you can get the image in your head. So obviously he's got a bit of a belly on him, but the rest of his body just looks kind of fine.
But you'd be surprised
from a male point of view when you're not like that bothered.
Yeah.
Like, well,
but you'd be surprised how much fat. You'd be surprised how much fat is stored in areas that you don't realize until you've lost it, right? So
what's it? Is it intercourse or interverse? The interorgan fat. What the hell is that called?
I mean, you might be talking about intracellular fat, but I don't. There's also, I mean, the fat stored ways, but it doesn't matter. The point is that when you lose all of that fat, you look at your arms and you're like, oh, I didn't know I was storing fat there, you know, and you start like prodding around, like, oh wow, I can actually see the difference between the two biceps now, right? Or I can like, you know, not just about seeing your abs, it's about like, oh, I can actually see the different muscle, the different heads of the deltoids, right? You can actually see that stuff because that was hidden by fat before. And it's like you didn't realize, don't realize how much fat is stored in that way in your body. It's not just on the belly; it's everywhere.
Yeah, I guess we're so accustomed, and I've not been a nerd about the fat stuff because I've never cared. Because when I did more competitive, it was like, well, he might look better than me, but I still beat him, so I don't give a shit. And that was kind of like the youthful attitude I had. But yeah, no, like so I wouldn't be able to look at somebody and go, and kind of gauge the percentages. I haven't quite got that nerdy. So I might not really be able to, like, that's why what you're saying, I push back, but then you were just being like, oh, in order for him to be that tall and that heavy, he has to be packing something. Probably like, would you, just based on the minimal information, what percentage do you reckon the rugby player was?
I mean, because at the end of the day, mate, it's just about this is just how do I even say it? It's just a fact. It's just a mechanical fact.
Yeah,
like
and that's
you are high, you have certain muscle mass, you have certain body fat, you are this weight, right? There's no like there's so much like so many con men and idiots and people want to lie about all these things. It's actually very simple. Very, very simple. And it's that simple. Anyway, as I'll go. Have a good night, guys.
Oh, okay. Peace.
Bye.
Yo.
What's up?
I'm bored as hell.
Why?
Oh, it's a good thing. Because it reminds us of how good the good times are when we're having fun. There should be ups and downs and down and ups. You ever take antidepressants? That's the worst. It's like you're not happy or sad. You're like a zombie. You have like no feelings. You're just existing. Well, that was my experience.
SSRIs right now.
No. This was 15 years ago.
So what? Why are you bored?
I'm just bored. You never bored?
Yeah, but why?
I don't think anyone's ever asked me that before. How do I respond to that? I just am.
What, your name is bored?
Yes, sir. That's my middle name.
Matthew, are you available to talk?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. I was looking up what they called ionic winds, and I thought it was pretty interesting how it's generated by electricity that must be prevalent, in the areas we're used to seeing, I don't know, the magnetosphere or whatever. Whatever deflects across the planet in relation to the sun is clearly going to be causing a massive amount of electricity around us.
Yeah, the northern and southern lights.
That's what we see, but I'm just thinking, Witzett's talking about, ether wind, and I'm thinking, geez, there's already an electric wind up there. That's what I'm thinking. I was wondering if you'd looked into ionic wind at all in relation.
I don't know much about it. I know that solar wind can, in charged particles, can cause the northern lights, but I don't know much beyond that.
So, in a little fishbowl, together, we can create current that the air would look to rush away from because of the difference between positive and negative, and it could actually be brought over a foil like a wing and made into lift. So we can create lift with pure electricity without any other form of propulsion, as we're used to it. So I'm just thinking, there's a lot of power in the air. There's a lot of power up there, and I don't think we see it or understand it. And I'm just wondering what the hell Austin's even talking about, and if you've looked into it, what Austin's been saying the past month or so, in comparison to what we already knew was movement, possibly. In other words, is our 15 degree drift related to this? In other words, is the sky's movement related to this ionic property? Is, I guess, what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't know that anybody, including Witzit, understands his theories of the electric magnetosphere or torsion field or toroidal field or whatever he calls it this week. I don't know that he has a sort of well-defined theory or idea. I think he throws around a lot of words that sound important and smart, but I'm not sure that I understand much of what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's why I'm trying to look into it that way. Exactly.
Yeah, torsion, that's like another word for torque. That's the twisting motion of something. I think you mean like a toroidal, like how magnetic fields will have a north and south pole and they kind of make like a figure eight. So what you're talking about is levitation, right? Like bees, for instance. How technically their wings aren't big enough for their fat body.
That's more of a resonant frequency thing. I think that's different than electric currents, I think. sound and electricity, I don't know their similarities or differences at that point. But with the bee, the bumblebee, it's more of a sound frequency than an electrical outburst. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the relationship between sound and electricity.
Yeah, I don't think that bumblebees are larger than their wings should be able to carry. It's not about their size; it's about their weight, and their weight can be mechanically lifted by just their wings without electricity or sound waves.
Yeah, good point. But then again, you would think that a bigger insect or bug or whatever would be heavier than a smaller one, yeah?
Yeah, they are. Like, especially some of those big beetles.
What I feel is that there's a lot that we don't understand. And humans just, they have to have an answer for everything, but what if there isn't an answer for everything? Like, what if it can't be proven? What if it can?
And there are plenty of things that we know cannot be proven.
Like levitation, for instance. Like, how do you explain that? Kind of a interesting phenomenon, if that is what's happening. Because I've heard from a lot of different people talking about how they like channel some energy and they can lift things off the ground, and I've always just disregarded them as like whack jobs. I was like, yeah, whatever, you're crazy. But eventually, like, I keep hearing these stories over and over, and I'm starting to think, is there something to it? People can actually pick things up off the ground. It sounds crazy. 100%.
It does. What do you think? Do you think it's true?
I don't know. But then again, I try to keep an open mind at the same time, you know? Kind of like how I saw this video of someone with a pretty powerful telescope, and he took a video of the moon, and it had this lunar wave. It looked kind of like you know how in a video game when the frame rate of the GPU doesn't match the display, and you'll have what's called tearing. Like, you'll see like what? No, actually, that's kind of different.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Do you think that it was an artifact of the video he took, or an artifact of what the moon actually did?
I'm starting to lean towards that's what the moon did, but then again, it is being recorded with a digital camera, so
Right, and nobody has ever claimed that there's these digital artifacts happening in the moon in the centuries before digital artifacts became prevalent in our devices. So I find it unlikely that the moon has digital artifacts that we're just now noticing now that we have our own digital cameras.
Yeah, don't they have eyepieces that look through the telescope, so you could use your own eyes rather than using the camera?
Yeah, and you'd be unlikely to see any digital artifacts that way. Now, there's always going to be like some turbulence from the atmosphere. That's why they try to put telescopes on tops of mountains where the air is really clear. But yeah, so there's some distortion and turbulence that way.
Because he showed at least six different examples of the same thing happening at different times. And he also panned the camera up and down while it was happening. I mean, it is possible that there could be some trickery involved, you know, Photoshop, video editing tools, Adobe Audition or After Effects or whatever. But it did kind of resemble scanning of like a CRT, like if you were to slow it down, how it sweeps from top to bottom, but it was in reverse. When you looked at it, it was from bottom to top, and it was like kind of like it was slightly off center. It was like the whole image was kind of shifted over just a few pixels while it's like scrolling up. I know it's kind of hard to explain, but
yeah, it's interesting.
Here's a documentary that I'm talking about.
By the way, Dan, it is pretty rare to see the Earth and the Moon together, but it's going to happen in about 6 weeks.
Cool. From where? Where do you get to see that?
You can see it from here in Southern California.
I can see the Earth from the Earth?
No, you can see the Moon and the Sun. Oh, the Earth and the Moon together. Oh, never mind. I thought you said Earth and the Sun.
Either way,
yeah,
we don't see home. We don't see home as often as you might imagine. They keep saying it's a frivolous flat earther request.
The Moon is going to go in front of the Sun on like October 14th or something.
Oh, that was something else that he mentioned in this documentary. I just posted on the text chat. He was saying that when there was a lunar eclipse, he said it was not the moon. And then he just showed like a few second clip of, this round black object in front of the sun, and then that was that. And I was like, really, dude? That's all you're gonna say about it?
Yeah,
it's weird how we don't see
solar eclipse.
It's weird how we don't see a dark portion of unlit moon. Well, I mean, we understand why portions of the moon are reflecting the sun, but the other portion should be a dark rock in the sky.
Right, it's because it's so dim in comparison.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's an
I don't
object.
know who brought this up,
Big
but
object in the sky. Why don't we see it unless it's lit? It's kind of weird. Big object.
yeah, remember when that happened in 2017?
Oh yeah, 70-mile wide something came across diagonally through the whole country.
Yeah, I looked at it through two pairs of sunglasses. I saw spots for a while.
Yeah, they're still cool with that explanation on the 70-mile wide shadow too. They're cool with it.
I posted a picture right before that, Dan, that shows that there are, if you have the camera settings right, you can see the moon in front of the sun.
That's a pretty picture. Where'd you get that? Are those solar winds, you think? What do you think that is?
Yeah, that's lit up. Corona that surrounds the sun, which is only visible when the sun is hidden behind the moon, and then it's the moon in front of it. This was taken during the solar eclipse.
Who took that?
I'm looking at the National Solar Observatory. I'll post a link.
So, are we surrounded by huge electrical sources, number one? And two, is it having an effect on the movement of the sky? Probably not. No, in other words, 15-degree drift per hour probably has nothing to do with ionic wind. But I'm still trying to sort out what Whitsitt thinks he's working on. Especially in relation to a charge that we know is probably super prevalent around us. And obviously, going back to the tether incident, with the shuttle, it's, they knew something was going on up there, and it was a massive short. Basically, they broke the tether when it charged. It snapped, probably, to an electrical burst. I don't know if it snapped on its own or snapped when it got charged. But it sure is interesting if anyone watches. I think it's STS-75, known as the tether incident. And there's clearly what appears to be living creatures that come to check it out. they most definitely see 2 or 3 different types of what look like biological propulsion, sort of pulsing propulsion, sort of like a jellyfish or an octopus or something where it moves itself to propel along. And there's one that had spiral propulsion, like a spiraling pulsing, and the other with a little putt out the back. The crazy thing about STS-75 and the tether incident is there's things going in all directions. So it can't be anything like an ice crystal or a wind or anything of the sort. There's things literally going at different speeds in different directions. So the key to that to note
Hey, I
is
got
that
a phone call. I got to go.
the key to the note to all the shuttle stuff is the bay doors used to have infrared. So today the ISS is blacked out half the time when it goes to nighttime, but we're totally aware they could be running an infrared camera for us, and we could be seeing all kinds of action. So I think that's a real clue. When they claim to go dark during the half the time there, they really don't have to go dark. They could go infrared. And knowing that in advance and knowing since all these years they don't put up a cheap infrared camera there is very telling.
Show me one orbit. One orbit, show it to me. Great circle. Show me with your Coriolis underneath. Show it. Show me if the atmosphere is coupled. Are you coupled? Are they away from the coupled atmosphere? Show me. Why did they cut it off, Dan? Wonder why.
Well, we'd have to ask the Coriolis brothers what they know about that and their extensive testing, shooting arrows up in the air. The Coriolis brothers were doing their due diligence. So they all died. Arrows in their head.
I didn't mean to throw in unnecessary buzzwords. Your point is a great point, man. Why are they cutting the fucking cameras off?
Because frivolous flat earthers want to see things that are unimportant, like the Earth, or the moon, or anything. God forbid. Like, even a liquor store gas station, has a pan tilt zoom camera. It's called a PTZ. When you get a security camera, it's either fixed or it's a PTZ where you can, zoom and pan and tilt. So it's cheap stuff. It couldn't cost but $200. They don't do it.
Yeah, all it is 3 servos. XYZ.
Was this Glober hour or what?
It's always Glober hour. It's 20. Yeah, what do they say? The clock is even a broken clock's right twice a day. So it's always Glober hour. Except for those 2 minutes we get to live in peace.
It's Glober 30.
Exactly.
Because the clock is round.
How'd you get a
what else
name
is
like
around?
Dan the Waterman? Do you work with water or something? Or?
Yeah, drinking water filtration.
Oh, okay. Like, do you work at like the reclamation plant or something,
No.
or is it just
I work at danthewaterman.com. That's me. That's what I do.
He works at Nestle. He pumps all the river bodies dry and then shoves it into plastic bottles.
Oh, shit.
I own Flint, Michigan.
And we wonder why the lakes and rivers are drying up.
I primarily use reverse osmosis for homes and offices. I rent stuff and sell stuff, and the shit works because the city does most of the job. When you're in a municipal situation, they already put chlorine in, so the shit's dead, and they already give me pressure. So most of the work is done. The equipment doesn't have to do that much. The pressure provides separation. So you have filters to keep the shit out, then separation under pressure, boom, you have clean water. And it's the same shit that they use in the space station, pissing in the front and drinking out the back. They just separate the water from the
It's
stuff.
not the other way around. They don't shit into a bucket and then liquefy it and then drink that and then filter it and drink that.
I think they mold it and sculpt it like 3D shit printing. We could shit print some stuff. That'd be cool to use shit into a 3D printer and make objects out of straight shit. Cool idea.
Doesn't dung beetles make balls out of shit?
That is the closest thing to a sphere anywhere in nature, by the way. There's only one thing I know of that's even close to that round, and that's a dung beetle. Bunch of shit.
Now, why did a bug have instincts to roll up shit into a ball? What is the point?
You sure that's what its intention?
Yeah.
Its intention is.
It's a journalistic statement.
Yeah, it'll just sit there and just roll it around until it's like almost a perfect ball of shit. Like, why?
They're not just like relocating it somewhere.
Like they're trying to roll it and move it.
As a door. I'm pretty sure it's used as a door to cover their hole. I think.
But why shit? You would think that would attract certain insects and shit.
All I know is that if I went around rolling my shit and brought it to you, you'd have to be impressed. It's like, look, man, I got a giant ball of shit. I've been saving it, rolling it up.
Isn't that what?
That's smooth. That's nice. You'd be like, good job.
Is that what? What's his name did in that fucking movie? Oh God, with the mullet. Dude's got the mullet. Joe Dirt.
I know who you're talking about. David Spade. I
Joe
forget
Dirt.
the
Remember,
movie.
he's like walking around with a wheelbarrow with a big round fucking. He thought it was a fossil or meteorite. That's what he thought it was. Remember that? That was good.
I don't remember it, but that's funny.
You saw the movie?
No, Joe Dirt. I think you're talking about.
Yeah, Joe Dirt.
I
You
didn't
haven't
see
seen it? Oh,
Nah.
dude, it's a good movie.
Yeah, dude. Everybody wouldn't shut up about that movie in the 90s, so there's definitely some merit to that.
Yeah, it's funny, dude. It's a funny movie.
That and Friday.
Which one?
Just like the first one.
First one was all right.
You didn't like it?
No, I liked it. I definitely liked it. I think the others were better though.
Really? Which one?
Yeah. Ones with Day Day. The Friday, was it Friday after the next or some
Friday
shit?
After Next or some, yeah.
Yeah. I like those movies. I like those
Well, I've
black
only
movies.
seen the first one, so.
And then
Let me
don't
download the
drink
other
your
ones.
juice in the hood while being a menace to South Central. That was a good one.
Do what?
Don't drink your juice in the hood while being a menace to South Central. You haven't seen that one?
Drink your juice and.
Oh, that one was good. That was a good one. Yeah, it was funny. The Wayans.
Yeah.
It was one of those parodies. It was basically a parody. But yo, Diceful, you like parodies though?
Kind of. What's that one with Robert Downey Jr. where he's like a black guy or some shit? I didn't really get that one too much.
Tropic Thunder. But if you like parodies, I got a parody for you.
All right, go for it.
A parody's nuts.
Oh, you must like dragons. You must like
That was
dragons.
a good one. Oh, talk about
Dragon-
parody movies.
I'm dragging my balls all over your face.
Ooh, happy hour on a Friday. I come in at the right time. Who's dragging whose balls over whose face again? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Jeremy likes dragons, and you like lions, Pete, because I'm lying my nuts on your chin.
He's looking for that stream too.
I need to get warmed up first before I engage in that sort of talk and sort of reciprocate.
What's up, Pete? Pete, I was listening to your music last night, dude. It's absolutely beautiful, man. Wow. You got some good music. You got some good talent there, dude. Keep it up. I really enjoyed last night's music. I was listening to you guys on YouTube, and yeah, I slept slept through your tunes. No, last night. It was last night.
Sure, it wasn't.
Was it that last night? Night before that? It was either last night or the night before. But dude, you're
the
playing
night
some
before
beautiful
that.
guitar music.
Yeah, because we're talking about the same thing. Excellent, much appreciated, my friend. Don't forget, I've been playing those songs for years, so any sort of impression I give off But I appreciate how it might sound, but it's no great achievement. I will just say that you're all capable of much better.
It doesn't have to be an achievement. It's just the harmonica, guitar, what you create
Yeah,
is beautiful.
the harmonica with the guitar was badass, dude. And then
dude.
yeah, if you added like a banjo in there somewhere, I don't know, I think it would have just topped it.
Well, appreciate that. Can you imagine the music we'd all make as a sort of a collective? We'd be fucking top of the charts, especially because we'd have the music down, but we'd also have the theme. I always had trouble with themes of songs, and I've written loads of songs, right? But I always struggled with the theme. The music came more naturally. But look at a collective theme now that we could all gather around. It'd be wondrous if there was only that greater
Pete's
spirit of
leg.
cooperation.
Pete's leg pops off. It's a banjo. He starts going.
Yeah, you could play the role of the banjo player, Jeremy, in the video with your one eye, right? And you could act all retarded and stuff. Yeah.
Pete, are you familiar with the artist Xavier Rudd? He's from Australia.
No, not at all, bud. Not at all.
Okay, it's not similar to your music, but I would say it's the same chilled music that you were playing. Definitely have a look at Xavier Rudd. He's a solo artist, and he produces his own music as well. So he doesn't have a record label. So everything that he produces is his own, which is absolutely beautiful.
I will just correct you, if in case you're under the wrong impression, that wasn't my own music. That's other songs that I sing. You know what I'm saying? I do have my own music that you haven't heard, but just in case you're under the wrong impression, yeah, go ahead.
I'm aware that you were singing a few covers, but you did mention you have your own songs. But either way, it's amazing how you put it in your own style. So you have your way, and the way you produce your music or the way you sing a song is really amazing, dude. I really enjoy it.
What a great compliment. Thank you so much, my friend.
You guys never heard Jeremy play the skin flute, man.
You should hear my Corona's a Hoax song. You should hear my... I shouldn't say that, right? I shouldn't say that.
Pete, check the text chat.
Dan, Fanny Mandango, nice to see you on this Friday evening. All right. Hang on.
I'm gonna outdo you there. I've
In
been
the
looking
Randstad. Excellent.
I've been trying to figure out how to get stuff off of old VHS tapes.
I think we should all, lots of people do it as well, but maybe collectively we'll work on a sort of cover version of a song with a flat earth twist. You know what I'm saying? I think that'd be great. So we're actually I sang a song today. I was busking, right? So I busk a bit, but I sang "Mad World," but I changed at the end just the world. It's a flat world, which almost fits in perfectly actually when you just consider it all. But yeah, I think some more of those party sort of songs as a collective effort would go a long way. Can you imagine people who are skilled at videography, putting together suggestions from the group about so it's not just about the music. It's about the music almost comes secondary because the music is already established, right? But it's about the lyrics, a new sort of twisted theme, and also the video that you put together. Then that would be a great.
I got a song suggestion for you, Pete. What was that one song on that movie Yes Man, where he's like, "Get back from that ledge, get back from that ledge, my friend." You know what song I'm talking about? I forgot who sings it.
I don't.
Does anybody know what song I'm talking about?
Sing it, Dyslow. Give us a few bars.
From that ledge, that's from Liar Liar, isn't it?
No, it's from the movie Yes Man. He goes, "Get back from that ledge, my friend."
Yeah, he's trying to help that dude not commit suicide or something. Yeah,
right.
Brilliant.
Fuck you.
It's a good song. I'd like to hear you play that, Pete.
Well, how would you sort of transform it into a flat earth song? Get back from that edge, I guess. Get back from that ice wall edge or something like that.
What song?
Yeah, get back from that edge. That sounds good. I like that.
Baller is always trying to listen. I'm immersed within.
Dyslow, what song is that? You wanted to hear?
But you know the one thing they say is no matter what
Get
other
back from that
conspiracies you
ledge,
think
my
about,
friend.
yeah.
All the lies you've been living in.
What song?
Pete, Pete, I'm not a flat earther, but you can always sing
What's the
hello.
name of the song?
Hello,
Here, I'll
flat.
look it up.
Just name the name. Oh, you don't know the name. Okay.
Pete, that song "Hello Darkness, My Old Friend." You
Yeah,
can
I'm
always
gonna look it
sing
up.
"Hello Flatness, My Old Friend." I've come to glow with
Oh,
you
It's
again.
now
Yeah.
Third Eye
that's
Blind.
a
That
great
song.
suggestion.
Which one?
Let's all work
Third
on
Eye
that.
Blind.
Jumper.
I know
Third
that
Eye.
song. It's the
Get back from
sound
that
of
ledge, my
silence.
friend.
Yeah.
Excellent. Now
Third
we
Eye
can agree
Blind.
on the lyrics. Let's agree on
Dun,
an
dun,
opening
dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun,
called,
line.
dun, dun, dun.
the
What
song
song?
is called Jumper. The song's called Jumper. Yes, it's
Oh,
by Third Eye Blind.
step
Pete,
back from that
I
ledge.
want you to
Yeah.
I want you to listen to that song, Pete, and see if you can do a rendition. I think it would be the perfect song for you.
Nice one, bud. I mean, I'm not going to promise you anything. I guess there's so many songs that you could sing and learn. I'd like to take because you were thinking about it, transforming it into a flat earth. Write down a few of the lines, bud. And I think that's a good one about the edge. What I was trying to say was the bowlers will tell you this, right? That okay, listen, it doesn't matter what other conspiracies you're into, just not flat Earth, not flat Earth. So it's almost sort of an appeal, a desperate appeal, because we all know that there's a great truth to stationary and flat Earth surface, right? So yeah, starting it off with that ice wall sort of reference, I think that'd be good, man.
I'm
I
gonna.
think that'd be
How
good.
about I play the song for you?
Well, I don't mind. I'd love if you want to play it for the room. I'd love to hear it. We could all
Yeah,
sort of.
I'll play it for the room. I'll share my screen right now. If you've never heard it, it's a great song, dude. So I'll share my screen. Check it out. Here we go.
Nice one, bud. And I like the other suggestion. Hello. I'm going to say hello, flat Earth, my old friend, as opposed to flat.
There we go.
Very good.
All right, here we go. I'm playing it now.
All right,
Check on my stream.
okay, well, I have to mute here and listen to it.
Yeah, we got a commercial. All right, here we go.
Nice slow. And I would encourage you, bud. Look at the great mind you have, and because it means something to you within the context.
Here it is, Pete.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Such a good song.
Yeah, it is.
Are you playing on your live stream?
Yeah.
Just let us all hear it. Someone hear it.
I'm streaming it.
That's a good song, yeah. My friend. Yep, the song.
Pete, you see in chat, I made a numpty song for Jez and Poncho.
I love it, Dad.
And the all-time favorite karaoke song is "Money for Nothing," as sung by Nathan Thompson. "Money for Nathan."
That's so good, Fanny Mandango. That's so good. This song is brilliant, Dice Low. I'll definitely learn it. Maybe to sing it as busking song, but I'd love for us to
I love this part.
work on a sort of a flat Earth variation on it. Maybe
Oh, this would be perfect for a Flat Earth song, bro.
What's the name of it, bud? Can you post the YouTube link in chat and I'll. You kidding me? Third Eye Blind? Yes.
Put the past away.
It's about time I let myself. I would understand. Yeah.
Thanks for listening, guys.
That was, hey, bud. That was, I'll tell you something for nothing, especially after see the name. So the song is titled Jumper by the Third Eye Blind, is it?
Yes.
That's crazy now. That's crazy talk. I reckon, right? And this is what frustrates me the most, that there's so many people out there who have a much greater grasp on reality. Maybe they were born into certain families, they worked their way up and were led into certain secrets, they joined certain groups. That's what frustrates me the most, that there's people out there who know more than I do. In that sense. What I'm saying, when the same reality applies to all of us and we're all wondrous, great, inspired in a sense. And maybe that's the purpose of it though as well. Brilliant. Third Eye Blind. Well, let's change that. Excellent, man. And I think we'd do an actual better job than what the band is after doing there, in the sense of some sort of transition song and make it focus around Flat Earth. I think the immediate video I have in mind would be something about pointing out all of the different ball anomalies, you know, all of the obvious sort of flaws within the ball presentation, maybe sex in the clouds or the clone clouds or something like that, you know, NASA, etc. So I think that would be a great one to maybe help activate the third eye, help the third eye to see in people as well. So a great song people can relate to, first time hearing about, but also a little twist from a collective effort from us, Dice Low, you being the top man regarding the lyrics, and a little video to go along with it. I think that would be an excellent endeavor, and I don't think there's any copyright on that, is there? There's no copyright on if you just
change it up
a cover
enough.
version. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that's great in demand for yourself, especially, bud. Honestly, I'll have a listen more anyway, and I'll get back to you next time, and I'll probably play that song for you as best I can anyway. I can easily see harmonica entering there. And remember, I'm not sure if you're musical or anyone is musically inclined or who is or who isn't. I know some people are, of course, but I would say to you, it's all simple. It's all simple. That song is 4 or 5 chords, just variations then on the different chords. So it's not difficult to perform anyway. Let's put it like that. Maybe the genius is in the delivery itself, the choice of lyrics with the music, and also the greater artistry, talent of the delivery.
Dude, singing
Yeah,
it,
go ahead.
singing is going to be hard. You got to have, you know, you don't want to be just like the original, but you got to be able to sing the damn thing, and it's not an easy song to.
I can sing that, bud. I'll sing that immediately. I'll sing that, no problem.
Let's hear one line. Step
Yeah,
back
let's
from that
hear it,
ledge,
Pete.
my friend. Go ahead, let's hear it.
Okay, how does the chorus go again? Yeah, I have to listen back now.
Come on.
Yeah. I can
Yeah,
build the
but
lyrics or something, maybe.
I think it's like basically 3 chords, right? So maybe an A minor. Right? Is it something like that? Or is it C? It's like. Is that something along the lines of the
No,
chorus?
close, but you're not. That's not it.
Yeah,
I
it's
know, but I
close.
haven't heard it, man. That's my first time listening, honestly.
It's like an E minor.
Dun-dun-dun. What is it? Dun-dun-dun.
Yes.
So it's da 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 da. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. Well, why don't you just wait for me to listen to the song again? And
Yeah, Pete, can you hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, it goes. I wish you could step off on that ledge, my friend.
Close.
Wish you. That's how it starts. Wish you
Wish you
step
could
off
step
on that ledge, my friend. Can you
Cut
start with that?
ties with all the lies
Wish
that
you could
you
step
admit.
on that ledge, my
You would
Okay, let me just improvise with that. I wish you could step off. I wish you could step off that ledge, my friend. Okay. I wish you could step off that ledge,
It's
my
A minor, A
A
minor,
minor.
C, G.
Okay.
A minor
Okay.
C G.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah. Actually,
All right, you gotta get
that's
my
a good
axe out.
variation.
Okay.
I wish you could step on off that ledge, my friend. So that's a transition between ball Earth and flat Earth, right? So we're sort of teetering on the brink, I would say. And yeah, but that's not a problem. I can imagine.
I think
Actually, let
it's
me give you the harmonica.
step up from that, step up, off, off, step up,
Let
off.
me give you the. Let me give you what. Let me give you what I think the harmonica maybe sound like. Because if I was to play it, I'd have to replace the lead
You
guitar or
could
whatever.
step off on that ledge, my friend.
Pete, Pete, do you have access to your DMs at the moment?
Yeah, I do. I have to leave. What do you call it here? But my friends, I don't want to make this all about me here as well. You know what I'm saying?
My friend.
No, wait, Pete. Have a look at the lyrics I sent you. I put those lyrics together for the "Hello, Flat Earth, my friend." Just have a look at it, please, man.
Sound of Silence. I definitely will. I'm looking forward
Just
to
have a
that,
look at it. I
man.
got awesome. I got hello, hello, Flat Earth, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Blah blah blah. Hold on. Oh man, fuck! I lost my DM now. I have all the lyrics in there. It's so awesome. Oh yeah.
Did you do
Because
the
I'm
whole song, bud? Did you do the
some
whole
of it. So
song?
I said, of a world that's flat while we all sleeping, and the visions that we planted in our brain would still remain within a
I
realm
love
of a
it.
flat
I love
terrain.
it.
In truth, the earth is flat, not round, ignoring science that is quite profound.
Okay, let's go sing it then if you want. Let me just get you the opening chord. I haven't played this in ages now, so obviously I'd have to.
I DM'd you the lyrics there.
I'm reading your lyrics now at the minute.
Hey,
Right,
hey, Pete, do you have a YouTube or any kind of people capture you on the street and stuff busking? No?
Other people have done that, and
You have one
I haven't
video
done
of
it
you
myself. I
playing and
can't
singing.
direct you
I'd
to
like
it.
to see it.
I don't know. People have done filmed me
Pete,
definitely.
you're a musician. Do you have one
Hey,
clip of you playing ever anywhere?
Hey,
that.
Zanuck, just yesterday he was on here singing tons of songs. Just rewind yesterday's stream.
Where? When?
Yesterday, about this time.
What was he playing?
Oh, dude, he played an awesome song, dude, with the harmonica
What did
and
he
the
play?
guitar.
What?
I don't know what it was called.
Name one of the songs he played.
He played a song off the soundtrack.
He played a
I've never
song.
heard.
He
All of
played
them
a
I've never
song
heard
that
before.
he changed the lyrics to it, and he addressed soundly and Pontchartrain.
Oh, that's
Play the
funny.
Pontchartrain song. Hey Pete,
Okay.
play the Pontchartrain
Okay.
song for Zanuck real quick. Serenade
I'd have
Zanuck
no
with
problem doing that. Let me
Pontchartrain.
just say to Beer Man, Bud, thank you for that. I'd have a few corrections just in terms of rhyming order as well. You have to change in within the realm of the flat terrain. So I'm just sort of singing it